Let the hunt PMSL Americas. 9 Globant. iNCO Gaming. VIOUS Esports. Influence Range. Savage Esports. Alpha 7. Shoot to survive. United for Gaming. Intense Gaming. VIP Esports. VIOUS Gaming. Xforce. Team Liquid. VIOUS Esports.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. The competitors are ready. They're walking in. Sao Paulo, feeling good, baby, to have these PUBG Mobile superstars. The Americas region has improved tremendously from last year to this year. That was very apparent in the competition we witnessed yesterday. Today is the final day to get closer to the point threshold, which is going to play a huge role in tomorrow's Smash Point competition. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes. Hot Jukes, great to have you back on the desk, brother. It's grand finals time, the last chance for the teams to gather those points.
Let's get it, baby! I've been waiting for this for so long, and now we're seeing some teams that we didn't expect from the league stage pop off here in the finals. It just said, you know what, bonus points, schmonus points, baby. We're here to play.
That's it. Bonus points really didn't matter too much, or at least they don't at this moment in time. We call it a curse to have too many bonus points. Maybe it still exists. I don't know. Dave, great to see you once again, brother. You're here for yesterday. We witnessed Alpha 7 struggle, Team Liquid, here and there. VIOUS Gaming take first. It gave us a little bit of everything.
Yeah, man. A lot of these teams that we would have not expected, right, to be struggling here during the finals, they are struggling. But guess what? That opens up the floodgates for these other teams to really outshine them. With the goal here, Reflections, of being top 3 and going to the World Cup. So today is the midway point of the finals, so it's a big day for a lot of these squads.
Big day indeed. You got to get as many points as you can. First place sets the standard for the point threshold. Of course, 10 points will be added on top of that going in to tomorrow's competition. We'll get you caught up to speed once today has concluded. But let's talk about day 7 as a whole, because again, it was just wonderful. So many teams brought their A game without question, and North America, Hot Juice, looking so good. Wolves leading the charge for good old NA, currently in 3rd.
Let's go, baby! The Wolves! Come on! I'm totally letting my bias out here big time, man. This is a squad I want to see in Saudi. Let's go. I mean, Juancho switching to that front line has been a really big shift for the team. They've performed so well here in the finals. As a matter of fact, I got to talk to the team, right? And they said that they are happy that they are not in first place after day 1, because they say being in first on day 1 is a curse, and I believe them. You know, they're like, you know what? 3rd is the perfect place to be, baby, because that's all you got to be. Top 3 to make it to the big show.
Hey, first is a curse. I never really heard that before, but maybe it's true. And you got a sword in your mic. What happened with the sword, man? It's literally in your pop filter, brother.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna tell you right now. It's like that story of King Arthur. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It can only be pulled by the NA team that makes it to globals. You know, I tried, I couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm hoping Quattro and squad can finally release the sword from the mic.
Okay, released a sword from the mic. Well, we're hoping Wolves do it, and a lot of others are hoping Alpha 7 does it. They came in as the top dogs. They dominated the qualifiers, or at least round 1 and round 2, albeit Loops did dethrone them for first place. But Alpha 7 made a big change going into this season. Of course, bringing in Squash, a player that is incredible in his own right and so valuable throughout round 1 and round 2, but clearly struggling during the finals competition, Dave. In fact, to the point where games 4 and 5, they make a roster change. They bring in Synab, also known as Synatexa, to take over Squash's place. And it seemed like it was a noticeable improvement.
Yeah, let's bring up some stats, man. Let's deep dive this one because it is interesting. Squash has been a player who is, in my opinion, really excelled over this season, round 1, round 2. Yesterday, not the hottest of days. Really wasn't able to perform. Everybody has an off day. It's understandable. The utility looking nice right there. So getting them smokes out, getting them grenades out. And like you said, swapping him out, just not really feeling it with the team. Trying to get the veteran back on the squad. And right when they did that here, Hot Jukes, they started performing well again. The final game last night was actually their best game when they had Sanab in on the roster, and they walked away with 10 eliminations here. So the swap did work, but Hot Jukes, I mean, we're at the end of the tournament. You know, you played with Squash this whole time. Why make the swap right now, you know, at the finish line?
It's crazy. It's crazy. It makes no sense to me, honestly. It's a wild thing to happen. Yeah, they did get a lot more points. I mean, yesterday they had 19 points total on the entire day in the finals. It makes no sense to me. I am so shocked that they underperformed so much. Then they switched to Synatexa, you know, aka Sanab, and they get 10 points out of those 19 in just a single game. I don't know. I mean, it is a very difficult decision, right? To swap a player at such a big time of the tournament. But considering so much was going so wrong from them in the first, 4 matches, I guess make the change, you know. But at this point, they got to stick with one or the other. I don't want to see another switch here in day 2.
Yeah, it's interesting. Alpha 7's already transformed themselves, you know, going from last year to this year. McGrellin no longer on the roster, now over on the iNCO side of things, and he's already had a bit of his struggles too. In fact, he was replaced a little bit later. I think game number 6 yesterday as well, but we'll talk about that later. But McGrellin, they bring in Squash. The honeymoon phase was real. Round 1, during phase 1, right, of our spring season here in 2025, they dominated, winning by over 100 points. And then going into round 2, things changed up a bit, and they end up losing to Loops. And now during the finals, they can't even break onto the top page. I think maybe 8th place. At one point, they were on the 2nd page, which is just unheard of for the legendary status of what Alpha 7 is. So, Synatexa, is he the answer? I don't know. I don't even know if they know fully, but I think they'll be fine. We keep saying that because of their prestige and who they are. But one thing that we do know is they've got a talented coach. We're talking Cunha, okay? And luckily we have Sarpatch on the scene. He had a chance to sit down with Alpha 7's coach of Cunha heading into today's competition. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, guys, here we are after the end of the first day of the finals. I'm with Cunha. Coach, it wasn't a start that we expected from Alpha 7. What do you think is happening with the team?
We have idea about our mistakes, but to make sure we need to, when we get home, we need to watch the match, review them, and we'll fix for tomorrow.
You guys switched out squash. Reasons behind it?
No, we just wanted to try something new to the team wake up, you know. But I don't know if we will keep this decision for the rest of the finals. So
It's still a could be. We can still have Senna playing the rest of the finals as a possibility.
yes, because he's good. I mean,
He has history.
yes, and he has history, and he's a good player as the squash it is. But as I say, we need to get home and fix our mistake. I mean, review the match, talk with each other, and see what happened today, because it was a tough day, but we will come back for sure.
You have come back in the past, so it's not a done deal. Okay, good luck.
We're not
Thank you
there
very much.
yet.
Absolutely not. Let's go.
That was Alpha 7's Coach Cunha. Hey, tough day, but we'll come back. Is Cinetexa going to stay on the roster? Maybe so, maybe not. He's got the history, Dave.
He's got the history, and he's good. He's good, Jukes. I mean, that's the insight we got, man. He's good. So I think one other thing too, we're all coping. You know, we're all coping. Like, oh, Alpha 7
sure.
top 3 without a
For
doubt. Today though will be like the deciding factor.
Yes.
We've seen Alpha 7 come back when they were in challenging positions like this, but I don't think Hot Jukes they've ever came back on a finals day that much, you know, depending on how far they slide down. Remember, everybody gets money here, but really the goal is top 3. And we're starting to see VIOUS influence Wolves, and we'll talk about them here in a little bit, but they were just on it yesterday. So if they come into day number 2 with that momentum, and Alpha 7 still only getting like 19 points, Jukes, you said, out of 6 games, it might be too much for them to handle tomorrow, man.
I mean, if any team could do it, it's Alpha 7, without a doubt, right? By the way, Cunha looking like my buddy that just got left at the altar on his wedding day. He did not look happy. He did not look happy, and I understand why. I mean, yeah, Cinetex is good. It's crazy that they're trying things in the finals, but,
Yes.
you know, they do get that excuse because they are, you know, our previous Esports World Cup champions. So, a lot of high hopes for them, but I think you're completely right, Dave, right? The door is open so wide for these teams at the
Yes.
top. All they got to do is just continue what they did yesterday, walk through it, and they are going to the big show.
That's correct. Squash seems to be on the roster today. We'll get confirmation once we hop in to map number 1 on Sanok. But let's talk about a team that hasn't been struggling. In fact, has improved tremendously from round 1 and round 2 in the finals. Obviously, it's VIOUS Gaming. They're on fire. They've had so many great moments and a night and day difference from, again, the round 1, round 2, where they did not finish in the top 8. Now, all of a sudden, Dave, they're in first place.
Yeah, VIOUS. I know you mentioned them. I think like day 1, you just picking a name out the hat. I mean, let's be real reflections. But listen, you're
That's
looking
wild,
smart.
but okay.
You're looking smart right now, man, because they are at the top. Round 2, this team nowhere to be found, in my opinion. But yesterday, really taking advantage of the fresh start and really not allowing those advantage points to really play any kind of factor on their play style. You know, they weren't playing scared at all, ultra aggressive throughout the entirety of all 6 games. Sometimes, Jukes, we see a team, they start strong, and then towards the end of the night, you know, they're a little tired. It's understandable. You know, you played a couple games, so you get that fatigue. But VIOUS Gaming, the whole day, didn't show any fatigue, and they're at the top.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you got Nunez who popped off
Yes.
most eliminations in the lobby, 13 total, 2,100 damage, 4 assists. So with stats like that, when you have one player do that, man, it really just charges that team into overdrive. And they needed that because you can see the head-to-head here. This is their performance over their entire league stage compared to the finals, right? Now, I was talking to you, Taylor, a little bit before this, right? And we saw VIOUS, they didn't even break top 8 in round 1 and round 2, right? So for them to pop off here in day 1, I mean, these guys have got to be so stoked.
Without a doubt, and let's also put it in perspective. Round 1, the best placing they got was day one on Erangel, where they finished in second place, or excuse me, it was Miramar day one, where they finished in second place. Now, round two is a little bit better. I believe they get 2 winner chicken dinners, but even still, not even breaking top 8. So the fact that they're here in first place, and you look at their stats in comparison, granted, a lot more games on the left compared to the right, but a noticeable improvement, literally almost doubling in certain stat lines. So VIOUS Gaming looking so poised to potentially be at EWC. Now, granted, let's bring it down to reality. There are certain teams that pop off day one, go into day two. They have a rough go at it, and there is a real chance we see VIOS, drop down from first to third to fifth, and maybe even onto the second page if they don't perform today. But if they perform like yesterday going into today's competition, they're going to be absolutely stellar. VIOS is just one of those rosters that took us all by surprise, but we're happy for it. And obviously, we have to give a lot of praise to Higor. Higor is incredible in his own right. And luckily, Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with VIOS Gaming's Higor to feel, or at least see how they're feeling currently in first place. Let's hear what he had to say.
Hey, with the team of the day, Igor, congratulations, a wonderful match day. You told me that you were mad because you knew you could do better, and now you're showing it. How are you feeling?
Yeah, like we're like relaxed, but we could do better on the league stage, and we test a lot of different things as well. So that's why the results was not like the better that we can do.
But you're doing good now, which is the important phase. You're first place in the final on the first day. Does this make you feel like not relaxed, but more calm with your game? The next days, are you gonna play like this, or are you gonna be like more careful? What's the strategy?
No, we keep the same courage, yeah. And we knew from the start that we have a good game, a good playing game, So that's it.
Man, it's going very well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great victories and great game overall. Let's go.
Well, Jukes, at the start of the show, you said you heard it from Wolves. First is a curse, but does that apply to VIOS Gaming?
Man, I don't know. It's kind of tough because I can't remember the last time we saw a team that was in first place on day one actually win the whole thing, At the end of the day, top three's winning, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? You got to get at least that golden ticket, right? For sure. Now, considering that, VIOS had 7 bonus points going to this. Alpha 7 had 27. And VIOS put up 64 points compared to Alpha 7's 19. So with a performance like that, that's some curse-breaking performance, if anything, And not to mention, you got Higor on the team. I got a chance to talk to him last year at EWC. He was with Twisted Minds. So he's got that experience, right? He's got that experience of being in the big show. Him starting off so strong, I don't think they're going to let things slip here, right? They have all the experience, everything necessary to make it to the top 3, but you got to execute.
That's it. Execute indeed. Well, we talked about it. Top 3 is the goal, but how close are we in the overall standings? Let's take a peek, Dave, because it's getting tight up at the top.
It's getting tight. Listen, I'm all for it, but their number one fan, Reflections, moments ago said VIOS, they're going to slide down 5 spots today, so it is a curse. You said, go back in the bot.
Said
you
maybe.
said it. You said
maybe.
it. So I am thinking they are cursed, man. They had a good day number 1, but today is all about influence. I think today is all about the Wolves, honestly, trying to represent North America. It's going to be one of the first times we see a squad from the US of A up here at the top contending for a top 3 spot, baby. So if there was ever a team that I want to see kind of grab that momentum and not let it go, it's the Wolves all day long.
The Wolves are insane. It's such a pleasure watching them. And I'm not going to lie. We tried to interview them. They said no. I kind of like that. It's the bad boy approach saying, look, don't mess with us. Don't mess with us. We're here for success. We've got our eyes on the prize. And that's top 3, if not top 3, top 1. Because I'm going to say it. Hey, and I'm not even getting wild saying this. It's been wild in the previous season. This season, it's real. I think Wolves, North America, could be on top by the end of today's competition in first place. What an improvement from last year's PMSL in spring and fall to this year. We're leaps and bounds above where we used to be, and I'm so proud of North America and this region as a whole. But here we are, game number 1. Let's get it started on good old Sandhawk, where the third parties reign supreme. Hot Jukes, where we dropping?
Let's get it going, baby. Oh my goodness. The time has come. Focus. These teams, right, that popped off here in day one that didn't have a great performance in the league stage. I'm talking VIOUS, right? You got Influence Rage dropping dead center onto boot camp. These guys are nice and set up. And boy, oh boy, this is already starting to ring out as we see Intense Game get the first knock.
IG already looking to get involved. That's going to be Camp Alpha up against Shoot to Survive. We saw Shoot to Survive yesterday. We heard Big Bob in the interview. Hopeful, you know, the vibes on the squad reflections, positive. Everybody's feeling good. They're happy to be here. It's been an accomplishment just to make it this far, but they are here. And I want to see them take advantage of their opportunity ahead of them here today, reflections, and just do a little better. Tighten up. Already losing 2 of their squad mates in game number 1 is not what you want to see.
Not at all. Game number 1, it makes you feel a little bit nervous, right? Shoot to Survive is a team that we highlighted at the top of the show, and for good reason. They are a talented roster. You know, we had a lot of eyes on them going in to obviously PMSL 2025. A large reason because Bob, Casper's, Darklight, Klaus, like you've got some great members there, but let's face it, they have struggled to find their footing, not only in the round 1, round 2, but also here in the finals where it matters most. And again, what's at stake? You need to reach the point threshold or at least get close to it. So you go into tomorrow because, boys, let's talk about it a little bit deeper. Tomorrow is Smash Point. Once a team reaches that threshold, which realistically could just be 1 game, if they win the next game, Hot Jukes, the tournament's over. Where you sit is where you sit. So if you're in 4th place and you just missed out by a point, well, I'm sorry. Better luck next time. You're not going to EWC.
And it's crazy. We've seen that happen so many tournaments now, right? Just the cutoff being 1 singular point. So you have to execute to perfection. I don't care if you're in match 5, match 6, right? You got to just sway away from that fatigue and you got to be able to make it happen here. Today, I think today is going to be the most important day. Shoot to Survive, losing 2 people off the rip here is going to hurt big time. I mean, yeah, yesterday, game 2, they got a 2nd place finish. So, you know, they showed at least they can start off strong in Erangel. But, you know, being in 11th place with top 3 being the goal, it's going to be tough here, Reflections, because all these guys are going to be striving for every single point they can get.
Without a doubt. I mean, you look at, chat, look at the bright side of the screen. Those points in the point category is accurate and up to date, and that will continually be updated. And you just see how close the top 3 is, but more importantly, how close it is on down. And we talked about the struggles of Alpha 7. We talked about the struggles of Team Liquid, even Loops. And let's be honest, boys, like, yes, this is a big gap for them to cover, but Dave, it's not unrealistic for Alpha 7 to cover that gap from 46 to top 3, which is currently 66 in 1 game. I mean, they have been known to drop massive numbers, and that can be said for Loops, Team Liquid, any of these rosters. 1 game could quite literally change dramatically our top 3.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, and if there was a team Alpha 7, I'm not worried. You know, Team Liquid still up there. Xforce, I would like to see a little more from them in order to kind of put them in the not worried bucket right now for being day number 2, game number 1, who can realistically make it top 3. But we're looking at Shoot to Survive already losing 2 members right off the rip. We see they got 31 points, and just based on what we've seen from them so far in this tournament, I think Shoot to Survive on down, Hot Jukes, I am worried for these squads right now.
You got to be extremely worried. Yeah, the reason why we're not worried about Alpha 7 for anybody that could be just like a little bit new to this is because Alpha 7, when they get their back to the wall, they get a good zone, they could bust out a 20-30 point game like it's nothing, like literally nothing, right? Now, that might be a little bit more difficult for these teams at the bottom, right? So, yeah, if you're VIP, you're any of these guys, All Glory Gaming, iNCO, you really have to go crazy today to even stand a chance, to be honest.
iNCO Globant on your screen. Such a great performance yesterday. They start today in 5th place, but tied with Intense Game just above them in 4th at 65. And they're only 3 points away from even taking over Influence Rage in 2nd place. So they're going to be on our radar without question. They've taken a little bit of damage early on, but no worries. They're going to be just fine. Reyes, the top leading slayer for iNCO Globant, given yesterday's competition at 10. But it was really Milos taking and stealing the show, especially during his plays against Xforce yesterday, Dave.
Yeah, and 9Z, another team, they've been really good here so far in this event. And yesterday we saw Colgo and Remix, at least in the first half of the night, not really performing like we're used to, allowing their other two squad mates, like you said, Reyes, to kind of carry the torch. But then come game 4, game 5, game 6, Colgo, Remix started popping off again. You know, that deadly dynamic duo we've been calling them here. And that's why we see them currently sitting in 5th place. At the start of the evening, they were just getting picked apart left and right. I mean, Remix was trying to make some plays happen, constantly getting knocked out and flushed first, which, you know, you obviously don't want to see because Remix, one of the star players here this season for 9Z. So kind of going back to like the interview that we heard from Alpha 7, a lot of these teams, a lot of the coaches doing tons of VOD review, and they're really coming into day number 2, just tightening it up here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. And they're going to definitely need to do that here. Now, you know, we talked at the top of the show how first place can be a curse on day 1, right? And I kind of want to go into it a little bit here before the action starts happening. And the reason why is because when you get first place on day 1, everybody studies you. Like, they're all looking, what went right for this team? What went right? Where are their rotations? Where are they going? And that could make things a little bit more difficult right here. Like, right now, we're looking at VIOUS Gaming. They're doing a little split across this road. You got Team Liquid on top of the hill, pretty much dead center of this next circle. As we finally look at the map, Dave, what stands out to you, though?
Looking at the map, what stands out to me? I'm looking up here. The Wolves going to be playing nice and slow. Next circle goes up here, Hot Juke. So if I had to guess, we kind of saw them looking to kind of eyeball this pathway, right? But now with the new circle, Hot Jukes, what would you say they're going to take? Like the Corey
I think they should probably wrap. I think they should wrap all the way around that circle. Try to catch Camp Charlie because
this, like right
exactly.
here. Boom.
Yeah, we've seen Alpha 7 do it plenty of times. You know, anytime you kind of have a hard shift circle,
They're doing it now.
that hard shift side's wide open, and you can see it's pretty wide open right now. So I think that's going to be their best path, but they're taking way too much time. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do.
See what they do. They are going to have the pressure from the blue zone, and see a couple members of Alpha 7. Mafioso actually thirsted already.
Oof.
Getting flushed on the rotate. VIP, when we saw the map, of course, not too far from Alpha 7 out there in the blue on the East Coast. But yeah, another game here, Reflections, where Alpha 7 losing one of their squad mates early on.
Yeah, you know, Alpha 7 had a ton of early exits yesterday. I think it was Loops who took them down off a rotation on this very map to start off the day on day 1. We did notice Squash is back on the roster. He will be competing, at least as of now. Cinetexa currently sitting on the bench, potentially waiting to come in. We'll keep that storyline alive, or at least up to date. But right now it's Squash. But yeah, losing a player, especially Mafioso, is going to be tough without question. But the good news is they still have Revo, right? Revo is by far in between their top slayers. So that's the guy that I would want on the roster. If he gets thirsted early on, Hot Jukes, I'm a little bit worried.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, I'm already worried because, I mean, yeah, we talked about their pop-off ability. They could definitely come back at any moment's notice, but you don't want to open that door, right? Everybody now knows, like, hey, what's at stake, what needs to be done in order to have success and make it into the top 3. So, I mean, if you're Wolves, Influence, Rage, VIOUS, it's just consistency, right? Putting up some serious points on the board no matter what. And if you have Alpha 7 dump a goose egg here, and, you know, these top 3 teams start popping off, no matter how good Alpha 7 is, it's going to be really, really tough to catch them.
Well, it looks like Xforce has taken an opportunity to take down a Team Liquid member, at least currently downs, but not out. Team Liquid was opposite of VIOUS. We noticed them earlier, and Team Liquid's got quite a few around them. AGG, Loops moving in. Alpha 7 is very close, and actually, even switching the narrative even more to VIOUS Gaming, VIOUS might be stuck between Team Liquid and the likes of Alpha 7, something they need to keep aware of and cognizant. But Xforce, they're chilling on top, man. And for 24K, he's got a literally infinite line of sight, not only on Team Liquid, but more importantly, VIOUS Gaming down low. And one of the things that Alpha 7 struggled with yesterday is they would crash into a location. They would make the right plays, and they would make some great, wonderful plays. But one of the things that hurt them was the third parties. And I do wonder if Alpha 7 decides to crash in, which they don't need to, but if they do decide to crash in on VIOUS Gaming, 24K is going to be a nuisance on top of the hill, Dave.
Yeah, you got 24K over there, kind of overlooking him off on his lonesome. His squad mates, they are within range to provide that support if he does get crashed. But if it's just him up there, he's going to get thirsted without a doubt. So looking at the circle, though, Worlds of War still out there in the blue. Everybody just kind of waiting to see where the next circle goes. VIOUS Gaming, big chilling. We saw they got that 2-2 split going on right now. They are going to be heavily favored. Does look like one of their splits might be getting crashed here from Team Liquid downrange, but they're laying out some good suppression shots right now, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. There we go. We're going to see VIOUS and Team Liquid get into it very early on here. Now, we talked about those third parties. This is so early that I don't think anybody is going to be in that range to third party it, but they got to finish this fight very, very quickly. You can see Igor there. Oh, a bad nade! Mythic knocking Ayala. That is the worst case scenario for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and Marlon took advantage of it. He gets downed himself, but he managed to down yet another Team Liquid member. The question is, does VIOUS want a full send and push? For Igor, he wants his teammates back up into the fight. We might have a bit of a reset. You notice Chief is sprinting over. Diminor is down himself, and Nunez, who I would consider the tip of the spear for this VIOUS Gaming roster, is moving in. And Igor backing up, looking to potentially get some pickups. But yeah, we do have a bit of a reset, but Nunez, he's not slowing down. It's Nunez versus Mythic, and Nunez has an off angle, but I mean, Dave, he's got 3 players in front of him, but he looks to be handling them well.
He's got 3 players, but I'm getting concerned with AGG on the hillside right above this, looking to third party this. So Ayala pre-firing through the smokes. Chief back up on his feet doing the same thing. They're trying to take this compound before AGG get in range to third party. Igor, you can see the frustration. Very, very pissed off after that right there. They had the advantage. They even had Team Liquid self-nade themselves, right? But they go for the revive, and now they're going to be down 2 members. Meanwhile, Team Liquid only down Cardozan. So we're getting a reset right now, Hot Jukes.
Oh, I mean, this is the worst case scenario. Honestly, you don't even want to reset in this situation because, like I said, it's too much time. You're going to get third partied, and now they're stuck. They're stuck in these buildings because you got All Glory Gaming on the hill. Every other team is going to start surrounding them. You can see Team Liquid, they are starting to put those smokes and try to get across the way, which I think is definitely a good idea. But out of that fight, Team Liquid, I think, got the better of them. But now we're watching Loops and Worlds of War start to crack away. Fights happening all over the place.
Yeah, indeed. Loops, Wolves, they were close to each other on the rotation down there at Camp Charlie. We mentioned that. And, well, Coops on your screen. Inabete, very weak, and he'll be dropped by Baton with a nicely placed nade. Coops is going to fully commit for the finish. Now you got Zelda, I believe, Loop's last remaining member, or at least one of the few, last remaining, and he's backed away. He's on top of this house, which doesn't pay off. What a nade from Baton. Love to see that, Hot Jukes, from North America, baby. A clean win, all 4 members alive, and they're still top 3, potentially could even go for gold. They're 3 points away from VIOUS.
Let's go, Wolves. They're on that south side right there by Camp Charlie, and they're looking really good. The zone does center up. They're going to have to fight some serious squads, though, coming up. You got Alpha 7 around the corner, but Alpha 7 did lose that player early on, so let's see what happens here. Sandhawk is always so dangerous because you are at the zone's mercy. Wherever that circle goes, if you get blessed, you're most likely going to win that game. And so let's see what happens. Xforce is dead center. You still got that Team Liquid and VIOUS Gaming chilling in those 2 compounds, but the Wolves looking very, very good playing this edge.
Wolves looking great. Next circle goes up, so they're going to be able to get right behind Alpha 7, or they might look to go towards the south right now. Lots of options for them. Alpha 7 will be looking in their general direction. So Hygar, last one alive, by the way, from VIOUS Gaming, big chillin', is going to need to defend up against INF. But yeah, I like this storyline right now. We're looking at the Wolves, and we're starting to see what the route is that they want to take. So they're going to be up here on the high ground. They got a couple grenades. They got some Molotovs. They got some smokes. They're setting up for a push here.
Let's go. Baton on the move. He's got that Roddy, baby. Quancho barely have an edge out. I don't want this team to separate, though. I want to see the Wolves play as tight as they can together. But I understand why Coops in those vehicles are trying to get as much intel as they possibly can. And now they're knocking on the door of Alpha 7.
Oh, this is great. Wolves versus Alpha 7. But Alpha 7 are holed up in this hardcover POI. And for Wolves, they've got to make a very distinct decision. Do they want to push into them or rotate around them? And I think they might choose to go to the right-hand side, maybe on the northern side, and challenge that of Royals of War. I don't know if challenging Alpha 7 in that hardcover is going to be easy, but hey, Wolves, they've taken on tougher challenges and ended up ahead. For Savage Esports, our bottom team holding everybody up in 16th place. Unfortunately, only 2 players left win against good old iNCO from North America, a team that was stellar throughout round 2, but definitely having their struggles when it comes to the finals. And well, for iNCO, they will unfortunately get mowed down left and right. Only 2 for Savage, 1 for iNCO, but Wolves are on the run, and Wolves are going up top of the hill, and they're challenging 24K in the tower.
Wow, this is that spot you're looking at. 24K has been hunkering down in this tower for a good amount of the game. Is going to continue to do just that as the Wolves taken out right here on that push.
Oh, what a crazy play. They were going for the chicken there. They wanted that central location. I think they take out 24K there. They win the game. It was a big risk. Unfortunately, didn't pay off for them. But now you're going to see Alpha 7 still in this next circle. They get blessed right when they needed to.
Blessed indeed. Xforce have had so many impressive moments, and look, let's say it. 42 points, a chance to break in the top 5. It's realistically there. If they can have a day like Wolves had yesterday, Xforce could be the leading North American team. It's absolutely within their wheelhouse. 4 players still alive, but more work needing to be done. And we focus on VIP, who had some great performances. Actually started yesterday with a big winner chicken dinner, but this time, will they find success? Well, Brady says, I want it, and Poppy Sour to follow up as well, but there's more. There's reinforcements, and VIP can't keep up, Dave.
Yo, that spot from Frady Jukes. I never see somebody camping underneath the stairs right there between the car. Definitely catching them off guard, but the fight's not done yet. They're breaking down the door. Molotovs everywhere. On the ops end, we got Xforce as well, looking for the collapse. VIP Esports. Yuya popping up. Oh, gonna be taking them down and out here, Jukes. But here's Xforce, the cleanup house.
Legend gets the shots, but there's teams coming from every single angle. There down goes Intense Game, and Xforce is looking for that third party, something they executed so well yesterday. Let's see if they can get this finished off quick, because this zone is starting to put in some work. Reflections.
Yes, it is. And VIP and Savage, they also want to move forward. For Xforce, a couple players down, forced to get back up. Meanwhile, we focus our attention onto the northern side of the map. Influence Rage, VIOUS, and then Team Liquid thrown in the mix at a standstill. And the reason why nobody is moving is, well, because they don't have to just yet until the next stage pops up. Potentially, we see them forced to move out to avoid the blue zone. Influence Rage continues to reposition themselves against Team Liquid and Co. And we will have a bit of a move. And they will have to move. Team Liquid gets a little bit better of the bargain, so they can stay put and gatekeep Influence Rage and VIOUS Gaming. But also, let's take note, Alpha 7, Royals of War, they have to push forward themselves too. And now Team Liquid has already started on the gatekeeping role, Jukes. They're holding them back, and this could be a tremendous and must-needed game for Team Liquid.
Yeah, they need it big time. I mean, this is a huge opportunity for all those teams in that mid pack, but you still got the top 3 squads still in the game here. There's Igor, last player up for his team. He's getting a couple more placement points the longer he survives here, but for how much longer? 10 seconds left on the clock. Lauren's coming on. Oh, he's blind. Doesn't matter. It's back, baby.
He's been big chilling. He's been catching so much luck right now. Let's see what he can do. Popping out with the DBS. Gonna put a stop to that push right there. Another elimination point on the board for VIOUS Gaming.
But surely he doesn't make it past Team Liquid, right?
I know.
Surely
he
does it as a solo. Yeah, wait, actually, the Molotov was pretty... Yesterday, what was it? Was it all a Team Liquid, Dave, who was on fire in the same shed or the same house?
It was, man. They just burnt to a crisp. So hopefully they won't be catching a relapse on that one. But 24K has been holding down this position for a hot minute now, and it has been paying off big time. And now it looks like Fate will be joining him up here as well. They'll be looking down range at Xforce, but back to Hygar. VIOUS Gaming. Oh, yeah, we're running out of bandies right now. And look at that. Look at Team Liquid. They're all looking. They're all waiting for it. Looks like he will be denying the point, so I like the call.
Oh,
shots.
Xforce already focused on Team Liquid down low. Xforce have been such nuisance throughout the finals. Yesterday, the third-party Masters, the Grim Reapers, in really the cleanup squad, multiple times in fights. This time on top of that hilltop, just raining down hell, not only in Team Liquid, but eventually Alpha 7 and others. I'm going to say it. I think Xforce might be the favorites to take game number 1, Jukes.
It's looking good. It's looking really good. They got the high ground here. They take down Chief, 8 elimination points, but now they got to take out Alpha 7. Alpha 7 get blessed once again in this circle, so they are dead center here with 3 players up, considering that they got to get into that top 3. This is a perfect situation for them as well. Oh boy. He's going to go ahead and just get out to the blue.
This is Xforce all day, but they're going to be up against 3 members of Alpha 7 downrange. Squash Boo really trying to show their worth here. If Squash can get like a 1v4, oh, he's staying in all night long. But let's see, Fate going to be doing some scouting in the vehicle. Revo cooking the grenade. Looks like that intel will be flowing. We're starting to see the utility be used right now, Reflections.
Yeah, they're pushing up. They want this Xforce for good old North America to take down the Brazilian warlords of Alpha 7. A chance to take game 1 would be wonderful. But can they do it? You still got a nuisance from Influence Rage staying alive. Obviously talking about Lil Boy. But the chance to take the game is now and here. And Alpha 7 won it themselves with that good knock. This is a chance, an open door that they might be able to soar through to take game 1 themselves and silence the doubters and the haters. People in chat, I see you. Alpha 7, they can't win. They choked on finals day. They're not going to EWC. Well, they're looking to change that narrative. But Xforce, they want to make that narrative true. And Revo with the off angle is going to be the interesting one to me, Jukes.
Squash just ate that nade and spit it out. I don't know how he is still up right here. Alpha 7, they're rocking a 3-man split. Xforce have their back against the blue zone here. This next knock is going to be critical. You can't count out Lil Boy, though. I don't think anybody really sees him. Fate maybe got a good idea. There was some intel. He's going to come out. He's going to knock Rebel. No, he's not.
What?
What a
no
turn.
Shot. Are you kidding me? Revo takes him down, and now fireworks are exploding, and Xforce at the end of the day are shining bright. They take game number 1 with 11 eliminations. Alpha 7 to follow in second, and then Influence Rage in 3rd place. Jukes, I cannot believe Influence Rage doesn't pick up Revo. That is unbelievable. I don't know if it changes the course of the game per se on Jukes, but Revo is just unstoppable and unkillable at times.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe it. That was so close right there. I mean, I think it did change the course because it took Revel's focus away from Xforce.
Sure.
He was able to get that knock. It put him down low, and then that just let Xforce third party that and make it happen right there. Beautiful game from there, and that was the winning position. So I'm not mad at Wolves taking that risk there, because if they do end up getting that spot, they win the game essentially.
Sure, fair enough. And I do think you're right. Revo with that off angle was going to be deadly, because I was setting him up and I thought he was going to be able to mow down Xforce. And I think he would have if it wasn't for the solo of Influence Rage. Game 1, Dave, was incredible for so many different moments. I mean, 9Z Globant, for example, having times to shine with 6 eliminations. But VIOUS Gaming staying alive as long as they did after losing a couple early on. And let's be honest, botching that fight against Team Liquid.
Team Liquid were botching the fight for themselves too with that grenade. I mean, you don't see that often, teammate on teammate nade. But yeah, VIOUS surviving, I believe, 5th place. They walked away with 3 elimination points, but 24K up there on the tower, just putting in work. 24K walking away with over 1,000 damage done and 6 eliminations going his way. But shout out to VIP. We saw them yesterday. They got the first winner chicken dinner. They were trying to throw it together here again today, Hot Juice, but they just got sandwiched. And well, one of those teams sandwiching them was the Xforce squad.
Yeah, Xforce, I mean, they picked the best spot in this next circle, right? They had that high ground. They had so much vision. So many teams were trying to take it away from them, but they defended it, and that is a lot. That's very difficult to do. 24K though, right? From that angle, 6 eliminations, over 1,000 damage. I mean, considering where they were on the leaderboards yesterday, Reflections, I mean, this is a huge win for the squad.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, coming into today's competition, Xforce 10th place. with a total of 39 points, not even getting close to the top 3 discussion. But game 1 opens it wide up, potentially puts them up into the running. 21 points should put them, I would say, honestly, maybe top 6 potentially. We'll see when we get that updated, but 21 points, great way to start the day. Alpha 7 also getting a win. I think their biggest game, I think game 6 yesterday was their biggest game, but we'll take this to debate with 11. And Influence Rage, a team that started today in 2nd place. I believe that's enough to overtake VIOUS and should be in 1st place for themselves. So some big shakers and movers, not only from the 2nd page to the 1st, but also within our top 5 conversation. Sad to see Loops at the bottom. They continue to struggle. They started the tournament, at least the finals, in 2nd place, and now they continue to fall down further and further. We look at overall, Dave, and again, shakers and movers. What do we got?
All right, Influence Rage at the top, VIOUS right beneath them by only 1 point. 9Z also moving on up, taking advantage of Wolves getting wiped out pretty early on. But looking at the winners, so currently Xforce, after that 1 game, Hot Jukes, right there in 6th place.
Let's go. Big jump. A much needed one for them. And honestly, like, you know, when you got teams like Xforce putting up so many points, you got Alpha 7 putting up 10. If you're the top team and you want to stave these guys off, right? You want to make sure they don't make it into that top 3. You really need a 30-point lead, right? Because one good game, like we just saw from Xports, they're going to jump up right here. So now they're in that running. One more good game. And I mean, we could even see Xforce jump to 1st place in this next one. It's possible.
Ooh, that's crazy, isn't it? Not only could we have Wolves, which already within the top 4, but we could have Xforce and Wolves battling for top 3. Let me not get carried away, but also, Ajus, let me get carried away. Bro, imagine North America take 2 of the 3 top spots to go to EWC, bro. There is a world that could happen, believe it or not.
I'll cry, bro. I'll cry tears of joy, man. That would be so insane. Xforce did it. And, you know, like, there's nothing better than going into day 2. You know, you had not the best day 1, right? You come into Sandhawk with a chicken dinner. And Sandhawk is that dice roll map, right? You don't know who's going to win it. So to be able to take full advantage, right? They had the best position. You could see some mid-pack teams get scared, right? Just like, hey, let's just hold on to it. Let's just get as many points as we can. But now Xforce said, this is our chance. Let's go crazy. Let's put some points on the board. And that's exactly what they did here. A lot more matches left to go. Hopefully we can see another one like that here for Xforce.
Oh, without a doubt, I hope we see 5 more because we got 5 more games to get through today. North America open up day 1 and day 2 of the finals with a win. But how far can they continue to go? Because coming up, we've got 3 back-to-back-to-back Erangels, and we know it can get quite spicy. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Erangel coming your way.
Liu, tem cara comigo de ajuda agora.
Mano, segura um pouco, Léo.
Nossa, tô sem cura, velho.
Tomei tiro das costas, mano.
Tá travando muito, velho.
Tomei capa, mano.
Caí também, velho, já era.
Ah, eu sabia que vocês iam perder.
Relaxa, galera. Esse aqui é o novo GT30 Pro da Infinix.
Como que esse velhinho faz isso?
Nossa, brabo
A
demais.
situação de clutch, 1v3, não erra nenhum tiro, tá acertando todo mundo.
Ô, louco, vovô. Matou 3. Que isso? Como ele tá fazendo isso?
Esse vovô é insano. Eu acho que ele é pro player aqui. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Ah, ganhei. Agora eu vou deitar. Chega.
E aí, vai encarar? Com o GT30 Pro, até o seu avô vira uma lenda.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes. Game 1 was exciting. North America take the win once again. Xforce getting their first victory during our finals, and they elevate themselves all the way up to 6th place. And now a real narrative is starting for North America to potentially have 2 places in the top 3. But let's just start with Xforce breaking in to top 5. They're on the precipice of doing so, 7 points away. It's a possibility. Dave, yesterday we headed into Erangel Map 2, and this is where we witnessed VIOUS Gaming truly wake up from their slumber, and it started their roll, at least for first place. They walked away with the winner chicken dinner, 13 eliminations. Game 2, my eyes are on VIOUS.
Yeah, and shout out to Enigma for coining the term dirt ball. Still don't know what it means, but yeah, they started the dirt ball yesterday. Enigma, man, I love that guy. But I was there's part of me last game, I was kind of hoping that Squash would get like a 1v3, 1v4 grenade, just so nobody questions my dude again, because I can only imagine, you know, that thought lingering over you when you're gaming, that, hey, if you don't perform, you might get benched, right? And I just hope that's not the case here today. Yeah, game number 1, we already saw a good start for Alpha 7, showing up in the late game, getting a couple eliminations going their way, Squash with 2 of them. So, hey, shout out to Xforce, though. Of course, rooting for the North America squads. They definitely need it. But going back to the overall leaderboard, and I think, Juke, you mentioned this, like, it's totally open. 10th place on up, 1 chicken, boom. You know, you are right there. 10th place on down, you might need 2 chickens, which obviously a little more challenging. But today is the day, Jukes and Reflections, like, for any of these teams to really take advantage of the 3-day tournament. But hey, let's check out who's popping off the most here when we got the elims, because round 1, round 2, Revo. Wonder who's going to be right now, Reflections.
Yeah, curious who it's going to be. I forget who it was yesterday. Was it Nunez? It was somebody leading the charge, if I'm not mistaken. Hot Jukes, what are we looking at?
Let's take a little gander here right now. Look at that. You got Diego from Influence Rage leading the top there. 13 eliminations, tied with Nunez. Okay, all right. Lorenzen has been popping off recently. I mean, I don't know if it's the Zins, because we've seen a couple other players really do really well here, but with a good dozen right there, he's got to be happy. Also, it's good to see Fate, right? It's good to see that USA flag up here. It may be surrounded by 4 Brazilian flags, you know what I'm saying? But we'll take it. We'll take it.
Yeah, we're used to it, aren't we? Fate, like I said, good-looking guy, looks like a competitor, love his interviews, would love to see him on the stage at EWC. Chance he might be there after their Game 1 performance, but one thing is for certain, Dave, I mean, it's tight on that elimination ranking MVP race. I mean, we're talking literally 2 elims separating all 5 of them. But, hey, like I said, 2 eliminations separating all 5 of them, and whenever it comes to Fate's been on fire and I've been a big fan of him without question. And I believe we had a chance to interview Fate from Xforce. Sarpatch is putting in a ton of work over there. Let's listen in to what Fate had to say.
What a start to day 2. Xforce being able to come out on top with the win on Sandhawk. I got none other than Fate with me. Fate, I had an interview with you yesterday on the 7WG on Instagram. You were telling me you're now the IGL. How did that change impact this win?
I'm a lot more loud and I want stuff to get done. So if I see something not being done or my teammates not being proactive, then I'm usually pretty fast on telling them, yo, you have to do this, you have to do that. We have to clear this team, we have to play patient. Sometimes I do get a little bit too ahead of myself and it does cost us matches, but I think majority of the time it's definitely, it's more of a strong thing rather than a weakness.
And on top of that, too, yesterday you told me that if you guys did end up winning some fights, you felt like you would be in the top 3. You felt like you guys were just missing that tiny thing. Yeah. What was the main difference, especially here for this win in Sandhawk, in regards to rotations and engagements there towards the end against Alpha 7?
I would say playing a lot more patient. We ended up getting crashed by one team, and I feel like majority of the teams would probably, oh, we want to clear these guys out, we want to take them out. But no, I know how to play those compounds. I've played them before, and I've died in those compounds also pushing them. So setting up a trap is pretty easy on those. And they ended up getting crashed by another team, which was honestly pretty funny. 24 ended up getting pushed by Wolves. He did a 1v3. It was amazing. And then another team, I think 9Z, tried to push up on him. He handled that on his own. He's a really good player, individual player, and we just gatekept the rest of the other team, which I don't know. He ended up dying to zone or something, trying to mid off, which is pretty lame in my opinion, but whatever. And then we just cleared the edge, and I guess it was A7 or something up. We knew they were down a player too, so there had to be a solo somewhere. I think there was, yeah.
There definitely was with Influence Rage, but nonetheless, man, great win to start off the day. I can't wait to see what you guys are going to be doing. 24K popping off as well. Maybe the fasting overnight is helping out. But with that said, I can't wait to see what's going to happen in Erangel. Back to you guys.
Well, I misspoke. It wasn't Sarpatch. It was actually Seven who's over there in Sao Paulo. Lucky him, doing some content pieces, more importantly, doing some interviews for us, which is great. Nice to see Seven. He was on the desk during round 1, and well, obviously he's back during the finals. Always great. Fate, so poised, confident, hot jukes. That's why I love watching his interviews. Not only is he a funny guy, but he's super confident in his abilities to perform as a player.
Yeah, and he's confident in his team too, right? He was talking about how 24K was on top there, and he soloed the Wolves by himself. And if he didn't do that, I guarantee you Xforce would have probably lost that match because they would have been in a very, very tough position right there. So, I mean, it's good to see Fate having confidence in his team, feeling really, really good going into these next games, and also saying that medding off is lame. I agree.
Lame indeed, man. He's got personality. You can't argue with that. He's got personality. Here it is. Game number 2. We head into Erangel. Is something going to pop up bottom left? Yes, it is. Oh, Amazon gift cards. Chat. Hey, be quick with it. It's probably already claimed. But just so you know, we're giving them away through our fly-throughs or just at random points throughout the broadcast. And I want you all to have a chance to earn. So make sure you're paying attention. Bottom left, we're always giving away some free Amazon gift cards. Erangel, we've got it 3 times in a row. This time, we're starting it off with map 2. VIOUS Gaming yesterday. As I said, big win here. 13 eliminations, the winner chicken dinner, and that started the roll for them to go up to first place. They're currently in second. They've dropped down a little bit to Influence Rage, but they're only 1 point away, so the chance to take it back is here. But Dave, I'm going to hop over to you, man. Where are we landing? Where are we going?
Where are we landing? Well, Jukes, I know you were on the sidelines yesterday, but today, all day, I believe it, baby. The Zarky bros will get some Zarky love, man. I got to see it. I got to see it. But I'm looking at Zarky up there, maybe even down south with this plane path. We might get like something like that, like boom, right there. The Zone Whisperer. I love the interview, and shout out to Seven, by the way. Seven crushing it out there, boots on the ground. But the confidence, Jukes, you mentioned it. We were looking at it, we heard it. The confidence from Xforce after that winner chicken dinner is exactly what you want to see from a squad who they were behind. They got that win, they're feeling good, and they got the whole rest of today to really put themselves in a good position on the overall leaderboards to tomorrow.
That's not the Zone Whisperer zone. What happened?
That's what I said. I said right over here. I said square. Hey.
I like the zone though, Jukes. That's going to get spicy. Military zones on Erangel, at least when it comes to our 2025 PMSL America Spring Season, brother, have been nutty.
Oh, baby. You can see everybody already hopping into vehicles. You got Xforce. They landed on that beach line here on the west side of the map, and they're taking full advantage of it, right? They're hopping in them vehicles, and they should be sending it straight down south, possibly even towards military. This is the worst zone for the Zarky Bros, considering that the plane path was so north. These guys are going to be so behind. So I want to see how VIP, Alpha 7 decide to go through this rotation. It's a big opportunity, right, for a team like Xforce, who is now in 6th place, to rack up some more points, right, and put them into that top 3 position.
Pull up the map. Pull up the map. I need the map one more time. I'm locked in now because yesterday we had 3 Erangel games, and every single game we saw 9Z instantly send 3 of their members over here, maybe 1 on the shoreline. Listen, fellas, the VOD review, clear as day. We got Loops. We got Rules of War. 2 other squads looking to do exactly what we saw yesterday from 9Z. So now 9Z here, Reflections, they got some competition, man. I mean, Loop's already leapfrogging them right there, getting ahead of them here. That's huge. Well, and that to me proves that a lot of these teams do a ton of VOD review and a ton of homework behind the scenes here every single day.
But also the split is interesting. They leave 2 players behind and they pincer in Royals of War. I don't know if this was a strat they were wanting. Royals of War might just go ahead and send it straight through, which good on them for doing so, because things could have got weird, not only for Royals of War, but also 9Z Globant. But hey, all is right with the world. They'll get together. Loops will take dead center, military, and Team Liquid run into, it looks like some battles on the bridge. United for Gaming pincering them themselves. 8 on one end, and then the others onto the top end. And Team Liquid desperately need to get onto military where they feel comfortable, Jukes.
Yes, they do. Yeah, I mean, usually at this high level, teams sometimes when they get like toxic zone shifts like this, they kind of do a little bit of a handshake agreement, right? They're like, hey, let's just get to circle and let's not try to make things worse for each other. Because even if you do try to gatekeep, it could really put you in a bad position. You could lose players early on. So I'm not shocked to see teams just kind of send it through the bridge, get into the zone, and then allow some other teams to do it. But, Team Liquid, they're not taking any risks, right? Ayala popped on down, and he is keeping a good eye on here because it looks like Hate had a little something else in mind, if you know what I'm talking about.
Hey, what, you wanted to gatekeep them? Potentially?
I don't want them to gatekeep them. I don't think they should have, but they just said whatever. But Team Liquid said, nah, no worries. We got a hovercraft. We're good.
Hovercraft.
Hey, hovercrafts are nice, bro. Hovercrafts. They make the difference. We noticed that in Titan series. We noticed it yesterday during Milos, right? Milos and his play with the hovercraft was phenomenal, and that's what ended up sending Xforce to the respawn screen. So Team Liquid, they'll find their way over. They're going to join Mythic on the southern portion of military to set up quite nicely alongside that of Royals of War. Loops will stay basically, well, almost center, at least center military for the moment. Everybody else starting to rotate down. What do we think about VIP and Alpha 7, the Zarky boys, though, Dave? I mean, they've got a long rotation, as Juke said, and potentially could, I don't know, rub shoulders.
Rub shoulders every single day. I'm not even surprised. And yeah, I mean, I'm still pending a trademark. So the 3 keys to success here, Hot Juke, you weren't here yesterday, but 3 things. If you get it, you check it off, 100% win condition. Number 1, hovercraft. You got a hovercraft.
Got it.
Good chances of taking the dub. You got a P90. Good chances of taking the dub. P90 late game. And late game, MG3. We saw it all day yesterday in the late game. If you were to check off one of those boxes, you're guaranteed that winner wear chicken dinner. So hopefully for Team Liquid getting the hovercraft, they're going to be able to use it to their advantage here. I believe Enigma wanted to double the health on those things too. He was talking yesterday. So he's like, we need to buff it, and Reflection's like, yeah, I agree. We need to put some machine guns on it too while we're at it. But I love the hovercraft. That would be cool. I love the hovercraft. I think it is a cool addition to competitive esports. It spices it up. And you know what else I love?
wanted to point this
I
out.
love some gliders, baby. Look at this. Xforce in the sky.
They did this during round 1, by the way. Remember, they got gate kept by Alpha 7 Primorsk on the when they were making the rotate over towards military, and I believe they sent 24K, who ended up taking the glider, and he kind of scouted the land of military to see what was safe, and that resulted in a win. This time they're doing it a little bit later, but I love it. I really do. Ajux, the glider, makes a tremendous impact for not only scouting, but also making a quick rotate over towards military. And if they could just settle on that western portion, or depending on where they go, I mean, they're going to be set up quite nicely. So big fan of it.
There it is.
Yes, sir, indeed. Yeah, Xforce, they took that ridge line, and instead of going through the bridge towards military, they hit Primorsk. We're looking for a boat, but instead of the boat, they found some gliders, baby, and they are full sending it across the way. Now, this is a vehicle that needs a buff. All right, hovercraft's strong, but the glider needs a strong buff. Like I'm talking like for sure the parachuting out when you exit, right? And maybe some heat-seeking missiles. I think that would be
some lasers.
I think that would make sense. Laser beams from the top head? That'd be sick.
Laser beams.
Maybe just laser pointers, just to let teams know, hey, back off.
Yeah, back off.
Just a question: is it TSA approved? That's the big question.
No,
That's always the big one.
Not at all.
That's the big one.
Not at all. So
You ain't getting on that aircraft.
not getting on it. Xforce though, love the rotation. I mean, that's a heads-up play right there. Usually they take a boat, or usually they get like a hovercraft themselves and send it onto the land. But knowing the fact that there's going to be a lot of teams already implementing that game plan, I mean, heck, we got IG actually gatekeeping or bridge camping the west side. So big play from Xforce to maintain their momentum after game one and getting that winner where Chigadera. Because the worst feeling in the world, you know, besides going to your bank account and seeing the balance zero, is having momentum and just getting eliminated first here.
Okay. Yeah, next circle doesn't pop on north. It actually goes on over to Novo. So that's the complete opposite direction of Alpha 7 and VIP. Once again, they're going to have a tough rotation.
Yeah, there it is. They're riding a buggy. Dave wanted us to know Wolves Esports are in it.
I did. They're in it.
Coops, I love the telestrated, dude. I swear, it's just a treat every time it pops up. It's phenomenal. But yeah, you're right, man. Alpha 7 VIP still have to rotate to make it a. I think they stay mainland and just send it over to. Well, I don't know. What are we thinking, boys? Do they take the left-hand bridge potentially into IG and Alpha 7, or do they stay mainland and then go to the congested side on the right? Well, we'll find out as Wolves into an engagement up close. Wancho hops out, takes down one to shoot the survives member of Casper. Dark Lights cooking, and Nate, I hope it connects because Bob's already down. You're running on fumes, and Doran has already penetrated the house. Darklight says, I'm out, but as he leaves, he takes a little bit of damage. Bob's desperately trying to crawl over, but he's got two players in front, and Darklight will be eliminated alongside his roster, and Wolves, well, not just like game number one, will start game two with the team wipe looking so incredibly strong, Jukes.
That's that hovercraft, baby. That's the hovercraft. We heard it earlier, right? If you got that hovercraft, that's chicken dinner potential. They popped out that bad boy, and Juancho just started wiping the floor with everybody right there. 2 eliminations so far for him. He's got to be stoked here. Now we're going to watch Worlds of War and Team Liquid. Oh, they're going to actually sacrifice Cardoso in here. So Team Liquid leaving one of their players out is going to be tough. And this is a rotation all the way from the south side of military.
It's tough. I mean, still no helmet. It's still no. They're still looking for loot over here.
Dude, what is going on?
Yeah, they're still
looking
looking
that Roz
for loot.
hat.
It is a nice hat. Game one, they also lost one of their squad mates very early on, so this is a repeat essentially from that Sandhawk map. But they're gonna have a nice little position right now in the circle. But the loot, I mean, we got a shotgun, level 1 helmet, no vest. Their loot has just not been optimal here. Game number 2, and talk about looking for loot. Remix out here as well. I mean, remember, these teams, they saw the plane, they saw circle number 1, and they've just been nonstop on the rotates here. Nobody able to really find a safe and secure spot to hunker down with for the time being, and I think it's starting to show with the loot. But Reflections, you're saying, what's VIP gonna do? Well, they're gonna wait for Alpha 7 to submit their homework, look at the homework, copy that homework, and well, looks like Alpha 7, they know exactly what's going on as they popped out their vehicles for the potential bridge camp themselves in the blue, and they're just letting these points come right towards them.
Yeah, Legend's gone. Legend's gone. He's not stopping. He's not turning around. He's not looking behind him. He's just going like in Spirited Away. Don't look behind you, man. Once you cross that river. I don't know if anybody got that reference. Spirited Away, one of the best movies that I just absolutely adore. Legend's gone. VIP in shambles. Alpha 7 happy that engagement goes down, and the Zarky boys' peace treaty seems to have been ripped up. Like you said, they submitted the homework, and Alpha 7 got straight A's. And who knows, maybe even chased down Legend. They got unfinished business, and he's veering in. He's veering in straight into Squash Boo and Carrillo. I think Legend's about to die. Rest in peace, VIP. These guys just couldn't catch a break. But the reality is, once Alpha 7 does get into the zone, intense game, potentially going to be waiting for him. So Alpha 7, despite them getting a team wipe on VIP, their job's not done just yet. Getting inside zone, it's not going to be an easy task, Jukes.
I don't know if the VIP IGL is like a cousin of Alpha 7 or if they hired the same coach or something, but these guys have been having such similar rotations all tournament long, right? And you think that, oh yeah,
here's intense game.
Intense game, taking that point, and then there goes VIP. They're like, okay, let's copy the best team's rotations. That's gonna work out for us. The problem is that puts you next to the best team.
Yeah,
you know,
doing the same thing every game.
That is not good. That is not good. Yeah, so VIP punished once again.
Ooh.
Gets up to see nice headshot there. And that is going to let Algor Gaming just start to full send it onto the Wolves.
See what they can do. Hopefully Coops gets picked up in time. I know Wancho is right next to him. Oh, did he get thirsted? Oh, yeah, not thirsted, but up here on the rooftop by himself. KGG going to be sending it past him here, using this as an opportunity to get into the new circle, as we did see that shift down towards the south. Is centered up right on top of UT, currently in 14th overall, so they can definitely use this one. But the Wolves, man, losing 2 of their squad mates already. Not good.
Not good at all. Yeah.
And I do want to say iNCO, by the way, No Man's Land, Influence, Rage, and Hot Pursuit. What's up with iNCO, Dave? I mean, they love staying in blue on Erigo, it seems, especially for these military rotations. Those guys are not shy about staying in blue as long as they possibly can and making these late rotates.
I was questioning it yesterday. I even made a joke about it. I mean, they were just chilling, healing for like the first 3 circles, and then finally like, hey, we should play a little bit here. But they got a top finish, you know, so you really can't, like, you can't question strategies if they work, right? VIP, we're questioning it because it's clearly not working. But for iNCO, we see them, they're showing up still with 4 up. Yeah, they're going to use some of their meds, but they got a lot of meds because of where they drop in their looting pathways. So they're going to be showing up here, hopefully not gate capped, but it worked for them yesterday. So we see them doing it here once again, Hot Jukes, today.
Yeah, it's difference between like a late rotation and a late rotation, right? And I think for iNCO, just going this late, they know that, hey, you know what? We're going to have to deal with anybody on the drive in, but they're going to have to hope for like a lucky third party, right? They're going to have to hope to catch the edge of the circle, see a fight going, and be able to crash into that in order to be able to get some points here. But yeah, with this zone, it definitely makes things very difficult for so many teams. One of them being Xforce, right? Xforce, we saw them glider on in. They took the south side of the circle, hoping that it would shift down there. But no, it goes north, and now Xforce has got to fight quite a few teams into this next zone.
Quite a few indeed. 9Z on the bottom of this hill. United for Gaming will take advantage to at least fire a couple of shots. In the meantime, though, I look at dead center, and United for Gaming are chilling. 9Z Globant want to be up there, and Team Liquid in the Wizard Tower, I don't know. I assume they're still in shambles. Dave, I couldn't imagine they had a chance to get any more loot.
No, I'm on that boat, and I think that's the name of the game for a lot of these players. And one thing that I always look at when we look at teams in this position, United for Gaming up here, is I look at how much ammo they got, what the utility looks like. Looks like they got a knock over here, so we're going to be sending it, trying to crash the tower down here. We got a Molotov. We're swapping to the Bison. Let's see. I want to see them take this fight early and finish fast, because guess what? 9Z, they're in the area, and they might look the third party.
No!
Burn, baby, burn.
We're on fire again from yesterday. Chief, he's just laying low. He's laying low, but I mean, the best he's going for is just a potential pop shot down. He won't even get it. Jesus. Team Liquid annihilated. They go from shambles to out of the lobby that quick, and they are currently in 10th place. Now, officially, on the second page, boys, they have yet to get anything started, and it's highly concerning because usually military, at least traditionally, is where they found great success, and they've had plenty of chances on military now to find success, and they continually fall short. The only opportunity they had was yesterday on Erangel, the third Erangel. They got third place with 5 Elans, but aside from that, doesn't matter if it's military or mainland. Team Liquid struggles continue. Zones getting smaller and smaller. We're losing teams relatively quickly now, and for those teams on the edge, you know, you look at Xforce, you look at them maybe moving into IG, Royals of War. And good news is for Doran, he's got a McCrate in front, and Savage also down low. And one thing about Wolves, they may be few, but they are mighty, still trying to break into first place. Can they do it with 2 players? That's the question.
They're throwing that util. Doran's got that level 3 crate. I mean, he really needed it, that's for sure. So he's looted up to the teeth. He's actually a little bit low on 5.56, though. That's going to make things pretty difficult for him. You can see Fate, the Xforce. Yeah, they're coming from that south side. Like I said, it was going to be a tough rotation for them, but they seem to be doing okay so far. Valak does get knocked, but they should be able to be okay here in this bowl.
Looks like he's crawling back, tossing some smokes. We do see Royals of War out there towards the east as well, trying to take some shots, trying to blow up the UAS limb. Oh, getting chunked up a lot right there. IG not really looking to make the push or cross that hilltop and get within grenade range. They are going to have the next circle going their way. Xforce getting somewhat separated right there, Hot Juice. But United 4 Gaming, they went right back to their hilltop perch after taking out Team Liquid. Now they got some loot, and they are setting up for the late game.
I like that United 4 Gaming decided to take on Team Liquid. That's the activity they need to be doing here, considering that they're so low on the leaderboards. They need to get all the eliminations they can get. So they got that fight, and now they have the opportunity to do the same thing to 9Z, and that's exactly what they should do. Utilize all that util. 9Z's in big trouble here.
Oh, made a little bit too far.
There's another.
There's
Can we go?
Down low.
2.
There it is. That one hits.
Money.
That's Kogo
How about
down.
one more from
There's
the
3.
sky?
Oh, no. It's in a blender. Oh, there's another one in Milos. Yeah, I think he's fried. Man, tough break for 9Z Globant, but maybe they do get Kogo back onto his feet. The question is, how many more nades remain? Well, I'm seeing 2 being cooked, and they're out of there. Remix is staying. My boy, you gotta leave.
Oh my God.
You gotta leave before another one falls down. You just got a couple of seconds. Here he comes. Remix, no. 9Z Globant are out of there, and United 4 Gaming refusing to relinquish the hill control. They'll stay up there until the end of time, and I quite honestly, Dave, I think they're going to stay up there till literally the end game, because I don't see it not centering back up on them.
Gravity OP right there. You love to see it. United 4 Gaming with 6 eliminations, 1,500 damage, and remember, they were able to take out Team Liquid and replenish their loot, so they are feeling good with these zones going their way. Xforce right beneath them in their little bowl. Looks like they were able to get the pickup, the reset. They got some cover. IG going to be right above them for the time being. But both these squads in the south. But totally agree with you. United 4 Gaming, I hope they win. You know, I hope they win with their proactive positioning. But talking about winning, loops right now. More grenades coming out from Alpha 7 and Influence Rage, Hot Juice.
Alpha 7 looking real good. They got all 4 up, and they are climbing the leaderboards little by little. Let's see if they can climb that mountain literally here. Look at those nades coming out. That was from Influence Rage. That Loops is just getting pinned between 2 different teams. Nice shots there from Mafioso onto Rafina. There's 56 seconds left on the clock here. Oh, no!
Wow.
That is devastating here
he's
for
looking
Alpha
for the roll
7.
down.
Another nade from up high. It looks good. Oh, man, these guys are done for.
Yeah.
It's just Carrillo left. One more nade.
And United 4 on the high ground, third-partying it, peppering them with shots. The pressure right here is just unbelievable.
Unreal, man. This hill has just been the death of so many. And it's going to continue to be the case, really. The fact that Squash is even alive is spectacular. I will be dumbfounded. My jaw's going to hit the floor if Alpha 7 can get out with 3 players live. Actually, they're going to do it. Boys, they might get out of it with 3 players alive. But they're forced to stay. They're forced to stay for a little bit longer, but the hill climb will continue. Jukes against all odd. Wolves are out. Loops are rolling in. Alpha 7 get a second life.
Alpha 7, get that full reset. These guys are so difficult to take down. You gotta thirst them right when you get the chance. If you let them get a reset, it's like they become stronger. So let's see what happens here as the zone goes away from this. That makes things so much more difficult on all these teams. All these squads want to avoid a fight. They just want to be able to get into the zone.
Might actually luck out. We see Loops pulling off. They're looking to rotate towards the west side, possibly into IG. They used a ton of utility trying to get it right into his bull. But Alpha 7 still alive.
Still
this
in.
is
Unreal.
great. Yeah, I mean, they were dead to rights right there. And
Yeah.
well, just another day at the office, boys. Popping in the vehicle, looking for the rotate. Looks like United for Gaming still going to be overlooking them. But besides that, like Alpha 7 right back in it with 3 alive.
Hey,
Yeah,
can we talk
and
about
they don't have to
United for
go.
Gaming,
They don't have
though?
to climb the hill anymore. Right? They can leave. They can rotate around, which is what I would do. I mean, leave that hill fight for the birds, man. And unless they want to still send it, I mean, Mafioso's looking like he might want to take a trip up the hilltop. United for Gaming says stay away, and I can't stress this enough. It is imperative United for Gaming keep Alpha 7 away, because if they penetrate and they get onto that hilltop, I'm thinking Alpha 7 wins that fight against United for Gaming without question. And more importantly, now Alpha 7 becomes a true danger to the entire lobby, because Jukes, like you said, Alpha 7, if you don't put them into the grave early on when you're supposed to, and they get a second life, they become even stronger. But their resiliency, I mean, how long and how many attempts they continue to go up the hill? I think they finally got to give it up, Jukes.
Oh, yeah. Big shots, though. Rebel is in big trouble, and he gets knocked. I was about to say, can we just talk about how crazy of a game this is for United for Gaming? That's 13 eliminations already for the squad. These guys are big chillin'. Now they are outside of the circle, though, so their main focus should be on covering their backs, right? Take out Alpha 7 first, then focus on anyone inward. So even though Alpha 7 only has 2 players left, that's still Mafioso and Squash, but you cannot take your eye off the ball.
Over 3,000 damage, by the way, for United. He's Squash Boo trying to work his way up, using the terrain to avoid the sight lines. Mafioso a little further pushed up. But United 4 know for a fact that there's going to be some opponents right beneath them. Blue Zone's going to start to apply some pressure here very shortly as well. I like that Revo. I saw the play, you know, kind of get a new angle, try to hit them heads up there when they pop out and overextend, but you know, just got blown to pieces here. Ooh, Hate has a nice angle too in the tower with the window. This is looking like a good United 4 Gaming match, but everybody in the lobby knows for a fact there's a team up here, so you know what that means. Reflections, everybody's gonna be looking up here
Headshot.
to try to take them out.
Yeah, good shots. United for Gaming will at least have a downed player. Alpha 7 will continue to go up this hill. I thought they were going to give it up. I really did, and rotate over and live to fight another day, but they just want to get up there so badly, or at least break away if they possibly can. Mystic rolls up onto Squash Boosh, trying to hold his ground as much as he can, but Squash, if he penetrates that hilltop, he's going to get mowed down by Hate, who's also up ahead, so he focuses. Focuses on Mystic, can't get the 2, but Squash, for a moment, was looking unstoppable. Alpha 7 down to the last player. That's Mafioso, caught switching guns. Finally, the Alpha 7 run will be put to an end, and it will be United for Gaming. But United for Gaming does start to take a couple of losses. They've had a tremendous game, 15 eliminations. The question is, when does it end? Because now they officially have to move. And Dave, like you said, everybody knows they've been up there.
Yeah, I think it's over for them right now. Now they're getting stuck. You know, the blue zone's going to start to close in. We got Hygar over here. 2 more grenades, 2 more Molotovs. Knows for a fact there's going to be a revive happening. 8 is going to be getting picked up, but Loops now with the zone control. There's 4 members of Loops still active. There's 4 members of Xforce. Xforce still alive, by the way, Hot Jukes. Dead center, looking for that back-to-back chicken dinner. So we'll see if United 4 can survive, as now they have to push down their high top position.
Xforce have been big chilling here all zone long. No eliminations. They've just been prioritizing circle here. The thing is, they're completely surrounded, so I'm not shocked. They don't want to bring any attention to themselves, because every single spot, every single team will be looking right directly at them. But, you know, we really need to see a little bit more from United 4 Gaming. They have 16 eliminations. This is their chance, right? They need that 20 bomb chicken dinner to rocket launch themselves up the leaderboards here. Let's see if they can continue with that dominance. 16 eliminations is nothing to shake your head at. That is for sure.
Well, I mean, it dwarfs everybody from yesterday's competition. VIOUS was our top elimination leader team, and that was from Map 2 Erangel yesterday. This time around, 16 has already broken that. In fact, we could see our top elimination leader in United 4 Gaming, depending on how they close this out for the entirety of the 2025 PMSL America Spring season. That would be a miraculous performance from a team that desperately needed to come up. They started very far down the leaderboard, but now they have a chance to hop on up, of course, starting in 13th, I believe, going into this game number 2. They started in 15th place, which is just crazy, to say the least. But yeah, all 4 members alive. They start to move around. Joko breaks off to the left, but he'll most likely be joining his roster relatively soon. Not a lot of teams remaining. We're down to top 5, but everybody pretty healthy, Dave. That's the big thing. So even though United 4 Gaming have tore it up with 16 elims, with everyone relatively healthy outside of Royals of War, it's still anybody's ballgame.
Pretty healthy, and fortunate for Xforce, a lot of the remaining players, the utility is going to be low, right? Because all it takes is a couple grenades, and well, that'll flush them out right here in this dip. So Xforce just kind of waiting it out, trying to see who might crest over that hill first. But United 4 Gaming making the push downhill, not really getting punished here. Going to be moving towards Victex, the last one alive from Royals of War. Behind the vehicle, using it for cover. A little seat swap action right there, but IG with the pull-up reflections.
Pull up indeed, but it doesn't stop there. They now focus their attention on Hate, who's just up ahead. Joko to join as well. Intense game, looking to pop off. In fact, they've already done so with 9 eliminations. Let's put that in perspective. One of their biggest games yet. The team that could very well jump up into the top 5 off this performance alone. But United 4 Gaming, you got to think at this point they're superheroes. I mean, they've had such a tremendous performance. 17 elims, already the highest scoring game we have seen so far when it comes to the finals performance. But how far can they continue to go on for Pedrino? Shooting fish in a barrel. Xforce in this bowl. They're about to get just peppered by not only nades, but shots. Xforce, this surely is the end of them.
That was the last nade he had, though, and he's missed it. That was such a big loss there for Pedrino. Let's see what happens here from the last couple players of United 4 Gaming. I just got heard in my ear that this team has not won one single chicken dinner all tournament long, and with Hate going down, that might still be the case, but they've got so many eliminations here. Intense game. Oh yeah, they smell weakness. They are on the push here. This is their chance to get a big win.
Little drive-by action right there with the shotgun. He's behind the boulder. The blue zone going to start to close in as well, but Loops, Reflections overlooking all of the mayhem right here.
Yes, they are. 4 strong, 1 player down, but they have a chance. They've got the off angles, but Intense game. Hold it down. 10 toes down, baby. Refusing to give it up, but are they forced to give it up as Xforce starts to move up themselves? Guys!
Back to back.
Back to back. Are we freaking kidding me? Look, this is a chance for North America to jump up even further, maybe even past Wolves, but Loops is a team not to play around with. And also on the opposite side, you got Intense game starting to get back up, but Loops are done. Now Xforce can focus on Intense game, but Intense game want to take the fight to them, and they're doing exactly that. Fate taking a lot of shots, and that's going to be Adrian, a star-studded player throughout round 1 and round 2, making an appearance once again during the finals. And with this peak, not only will 24K be able to see him, Aleem, also the player to the left, but Adrian, if he plays this right, he could be pivotal in the success of Intense game, Jukes.
This nade, it comes down to this. Will it hit? It's good! And that is going to be a massive start for Intense game. It's really up to Aleem here all by himself with the shotgun. It ain't going to be enough. That is an Intense game chicken dinner, and that is how you do it, folks. But hey, you know what? Great to see some good consistency from Xforce right there. They held it down strong. Unfortunately, weren't able to close out the chicken dinner.
Unfortunately not, but even still, like you said, the consistency is there. They're playing lights out and looking good for North America as a whole. Intense game, 14 elims. Rafa, the leading charge with 8 himself. Dave, Intense game being up there now, making things interesting. United 4 Gaming was 17 as well. I mean, look, the point is, and we knew this going into finals, nothing is guaranteed for our top-level rosters, such as Team Liquid, Alpha 7. You've got a lot of heavy hitters, and every single day is brand new. It's fresh. it's anybody's day to take.
Yeah, we saw Team Liquid, another really poor performance. The goose egg. Jeez, that hurts to say. Let's check out these replays. Alpha 7, 4 eliminations going their way. Xforce, though, with the glider rotation. You see them in the late game. Really no information, though. No meds, no utility towards the end. They were just trying to survive. And like you said, Hot Jukes, that last grenade right there just did them in. I mean, that grenade was money. So shout out to Intense Game for their 14 elimination winner. Check it here. United 4 Gaming, though, this is a team that we don't talk about a lot here, fellas. 17 eliminations. Holy God. And that's the record too here for eliminations.
I don't think that's going to get passed up, to be honest. Like, that is insane. And it's so crazy to me to see so many eliminations and them be where they're at on the leaderboards right now, you know? And it's so crazy because anybody else would be like, yo, yeah, 17 eliminations, you're good. That's the performance right there. And it is a great one, you know? Just considering where they're at, I would love to see them close out this chicken dinner. They could have had a 24 bomb here, Reflections. It would have been crazy to see, but I mean, if you're gonna get started when it comes to the finals, now's the time. That's for sure.
You're talking 24 eliminations. That would have been, that would have been nutty. I think that would have been one of the highest scoring games I've seen. Maybe, I don't know if I've seen 29. For some reason, that's standing out in my mind from like previous Titan series, but to do it in PMSL, it just would have been crazy. Rafa, 8 eliminations. He says, look, I saw the MVP race. I've been looking at the numbers, doing a little bit of number crunching. I'm ready to take my spot in the top 5, and he might as well have just done that with the 8 he was able to accumulate. Wonderful job. That's a 24-point game for Intense Game. And this is a roster with Padrino, Adrian. Again, Adrian, a wonderful player who's had so many great moments. Silence and Rafa, who could very well elevate themselves up the leaderboard. 24, United 4 Gaming with 21 themselves. Much needed. They started the day, I believe, around 14th, 15th place. Surely they're going to be on the front page after that one, potentially even getting closer than that. But I do look at Xforce. Again, Hot Jukes, the consistency, right? That's what we need to see from North America. Xforce, if they can consistently get first and second place, I mean, my goodness, they're within top 3 running without question.
For sure. I mean, there's still a lot more matches left to go, and we're seeing some big movers and shakers here, right? I mean, to see a team on the bottom pull out 17 eliminations, you got to give these guys their flowers for sure, you know? And it's still crazy to see a 17 elimination game and you not have the most points.
Sure.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Intense Game still busted out more, which is wild to see. And you said that United 4 might be moving up to the first page, and it would seem so. That would be for sure. But unfortunately, they don't, right? So that only moved them up to 11th place. That's crazy. That's honestly, like, what?
Well, I mean, you guys said it, though, right? I mean, it's like for some of these teams at the beginning, I think, Dave, you mentioned, for some teams, it's going to take one winner chicken dinner. For others, it's going to take two or maybe 3. United 4 Gaming's in that camp.
Yeah, but you know what? That's the start that they need, to get that momentum going, get that confidence going, like we heard from the interview from Xforce, So this was their match. Yeah, they were proactive. Yeah, they got a really strong power position. But they held it down. And not only did they hold it down, they were proactive with taking fights downhill to overthrow squads that they got a knock on. They got in, they got out real quick, and then went right back to the hilltop to defend their high ground. So United 4 Gaming, they weren't just camping up there. They weren't just taking little shots here and there, being a pest. They were being proactive through the entirety of that match. And I even thought like they were done way before they actually went out, because everybody was kind of looking up there. They still managed to make it down that hillside alive, which I was impressed with. So United 4 Gaming, this is a start. Let's see what you can do with it now.
Let's definitely see. Intense Game go from 5th place to 1st. The first time they're in 1st place. They've got a great lead, 91-83 of VIOUS Gaming. So Intense Game looking serious. VIOUS still definitely in the running. Influence, Rage will round out our top 3. Wolves dropped down a bit, but that's okay because they're still top 4. And now Xforce is just points away from catching up. Xforce off this next game could very well jump up into top 3. And man, that would be just insane to see. But we're here for it, and we're here for it at least the next 4 games. That's 2 games done. Map 3 to come your way shortly. When we come back from the break, Aaron Gale coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes. Jukes, I'm saying it, man. I think that sword is about to be pulled out from the mic because Xforce now on the come up. Wolves still looking decently well, but I'm still thinking North America, they got it in the bag.
It's looking good, looking really good right here. I mean, Xforce started the day off so strong. Chicken dinner, second place finish here. The Wolves, not so much, right? We saw them start off the last game pretty well. I mean, we saw them with a nice little squad wipe at the start, but then when it came to that zone going towards military, they weren't really able to cross that bridge with some success. There's still a lot more games left to go, but I would honestly be really keeping my eye on Alpha 7. They are putting up quite a few points here, and with one big pop-off game, they could definitely be in the running very easily.
Sure. They are now in 8th place. They look to elevate themselves up even further. I believe Leicester are 18 points away from catching up to that Influence Rage, who's currently in 3rd place. But one of the biggest surprises of the day, Intense Game, now jump up to 1st. They've got one of the biggest leads we have seen yet over that of VIOUS. Dave, let's talk Intense Game. Take a look at their stats because, man, they really are setting an example of what it is to be the best.
Yeah, and I like this team too because last game we saw a lot of the squads, they saw where the zones were taking us, right? And they immediately pop their vehicles, try to get a nice centralized position. But Intense Game, they held back just a little bit on that west side bridge to see if they can catch any stragglers. And right when they realized, okay, nobody's really coming in at this point, then we saw them swoop down there in the south, kind of clash with Xforce, take some shots at Rose of War, and really just dominate the southern half of the play zone. So their aggression here this last game is what allowed them to hold on to such a nice position and pretty much win the game right there. We can see Hot Jukes almost 10,000 damage. So this squad, they are not afraid to fire some guns, man.
No, sir, they are not. Intense Game, pop it off here right when it counted, too. I love to see that. 49 eliminations is wild. So, I mean, if these guys get another good position here, they could definitely create a lead that is just so big, it's going to be tough to pass. We're now about to reach that midway point, Taylor, right? Halfway of this tournament. If you could choose to who was going to get the next chicken dinner, who would you choose?
I'm gonna go Xforce. I really think their momentum is that strong. I truly do. I'm loving it. I want to back up North America as hard as I possibly can. Xforce, winner chicken dinner game 1, second play. I mean, nearly getting the win in game 2. What hurt them obviously is having that low ground. It's tough to fight it from that lip of the hill. Plus, of course, you had Adrian, who was just overlooking from the rock, a beautiful nade that was placed. Xforce was just in an impossible situation, but I really feel they're firing on all cylinders. And one of the things that I've really appreciated from them is they have now found a really good balance of aggression to placing themselves in the proper positioning. Look at it, even with the glider. One thing about them is they love the military zones, and the glider has made all the difference. Xforce, they're my prediction. I want to see them go all the way, baby, and they're just about to break into top 5. I think they can do it. Chat, get it going. Amazon gift card once again, bottom left. Let us know what you get. Let us know if you won. We want to hear all about it from you. Chat, I asked you the question. Jukes just asked me. Who's taking game number 3? It is the halfway point. After this, only 3 more games remain to set the point threshold heading into the finals tomorrow. It's going to get intense, and it's only going to elevate it from here. And we got to go to the zone wizard himself. Dave, where are we going?
Sure. Hey, I see what you did, man. It's getting intense. So what are you saying? Intense might be coming on top right here, man. I'm looking for it. I mean, Intense got the momentum. Xforce got that momentum. But guess what, Hot Jukes? I see where this playing path is going. And give me a second because, boom, it's going right there. And guess what's happening? Boom! Zarky, baby! Zarky Bros are coming back, all right? They had 1 win yesterday. I was feeling good. They were pumped up. We see them on the interviews. They are happy. They are ecstatic to be here, and that's what I like to see. So, Zarky Bros, I want to see a good game from them to kind of have a similar result from United for Gaming. Like, all it takes 1 chicken, a bunch of elims, and you're right back into the conversation. But talking about the conversation, hold the front door right now, fellas, because we got a square off over here in Milltown.
That's VIOUS too. This is a big fight, big battle here. VIOUS need to stay alive. Savage, though, trying to take advantage of this split, and they do. They get that first knock, and here comes Savage Esports on the push.
Savage on the push. VIOUS is down, at least one of them. VIOUS need to win this. They've been slipping just a little bit further and further down the leaderboard. They're still healthy, but that can change very quickly. Nunez holding his ground, but just a sliver of health. The first shot is missed, but Nunez can't capitalize on the mistake, and he falls to all fours. And now you got Higor starting to move in himself alongside the other remaining teammates of VIOUS Gaming. I am a bit worried going up those stairs. It's tough to do. It's a deadly choke point, and Higor's going to have to rethink a strat. How do they want to attack this? Look, the best case scenario, they're walking away with just the two of them. But hey, they can get this team wipe on Savage. They'll be feeling pretty good. But the unfortunate thing, Jukes, all four members of Savage are still alive, right? So VIOUS Gaming in a tough spot.
This is the play, though, right? Honestly, full send it. Oh, you wanted to get in there, but you didn't realize it was already taken. Yeah, if you're VIOUS, just commit to the fight right here, because trying to survive with two players, you're probably not going to get very many points. So, oh my gosh, this already smoking. Marlon putting that pressure. Higor needs to get this knock. He does.
All right, going for the second. Fry, dude. Snacks down. I don't know. I mean, Marlon? Is Marlon that guy? Marlon might very well be that guy with the jump shot. One more through the window. Still full health. A chance, and a good chance at that. Marlon, they're popped up on the stage, as they should be. They'll walk away with two. VIOUS Gaming says, we're not going to be the first team eliminated, and they make good on that promise.
Wow, put some respect on their name. They lost two of their squad mates, but my goodness, coming out on top right there. So in all fairness, Savage, they're the ones who dropped Milk to Power, so VIOUS Gaming kind of dropping on their home turf, losing two, but they're walking away with four here, Hot Jukes.
Let's go, man. You saw, I love seeing pop-offs right there. I mean, he got that squad vibe. Just stood up, looked over to Savage and said, that's what you get, baby. That's what you get. So you got to let him know. You got to let him know. And that is devastating, honestly. If you're a Savage Esports fan, that has got to hurt right there. But for VIOUS, man, to win that fight, like I said, it was the right play. I think you see a lot of teams in that situation. They'll just leave, right? They'll just be like, oh, let's just survive with two players. No, you got to commit to it. If you do get the squad wipe, it really brings things back for you.
Having that player cam was great. We don't oftentimes get too many reactions, honestly. Teams like to remain poised, but the fact that they popped off like that on the cam was solid. It just showed how important it was, right, for them to win that fight. And they did it in front of a live audience, by the way, which they've got a decent amount of people there rocking their favorite team jerseys. Maybe we'll get a chance to show them in a little bit, but they've got a live audience there, everybody. And Dave, I believe that's the first time, at least for PMSL, that a live audience has been in the venue. So a different experience for some of the competitors.
Let them know. Listen, if I was there, I'd have an air horn, go ba 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 ba. You know, I mean,
the boomsticks.
The boomsticks. I mean, it just adds that much more pressure, honestly, to these players. Yeah, they got the headphones, cancels out some of the sound, but you could feel it, the vibrations, right? So the pressure is on, not only to get as much money, not only to be top three, but also, like you said, Reflections, to put on a show for the fans who are showing up, cheering the boys on here this weekend. So there's a lot on the line, and a lot of these players, man, some of them never been here before, some they have the experience when it comes to LAN. So there's just a lot of mixing and matching out here. And that's why I love competitive PUBG Mobile, because you never know what you're going to get. Savage Esports taken out, walking away with 2 points going the way. So looking at the champs from last game, or almost the champs, almost getting that win. I'm calling them the champs because they have the most elims. United for Gaming. United for Gaming. We talk about momentum. Listen, you have a game, Hot Jukes. You drop 17 eliminations. You already know you're coming in that next game. You're like, yeah, I'm ready to go. Let me in. Let me get back in the match sooner. So United for Gaming, I'm looking at them.
Dude, they got to do something here. I mean, if they want a shot at top three, honestly, they need those back-to-backs. They really, really do. I mean, they're still sitting in 11th place with 49 points. Top three, that's going to be Influence Rage there with 80. That's a good amount of points to cross, considering that I mean, you already see VIOUS with 4. You know that Intense Game and Influence are going to most likely put up some points here. So, yeah, it's going to be difficult considering that, you know, they got so many points with such an advantageous position, but they're just going to have to find a way to put themselves in another spot like that here for Flexions if they even want a shot at top 3.
Without a doubt, they got Royals of War, Loops just ahead of them. For Alpha 7, they've made quick work on the rotate. And I don't know, I'm feeling it. I already gave my answer. I'm thinking Xforce is taking this, but I'm feeling it. I'm feeling a good game for Alpha 7. I really am. And I think they're going to start making things quite interesting. Revo does go straight into Victix. We're not on board with it, but it looks like he might be crashing into the building. I don't know what this play is, because now you got Royals of War rolling in, and Revo might be taking on an entire team by himself.
Oh, no.
Hey, he could do it. He could do it. His squad mates, they're going to be pulling up. We see the vehicle indicators out there. Okay, we got some support. Urgod with the UMP swap into the grenades. Tonka also in the front line. There goes Victex. Revo still alive. Got the reload, but through the window, catching a couple of bullets right to the dome. Hot Jukes.
Dude, they got caught off guard here. Nice shots there from Carrillo, as always. But, I mean, they're behind the 8 ball here big time. Ericod puts them down to 1 HP. Carrillo knows that if David catches this off angle, he's done for. And it looks like that might be the case. He does find it, turns around, but Alpha 7 out just like that.
Guys, there's no way Revo collapsed in a Royals of War thinking there was somebody in the house, right? I mean, he was just wanting to lock in that hardcover POI, or do you think Revo knew and wanted to challenge this solo on Royals of War and really felt like, okay, I'm going to take this solo out because it's an easy win? What was going through their heads, you think?
This sucks.
Yeah, this sucks.
You know, like, honestly, I think they just went to that building, and I mean, good up on Revo for not just like running straight in. He opened the door, just spotted a Royals of War player. I was like, oh! You know, and the rest of the team tried to support him. It just didn't work out. I mean, it's a tough situation for them for sure, but good up on Royals of War to get that full squad wipe with everybody up.
That's a big win from them. I mean, without question, we'll get on board with them later on. Royals of War feeling great. They just knocked out one of the top dogs. Now we got the real top dogs going at it. Xforce, Influence, Rage, a big fight for both regions, for both teams. You could argue either one who wins here could do a lot of hurting on the top 3 run. Xforce trying to break into top 3. Influence, Rage trying to overtake VIOUS, and then ultimately Intense Game if they can do it.
Reflection shoot, but To Survive is trying to third party this one too, man.
No, do it. Klaus gets law.
Dude, Xforce, honestly, these guys are on point this tournament. I mean, their fight timing is on point. They realized it. They're like, oh, you know what? Let's go for this fight. They got a little bit of a whiff that Shoot to Survive was going to possibly third party this, and they left. You talked about it earlier, Reflections, right? Their decision making, their time to get aggressive. These guys have shown that they've been putting in the work, and they are making the right decisions at the right time, right in the finals. They're playing at their best right now. I love to see that play from Xforce.
Yeah, disengaging sometimes is the best play, and they'll let Shoot to Survive and Influence Rage fight it out potentially. Meanwhile, Xforce will rotate north and potentially swing right to the eastern side to come up behind VIP a little bit later on. Meanwhile, we transfer over towards Team Liquid, who luckily have AGG in front of them. Luckily, no one's going to be behind Team Liquid, so everybody's in front. They could just focus on everyone, and it looks like they do have gear this time around, Dave, so that is a huge plus compared to the last game.
They got gear, and you know what else they got? They're in stage 2 with the whole squad alive, because the first 2 games, they lost a member real early on, so they're doing a lot better, as I say that. Mystic catched a couple bullets right there through the window from the Wolves, not really appreciating that DP fire right there, but they're going to be okay. Looks like we got a little standoff over here. The Wolves are in the area with a soft split going on. AGG down in the south. And then, of course, like you mentioned, Team Liquid still healthy and pretty dead center, too. So that's pretty good for Team Liquid. And kind of going back to what you were mentioning, Hot Jukes, like Xforce recognizing, hey, this is our moment to pull off. They did it just in time, because guess what? Now Influence Rage and Shoot to Survive, now they're clashing in the mix. And remember, these were the 2 teams that were right on top of Xforce. Meanwhile, when this is happening, Xforce are getting a nice clean rotation.
Yeah, when we saw Xforce push up on the influence rage, they were so far outside of the circle, so they're like, all right, this should be a fair fight. And even though it was out of zone, they saw shoot to survive. And once they realized that, they're like, oh heck no, we can't take this fight at all. So now Xforce are looking that they're gonna out-rotate them, but they still got a massive rotation. This zone is terrible. About what is this, 80% of it's in the water?
Keep the map up. If I'm iNCO right now, I'm doing this all day, man.
Oh, yeah.
All day. Because look at this. How many teams we got live? Pretty much everybody. There's not a lot of land. There is this is all the land. This is all the land right there. That's it.
Watch that zone go south. Watch it. Watch it go
9Z's
down
already
south.
going too. 9Z's going
across
straight
the
over
water,
the military. Loops look like they might be wanting to go military. Yeah, I'm trying to get military. I agree with you. iNCO, I think they're going to go ahead and rotate over towards military as well. Xforce, Influence Rage, Shoot to Survive, still very close to each other. Xforce needs to stay ahead. For Wolves, they got the hoopty, and they are desperately trying to get to this gas station, and they'll get there. And you're right, it's very smart because this is one of the very few buildings that's going to be in this very, very tricky zone.
Yeah, I like the fact that they were doing a 2-1-1-1 split, and I was getting a little bit nervous for them because I was like, man, if a team crashes onto that building where Juancho is, he's going to be, pretty much toast. But the second they saw that zone shift, they said, let's prioritize this bridge, because in the case that circle does go down south, they are going to have a clear path, right, to be able to make it across. They know nobody is down south, because who would have bet that the circle would have gone down here, right? So a good decision for the Wolves.
Crazy, absolutely insane.
It's nuts.
It's like VIOUS also sending one of their squad mates down here to try to survive just a little longer. But Coops right here between the buildings, taking some shots.
He needs to leave.
Taking some shots. So both these squads going to be just trading back and forth. They are in the play zone. So they're big chilling. They're going to be turning their attention out here in the fields now as, the team that dropped a 17 elim last game going to be eliminated 14th right there. Such a challenging push across these fields that not only are the Wolves looking over here, also Loops here at Reflection. So it's a deadly field out there to be rotating through right now.
Yeah, potentially deadly even on the military side. It's getting quite congested with the limited amounts of lands. IG makes the long rotate on the western bridge, now down low of 9Z Globant, who I believe have sniffed out that IG is going to be below them. So there's a chance those two rosters fight. And with Reyes moving, yeah, I do think IG and 9Z Globant are going to be fighting tooth and nail for the limited land on military. And 9Z Globant's going to have the advantage because IG's been in blue for a long time on the rotate. You got to question how much health are they going to have once they do get into a potential fight with 9Z Globant later on. But as far as this little sliver of land for intense game, yeah, I mentioned it. Well, one's already going to be down. That's Padrino. 9Z Globant potentially closing the door on IG's opportunity of going back-to-back.
Yeah, one bad drive, getting your car stuck right there on rotation is always going to be tough. So they're most likely, going to lose Padrino here. This is stage 4. The zone definitely starts to tick hard. But at Ted's game, I think they're kind of adjusting their strategies, and I don't blame them, right? They're on top of the leaderboards. It's just about putting points on the board. You just do not want to end up with a goose egg. You don't want to let anybody catch you. So they decided to go the safe route towards Military Island, and they're still alive here. So
but look at
they're going to definitely put up something, most likely.
Nasty shift. I mean, this circle is so bipolar right now. Going north, going south, and then, hey, guess what? We're going right back where we came from here. So, IG going to be down here. VIOUS Gaming, 9Z, like you mentioned, Hot Juke. So a couple squads just fighting for a sliver of land. They're going to be running across that bridge because I don't think any of them have hovercrafts or boats at this point in the game. So I'll be surprised to see if anybody survives because honestly, VIP, we've seen them play the north side of that bridge a couple times right now. Heads up play from VIP, who might be looking to pretty much annihilate everybody across the water right now.
Man, I like this rotation here from the Wolves because they were doing a 2-2 split right here at this compound and then the bridge. But then once VIP decided to take the other side of the bridge, they're like, you know what? This is going to be too chaotic. They sent the rest of their players back up with the squad, and now they're finally starting to rack up some eliminations. Could be a big game for the Wolves.
Dang, with all the shots ringing out, I feel like I'm back in the Army at the qualifying range with just non-stop bullets flying everywhere. It sounds crazy. But I love it, like you said, from Wolves. And I like this. I want to point out VIOUS Gaming are only too strong but so many times we have seen them on this right side bridge on the eastern side, and they work this bridge very well, Dave. So for VIOUS Gaming, they may be small but mighty. With only 2 players, I still think VIOUS Gaming could have a decent finish.
9Z ended up getting a hovercraft, and they're just zooming right underneath the bridge here. VIOUS Gaming, totally agree, man. Looking to hopefully see this duo have a solid finish, but talk about just pulling out the reverse card right there. 9Z, they're like, nah, we are sending it past this
but they're running
action.
into trouble with VIP, though.
And they're going right towards VIP. It looks like a grenade on the board. And just like
they won that?
VIP set up in a defensive position, not able to handle the heat right now. Reflections from 9Z.
Yeah, but they got to recover quickly. Vit and Zelda potentially testing the waters. What's going on that shoreline? Do we want to get involved? iNCO, too, potentially rolling up, and this is not what 9Z needs. And when you talk about rolling up, my boy's rolling in deep, but Vitali's already down. 7 on the high ground, takes down 1 from 9Z, but there's a couple more remaining. Reyes off in a distance. Kogo, 2 standing strong. Not a guaranteed win for iNCO, not by far. But with 9Z Globant, looks like they are finally going, have 1 foot in the grave. Reyes last alive. iNCO's full send didn't pay off the way that they wanted it to. They can still win this fight. They surely should. Brunozen should put the final nail in the coffin, and he will. But Hot Chicks for iNCO, that send was a little bit too spicy, and they paid for it.
Yeah, it was a real spicy one, but you know, when you're so down on the leaderboards, you got to do some kind of desperation play, and I think that's exactly what it was. They just sent it to the center zone, just try to get some eliminations, and unfortunately, they lose 2 players in it. Now you got VIOUS. You see Igor. Ooh, with the cheeky position here.
Look at this, though. Look at it. Look who's out here. Big swimming, man. Big swimming. Oh, man. I love a swim Tate right there. Maybe go right here.
Swim
Boom.
Tate.
He's going for it, man. Burning them calories out here. Next circle does go up. You know, we see it. Team Liquid, though, definitely in a nice position up there. They need it, right, Hot Jukes? Because they've had 2 really bad games. Even yesterday, kind of questionable. So Team Liquid, hopefully they can take advantage of their spot up here in the north. They got Xforce, Reflections. I know you're rooting for that squad. They did lose 1.
They shouldn't be shooting.
They're going to be across the way. But I hope this is Team Liquid's game because they need it. They need it bad.
It's going to be hard. I mean, they have a really, really dominant position in the zone, but it's going to be very difficult to get any kind of eliminations there. The only one that's going to probably be available is Diego, but he is so far in that dip that there's no way you're going to be able to even see him. Like right now, Team Liquid, they're popping shots off here, but they're not going to get an elimination. You know what I'm saying? They'll maybe get a knock, knock down some of these players' utility, but that's it. I think Team Liquid needs to kind of be planning where they're going to go in this next circle, because on this north side, the way the zone's been shifting, they're most likely not going to be in this next zone here for Reflections.
Yeah, you think they're going to go south, huh? Maybe towards iNCO Loops, potentially Wolves, AGG, still looking pretty solid where they're currently at. They're not going to move. Aragods from Royals of War, he gets a bit too overzealous. I think trying to scout the land, but unfortunately, land will scout him. He gets taken down. Ayala will get the finish. Rest of Tonka then, the Tonka Trunk himself starts moving in for Royals of War, not taking note from Aragod, who was just finished off potentially in the same fashion Tonka did. Yeah, I don't know. Royals of War just sending 1 by 1, and now the rest of the crew starting to get eliminated. They were already in a tough spot. David last up, Tonka bleeding out no man's land. He won't get picked back up. Nobody's going to be able to help him, I don't believe. And
teamwork.
Royals of War, best case scenario, they walk away with 2. Loops have the 2-2 split. Rafina and Abente will start to join Vitten and Zelda. They pretty much have a safe rotation unless Wancho or Co. Maybe gunned them down, but I think they'll be fine. But yeah, Royals of War, I don't know. Tonka, I think he's down, but David's giving it a good effort.
Oh no, Victex running into the wall. The smoke's blocking his sight lines right there. You got Loops, you got the Wolves, everybody trying to take out David, who's honestly just trying to be a good squad mate right now. Hot Jukes trying to get that pickup, and regardless if they get the pickup, they're in the fields, man. You are not going to survive. Victex was able to get behind the hay bale, but you got not 1 but 2 different squads just lasered in on your position right now, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to find any way to get in this next zone, and that was pretty much their only option right now. So we're gonna see VIOUS, right? Team right there, 2nd place, 5 eliminations so far. Now going to start creeping up onto iNCO. iNCO is down to 2 players as well, so this could be a really big opportunity for VIOUS Gaming to get 2 more points and as well a good position in this next zone.
All right. Couple
Do they go on the
seconds. Where do we go? Team Liquid, we said probably going south. There is a chance they'll still be within that zone, but like you
Center
mentioned,
up,
it's been
watch.
going south, and it will go south. And Team Liquid, they were nice and comfortable, but now they got to go. The question is, can Diego play spoiler to any TL members once they break away from the house? It's possible. He's been hanging out in the field behind that hay bale for the longest time.
Ooh, Mythic had just got knocked and thirsted too. So that's a tough time to lose a player, especially right there on the circle shift. That's going to make things very difficult for Team Liquid to move on. All Glory Gaming have their eyes set on them. And look, Cardozen is hunting down a position, and this is way too late. Like the second that zone popped, they had to get going, but they are stuck outside of the blue here.
Yeah, I like the fact that AGG really just focusing on those teams, Xforce, Team Liquid, maybe even Diego out there. AGG, another team that yesterday we saw some glimmers of life from. You know, they showed up in the late game. Let's talk about showing up in the late game. VIOUS Gaming, Reflections, they're just holding on for dear life, playing it so slow on the bridge, still with the duo as we head into late game with a total of 9 teams alive here. And the loops, not even, you know, iNCO, both these squads, I guarantee you they're not even expecting anybody to still be on the bridge at this point in the game. So VIOUS Gaming could play spoiler, in my opinion, here.
Sure.
But if they got their eye on the prize with showing up in the late game, getting those placement points, they're going to remain calm and not fire the weapon at all. But
here we
big
go.
Fight right now. Team Liquid versus Xforce.
Yep, the Valak gets the first shot. And they will ring true to Cardozen. Ayala trying to swing wide on the left. Valak snips it out, takes him down. That's 2. Team Liquid break away from the hard cover, and Valak is a one-man army, taking down all of TL, including Chief, and we'll see you later. Wrap it up, send it out, but it's not over with AGG. What? AGG rolling with the car and take down Valak. And I'm going to be honest with you, boys, I don't think that was dessert from Valak's side. He just took down TL in a heroic effort, and then he gets run over by 4 wheels. What the heck?
All Glory Gaming have been just in that spot with no eliminations for so long. I think they were just like, come on, let's get something here. So they send it out of position and are able to eliminate Xforce. But that's great because that now eliminates that entire backside for them, right? Now they'll have to just look forward and try to get some more points on the board. But our top 3 teams, boys, are still in this game. They are hanging on for dear life.
Did not expect that at all. Big fight right now. The Wolves. Jump shot baton right there. Getting knocked out with the shotgun door and trying to get the heal off right now. AGG Melgar on the high ground on the rooftop. The squad mate Guapo getting the Molotov. They knew exactly where Dorn was. They got the grenade, they got the molly, and the Wolves after that push, they're down to just Coops.
And Coops on the edge as well. He's got a lot of open ground in front of him. He can't get away. And mind you, Diego's still out there. It's the battle of the solos. Influence Rage Diego, the solo from Wolves and Coops. And they both got each other in the line of sights. Diego taking a lot of damage. He might not be able to break blue. I think he's going to go ahead and take himself out in this moment. And AGG rotates up. They might actually see Diego. They will. No, that was Coops. Coops gets Diego solo on solo action. So good on Coops to at least get an additional point. They're dangerously close to breaking into the top 3. Now on board Marlon from VIOUS Gaming. You know, Hotchooks, we set it up on that right side bridge. They're known for it. We questioned, does anybody know they're there? Well, clearly they do. But the nades, they're not connected. VIOUS Gaming can still hurt iNCO in this moment.
They're going to have to. 20 seconds off the clock. They are outside of the position here. So they're going to be pushing up into them any second now. And this is going to be a clean fight. I don't see All Glory Gaming really pushing this. Oh, actually, they're already on the move here. They are going to push this. Yeah, so they are full sending it towards iNCO. That could be a perfect opportunity for VIOUS Gaming to third party this.
And they're keeping Guapo in the backline too to continue to deal with Coops and make sure Coops doesn't have the opportunity to backfill him. So AGG setting up for a win here. First stop though, they need to take out iNCO. And kind of going back to VIOUS Gaming, look at this. They've been playing so calm, so collected. iNCO, not even a clue, Reflections, what's lurking in the corners, in the shadows.
In the shadows, man.
In the shadows.
Got to put on those NVGs so you can see what's out there, because sometimes you just never know. Now they know. AGG behind. They're coming in hot. They just took down Valak with his heroic effort. earlier in his fight against TL. Wolves finally gone. Vitten will take down Coops. Coops trying to be the hero, the last stand. 6th place is where Wolves will end with 3 eliminations. Now we're down to our top 5. iNCO, Intense Game, VIOUS, Loops, and AGG. And you got iNCO right in the middle, right? So VIOUS Gaming managed to stay alive. Marlon, I can't believe it. A sliver of health. 7 wants to take him out. He can't. These rocks are tricky here on the edge. And AGG unrelenting with the utility.
VIOUS
just
barely into this known.
There it is.
Oh, they got
there it
him.
is.
That was huge.
That was big. Now iNCO, they're going to need to worry about 2 separate angles as VIOUS just kind of nipping at the heels. Meanwhile, while this is happening on the East Coast, we got Loose Big chilling on that west side, setting up for winner chicken dinner. But let's see how many more eliminations AGG can get right now, Hot Jukes.
Let's just see. I mean, Intense Game still has Adrian alive, too. He's sneaking away some more placement points here. And that's the team on top right here. You can see him right there on the bottom left of the map. Right now, this is the fight right now. iNCO, Bruno's in sandwich. Ooh, Igor gets popped. And this is it, guys. This is the last zone here. So this zone, once it closes, is going to go down to nothing.
You know what's crazy? VIOUS Gaming has been with 2 players for the longest time. Is this finally the end? Marlon's down. I believe Igor the last alive, and VIOUS will be eliminated. But what an effort. I mean, to secure a top 5 finish with 6 elims, they're going to walk away with more points than potentially Intense Game, who's top 3 with 0 elims. iNCO finally gets active as AGG knows. No more VIOUS Gaming. Well, no more iNCO as well. And AGG looking to secure their first win in the finals, their first win in a considerable amount of time, at least when it comes to our 2025 spring season. And Loops is their true competitor. I mean, you got Adrian, yeah, but I don't think he's going to play spoiler. So it's Loops versus AGG. Who's going to take it?
Yeah, I want to see Adrian. I want to see him get wiped out now. That way we got a clean 4v4 here for the final stage 9. Adrian just surviving. We see his backpack emptied. There's smokes on the floor. There's first aids on the floor. Melgar going for a little vehicle repair right now, as
he's gonna need it.
They just prep up for what's to come here. Looking at the utility, yeah, they used a lot of it on the Wolves fight, moments ago. So not a lot of smokes here, Hot Jukes, not a lot of grenades. Maybe 1 Molotov, so that will play a factor here as we get to the end game.
Last zone. You got to give the positional advantage to Loops here. I mean, they have the gas station to their advantage here. All Glory Gaming, I think what they got to do is get those vehicles, full send it to the right side. They're going to get just punished while that happens. But while Rafina is focused on Adrian, this could have been a big opportunity for All Glory Gaming to try to push across here. But now Adrian is done for. Loops have their eyes set on one team only, and that's All Glory Gaming.
All right, this could be Loop's 4th win during the 2025 season. Meanwhile, polar opposite for AGG. This could be their first win this season. And what a time to get a win when it matters most, when you're trying to scale up the leaderboard. They could do it. They can do it now, but a lot of open space in front of AGG. Same thing can be said for Loops, but Loops has the 2-2 split, so it's a matter of where does AGG focus? You said it, Hot Jukes. Maybe go up towards the northern side, focus on the Zelda, Vitten, but they're not making a decision. They're kind of staying put, and Loops is okay with this because they know eventually AGG has to move up, and when they do, they're ready to gun him down, and Melgar gets a bit aggressive. I can't believe he survives and is able to lay down fire downrange.
Gets across, gets taken out immediately. Guapo's going to be running on foot. He's keeping an eye on his teammate here. But yeah, All Glory Gaming are getting picked apart one by one. It's all up to Guapo.
All up to Guapo indeed. A chance to potentially clutch up. You got another member from AGG, but it's not going to matter. Loops hold their ground. They win the push to gas station, and they will secure their 4th win. More importantly, their 1st win in the finals. And boys, another high-scoring game. 14 eliminations. Loops have remained dormant, Dave, for the longest time. Day 1, nowhere to be found. Day 2, midway point, game 3, they said, okay, time to wake up. We're going for gold.
Yeah, and you can see that win right there, 14 eliminations, what that does for a team who might have been in the slumps just a little bit, not feeling too hot. You can see pumped up, jacked up, feeling good, almost 2,000 damage done that game. for the Loop squad. And that 2-2 split at the end, they're just able to hit them at all the angles, honestly. So GG's to the Loop squad, but also impressive, second place for AGG. Remember, they were in the north. They had a lot of neighbors around them. They had the Wolves, they had Team Liquid, and they were able to manage that, but also be proactive, Hot Jukes, and go to the coastline and get involved, get some additional points on the board as well. But let's check out the replay, because remember this? Savage Esports up against VIOUS Gaming, and this is where they lost 2 of their members early on.
Oh boy, what a play. This one got me hyped for this match right here. Big old 2v4 situation. Marlon making the plays with that shotgun. Goodbye. And then we see Alpha 7 get the rug pulled out from under them by Rolls of War. That was a crazy start to this game. This circle was so difficult. Reflections. It was bouncing back and forth and back and forth. It made it so hard for these teams.
Yeah, it was weird, man. To see that much water, it happens very rarely. That's the first time we've seen so much water on iNCO, at least during our finals, but it was punishing without a doubt. Alpha 7, that blunder it had my head scratching. I can't imagine Rivo thought there was a player from Worlds of War in the house, and once he finally realized the rest of the team rolled up before Alpha 7 could get there to help him, but it was a decent game, at least for a couple of others, though. I mean, VIOUS Gaming staying alive. Like we mentioned, that fight against Savage early on, they're down to 2 members. Savage is the first team eliminated, yet VIOUS finishes with a top 5 performance, 6 eliminations as a duo. Doing stuff like that secures a top 3 finish any day of the week, but you got to give credit where credit is due to Valley, taking on the entirety of the TL roster, taking them out, then an unceremonious ending as AGG rolls in with the car, runs them over. I felt like it was undeserved, but sometimes, Dave, that's just how it goes.
That's just how it goes. AGG continuing to show up in the highlight montage. They had a couple Molotovs, a couple grenades. They took out the Wolves and immediately went to the coastline to deal with those stragglers out there. Loops this game. Curious to how many grenade eliminations they got, because multiple times here throughout this match, we see them just lasering the heat-seeking missile, as Hot Jukes would put it, with this grenade. So on point. I love that player cam right now. I mean, we saw Nozada pumped up, happy. That win feels good. 4 eliminations going his way. Vitten, we saw Vitten round 1, round 2. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't he like number 2, number 3 on the overall MVP reflections?
He was up there for sure in top 5. Yeah, I'll double check. But yeah,
Vitten
he's been good. He's been good.
Yeah, those. I'm telling you, got that IN at the end of your name. You're gonna put up some.
You're in. Yes, sir.
Yeah, these guys aren't messing around. Honestly, Loops. These guys, they got that chicken dinner, and I guarantee you, they are very, very happy that Wolves left the gas station. Could you imagine if they decided to group up there instead of back in those buildings? It would have been crazy.
It would have been crazy, and I just checked, by the way, Vitten, yeah, 14 eliminations. Rafina just below him at 12, Nazelda at 10. So all 3 of those boys just playing so well. Loops, 24 points, so needed. Guys, they came into the tournament. They came into day 1 of the finals in 2nd place behind Alpha 7. Loops was the only team, at least from this point, to beat Alpha 7. Remember round 2? They dethroned them. They got 1st place in round 2, and that's why they came in with so many bonus points. But once finals started, Loops just wasn't the same. But maybe this is a turning point, the halfway point of the day. 3 more games to go. They realize getting closer to that threshold, whatever it's going to be and whoever it's going to be by the end of the day, is just so important, because once again, tomorrow, Smash Point. Tournament can end after 2 matches, guys. And if you're confused on that, we'll educate you on that in just a little bit. But let's look at the overall. Hot Jukes, what do we got? Who's moving up? Who's moving down?
Let's take a look. You got Loops moving up even further. Now, look at that. You got 4 Brazilian flags up there in the top 4. Loops, 84 points, tying with Influence Rage. They could definitely jump up there even further. Intense game, hold on top there with that little straggler, Adrian, being able to put up some placement points. But, man, look at that. Wolves go down. Xforce goes down. These guys need a pop-off game in the next one.
Without a doubt, but it's still close, right, Dave? I mean, the reality is top 5, and obviously we look at the top 3 more closely, but top 5, top 3 still very, very close. anybody's ball game.
Yeah, it looks like it's not just because we see Alpha 7 on that second page, but they're only 22 points, right? And looking at the winners here tonight, they would get the win, and there's like 12 plus eliminations all night long, right? So that's really, we say this multiple times, that's all it takes to get right back up there for that top 3. Looking at Team Liquid, they're 31 points right now behind Influence Rage. Team Liquid have been a little slow here tonight, not gonna lie. So going into the second half of today, hopefully they can kind of bump that aggression up just a little bit more. But yeah, 22 points. Reflections, I know you got your finger on the alarm. Hold off for now, though. Hold off for now. You know, don't sound the alarm yet. Not yet, at least. Wait,
Okay.
2 more games. 2 more games, I would say.
Let's wait. Well, with Alpha 7 not finding success today, do they now do what they did yesterday and switch out Squash with Senatexa? That's potentially going to happen, but of course, that's up to them to decide. 3 games down, 3 more to go. That includes 1 more Erangel and 2 Miramar. We're going to take a quick break. But as we do head into break, luckily we had Sarpatch on the scene to speak with United for Gaming's Hate after their massive game number 2.
All right, guys, here we are after match 2 with Hate from UT. Almost got the victory, Xforce with the back-to-back. Hate, congratulations, you got 17 LMs. How are you guys feeling after this match with that amount of kills?
Well, we're feeling great. That's a game we need, and that's all.
Are you going to continue playing like this, aggressive, getting the kills, looking for eliminations?
We can try. It's not easy. We can try. It's the idea, but the safe we help us, and made the next game can continue that game.
Maybe you can get the zone again on the next game, and it'll help you out.
Yes, exactly.
That's it, bro. Congratulations, you guys are doing great. Let's go back.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes. 3 games done, 3 more to go in our final Erangel. We still need to get through. It's been fun. That last zone was chaotic. Loops get their first win of the finals, their 4th during the PMSL America Spring Season. Can they keep it going? Well, it's up to them to decide. Dave, you asked me earlier, when Vitten was concerned from Loops, was he still at the top of the food chain when it came to the MVP race for eliminations? Let's find out. Let's take a look at it and see where our top 5 MVP runners are.
Let's check it out. He had 5 eliminations this last game. Won't be showing up here, but Coops here on the page with 14. You'll love to see it. We got IG up there at the top with Rafina. You got 19. Almost 3,500 damage done to their name here. The one thing that's sticking out to me, though, Hot Jukes, is we're seeing Nunez, and Nunez has been on point with his utility, not only during the finals, but throughout the entirety of the last 2-3 weeks, honestly. So I'm happy to see Nunez up here.
Nunez up on top. A lot of this being from day 1, though. I mean, Nunez really popped off there. And unfortunately, I'm looking at the, today's performers here. And right now on top, Rafa with 10 eliminations on the day. Next, you got Vitten there from Loops with 8. So even though he has 8 and he's in second place, compared to both days combined, we're still seeing a lot of big names here on top. And it's good to see All Glory Gaming up here, especially after that last game. These guys got to be feeling good. They're putting up points, but unfortunately just short of those chicken dinners, Taylor. I mean, when is it going to happen for them? It needs to happen sooner rather than later.
It does. They're putting up big numbers, but they're not getting the finishes. Granted, last game was phenomenal. We'll give them their flowers, right? I mean, they get 8 eliminations, and they do get second place. That zone was just a bit too tough for them. They didn't know how to execute at Loops with their experience. 2-2 split, locked it in. I don't know when they'll get that win, but if they can start getting them, plus those elims they're already achieving, they could look pretty good. And I love that you brought to the table at least the performers of today, because at least from that game 2, it was Rafa, with 8 eliminations. So he's been tearing it up not only yesterday, but today. More eyes have to be on him from Intense Game. They're clearly doing things right. Rafa is leading the charge in that category. And for Dave, you mentioned Vitten. Vitten is still at 14. He wasn't in that top 5, but he's still up there tied. I believe it came down to damage, so Vitten is not far behind from the discussion for Loops. We have our third Erangel about to take place, and now I start to question Wolves and Xforce. They were leading, well, at least Wolves, right, started the day in top 3. Xforce at the start of the day was on the come up. A winner chicken dinner, a second place finish, slowed down a little bit, but they still have moments where they're in charge and they're looking good. Valak, for example, taking down Team Liquid. Let's compare the 2 teams, Dave.
Yeah, let's check it out.
And Xforce and see where they land.
Let's check it out. I mean, looking on the overall leaderboards, they're only 2 points from each other. So this is a good little head-to-head right now. Damage, almost similar. Average placement points to be expected. So, yeah, I mean, both these teams representing North America here. We saw Coops on the page for the MVP, that is, of course. So Coops having a good finals tournament. That's what you like to see, Hot Jukes. But honestly, at the end of the day, I feel like there's only one North America team that has the possibility of reaching top 3. I mean, listen, Xforce, they had a big dub. They had a nice dub. But if I had to pick one of these squads, I'm still sticking with the Wolves, man, top 3.
I mean, I do agree with you. I think that the Wolves, like, even in that last game, they were just doing a little bit too much. You know what I'm saying? They were trying to find the best spot in that circle. If they would have just stuck together, I think they would have had a little bit more success. So I kind of want them to kind of go back to basics here, because once they do, they're pretty much unstoppable. If they would have gone and chosen that coin flip to go towards the gas station, this could have been a 15 elimination chicken dinner for them, right? Xforce are getting hot right now. I think they are making the right decisions.
They're hot.
Personally, though, I want to see both these guys there. I really do. You see them with similar stats right now. I think it's totally possible. It's just going to be very difficult when you got, teams like Loops, Intense Game, these guys that have such pop-off potential on the top, right? But either or, I mean, it is still possible for both these guys to get there. I know we've reached the halfway point of this tournament, but it could be less than halfway, considering that Smash Point is still in play here, Taylor.
That's it. Smash Point changes things up, doesn't it? Because whatever the threshold is by the end of today, so whoever's in first place, that will be the threshold. Then 10 points are added onto it. So whoever is in first, let's say they're at 200 points, going into tomorrow, the threshold to be eligible to win is 210. Therefore, 210, at least 10 points in general for anybody, whoever they get, whoever sets the standard, that's not a lot. You get that in one game. Now you're eligible to win the next game, and you have to win the next game or at least a game after you reach that threshold, which means theoretically tomorrow we will, we at least are not guaranteed 6 games, but 6 games could happen, but we can also end the tournament in just 2 games. So theoretically, we've got 3 games today. Tomorrow we can only see 2. There might be only 5 more games left to accumulate points to enter into the top 3 running to go to EWC. Left in the entirety of the finals for PMSL America's spring season. So it's time to get to work. Time is running out. There's no more, okay? 3 more games today, and then an unknown amount tomorrow, depending on how the players play. Bringing the conversation back, though, to Wolves and Xforce, you do have 2 players that are standing out and shining on both rosters. You mentioned how close they are in play style and also performance. Coops for Wolves at 14 eliminations, Fate from Xforce at 14 as well. So both very, very similar. But Dave, one thing though that I do appreciate from Xforce, which was represented, and Hot Juice got super hyped up about this, is Xforce, they crashed in. I forget who they were crashing in on, but they pulled away. And chat was saying, like, that's a house that they typically full send that they die in. This time they're showing a bit more maturity and more of a well-rounded team. Xforce backs away. They're not scared to disengage, and which is totally uncharacteristic compared to their aggressive play style from spring and fall season last year.
Yeah, trying to play for the late game, and I believe we were kind of commending them on that, because then we saw the 2 teams that were right on top of them get kind of stuck in a little cluster in those vehicles with the drive-by. Meanwhile, we saw Xforce with a casual cruise right through Milta in order to set up for the late game. So those are the calls that definitely get you to the top 3. The thing is, like, I'm just now starting to see them. So I guess in the scope of things, like, now's the time, like you said, Hot Juice, to really pull it all together and get the job done. But while Xforce were doing that big brain move, guess who was dead center? The Wolves. You know, they were dead center, big chill. They're just a little quicker when the circles do pop to make up their minds and get into a power position. So that's why I'm comparing both squads. They're only 2 points from each other right now. And if I had to, like, pick a North America team to move on to that next round, of course, I want them all to go. But I still got my eggs in the Wolves basket here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. Let's see if they're going to be able to get a chicken dinner. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen right here, Taylor. The last Aaron Gale of the day. Now's the time to shine.
Now's the time to shine indeed. Last Aaron Gale, the last chance to play potentially your bread and butter map. It's been exciting. That last zone was incredible, and Loops took advantage of it with a tremendous win, elevating themselves up the leaderboard. How far can they continue to go? And for Wolves and Xforce, can they stop slipping down? Well, only they can decide that. They're not very far from breaking back into the top 3. It's incredibly doable based off of this map alone. And, you know, I've got to favor Xforce again, not necessarily for the win. I don't know if they're my favorite necessarily based off the performance last game, even though I thought they were great. Valak taking down Team Liquid was phenomenal. But if we do get another military zone, which seems likely, Xforce is my team to be the favorite to have a deep run. Dave, I'd love to pass it to you. What are we seeing?
Love it. So I'm going with my prediction then. I am going with the Wolves. You got Xforce. I got the Wolves here this game. What about you, Hot Jukes?
I'm picking both, baby. I want to see first place Wolves, second place Xforce. We need to see it.
All right, it's going both. That's a new one, but I like it. Why not? 2 is better than 1. Not all the time, but in this case, okay. We're going north. This is the first time we've seen such a northeastern zone. Last time it was all the way towards military. This time a little bit different. Zarky boys, taking their time getting over there. Do we see a bit of a shift up? We do. So Alpha 7 going back to their bread and butter landing location, their plan A, Lipovka. VIP potentially going over towards Zarky, but they've got a long way to fly until they get there.
Yeah.
Alpha 7 switching it up, Dave. How do we feel about it?
Listen, I mean, they're just adapting to the plane, right? That's what you got to do here. And if I'm VIP, I'm forgetting about Zarky. You know, forget about it. I'm going straight to Severny, right there on the edge of the play zone. I'm going to loot the entirety of the city and really just set up for the mid to late game here. No point in overextending yourself here. So VIP, I love it. They got Severny, pretty sweet spot. And then, like you said, Alpha 7, they're going to be out there on the East Coast, kind of near United 4 Gaming and Mansion, who are doing some split looting right now. So all in all, both those squads setting up here for hopefully a strong Erangel to wrap up day number 2, because after this, back-to-back Miramars, baby.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Alpha 7 dropping in their secondary drop spot. Real common for them here. You know, it's just, it's actually a really good thing that they did, right? They commit to Lipovka, their second spot, and the zone happens to be right here. So this is actually a very big opportunity for them. They've had some pretty tough zones they've had to deal with pretty much all day long here. So let's see if they're able to kind of reset and get that good game under their belt, because I mean, with that smash point rule, Taylor, I mean, it's crazy the fact that we could see this over in just like 4 games after this.
Yeah, it's insane. 2 games. I mean, dude,
Yeah.
which is well, yeah. I mean, I guess yeah. If you're adding in, of course, what the map we're currently watching, it's Smash Point's exciting. It's a format that's been played throughout multiple other esports titles. I know that we have also tried it on the global side of things, if I'm not mistaken, right? Smash Point, or at least in another format from PUBG Mobile. But I'm glad that it's here in Americas, because it does create a lot of unique narratives that I'm excited to bring to the table tomorrow for all of us. And it puts the pressure on teams to challenge those who are on Smash Point. You know, do you want to take them out so the tournament continues? And more often than not, the answer is no. Teams just do not commit or change up their landing locations, because it's like, well, why do I want to be the martyr? Why do I need to be the guys to go over and take out the Smash Point team so the tournament can continue, and then sacrifice my tournament life? Because I mean, not even theoretically, if you're landing on the Smash Point team, you're landing on the #1 team, and who really wants to do that, especially if you're still trying to catch up? But it's still a narrative nonetheless, and something we'll have to focus on when we get to that point. I do notice Alpha 7 is going to go up north. I was wanting to set up the narrative, Dave, where we get a rematch between them and United 4 Gaming, but it doesn't seem we're going to get that.
Yeah, I think if you're like tomorrow 10th place on down, you should drop on the Smash Point team. You know, there's no reason not to. Worst case scenario, you get eliminated first, right? Best case scenario, you keep them from ending the tournament, right? So there is definitely a risk versus reward there. And when we're looking at teams like Savages, we're looking at VIP, honestly, there's nothing but rewards at that point, right? Because yeah, you might be able to pop off, get some wins, but realistically, you're not going to be top 3. And realistically, if you do move up, you're only adding maybe like $500 to $1,000 to the bank right there that you got to split between 4 people. So why not, Hot Jukes, drop the Smash Point team, man, on the final day?
Oh, dude. Well, I mean, I want to see all the teams just like focus the Smash Point team. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I saw that happen and I'm in that position where they could end the tournament, it's like, oh my gosh. If you realize where they could even be possibly, right? Focus all your guns on them and just pressure them down. So, I mean, it definitely adds a crazy dynamic to the tournament, you know, and I can't wait to see that tomorrow. But, you know, now it's just all about putting up points, and we're looking at those points on the right-hand side. This is a big game, and the last Erangel of the day for these squads to pop off. And I'm going to honestly give it, I'll say even 10th place, like Team Liquid, right? Team Liquid on up really need a chicken dinner here badly if they want to really kind of fight for that top 3, because these top 3 teams, they're putting up points consistently here.
Yeah, they are. It's quite impressive, really, how so consistent the race has been. You know, I feel like we go back to previous PMSLs during the grand finals, and there's typically a team who has a really good lead, especially like our first and second place teams, right, who have a massive lead. A lot of that was owed to the bonus point days.
Yeah.
But now that we got rid of that and we've had 2 phases and we come into grand finals with a reset, or at least a bit of but you know, we have a bit of a reset. Granted, you do have the bonus points going into the grand finals, but it didn't have as much of an effect as I thought it was going to have. But these teams are highly consistent, so you're right, Hot Jukes. I mean, from 10 on up, you need a winner chicken dinner, and you got to start now, because tomorrow it's just going to be crazy, to say the least. So time to get the work, and even for Xforce and Wolves for North America, let's see them go. But looking at the previous champions, the previous winners of loops, they're moving and grooving nearly center zone, but I think they're trying to take this left-hand bridge and go up towards influence range potentially, or I don't know, maybe towards shoot to survive. They're just figuring things out.
Yeah, it looks like everybody definitely respecting each other here on the final angle of the evening, just trying to get a nice little position with this northern circle. VIP just got done looting Severny, thinking about going to Stalber. They're going to be in their vehicle. Same with INF and IG up there by shooting range. So all these squads just put on the gas, pending to see where circle number 2 takes us, and then depending on that, we'll see a nice little migration. Yasnaya dead center right now. iNCO holding it down. VIOUS Gaming, they know what they need to do here today, Hot Jukes, and that's just maintain, man. That's just hold on to their spot that they're currently holding down in that second place. And they've been doing just that, because they've been getting into fights, and when the fight doesn't go their way, they try to send 1 or 2 members to kind of just play the insurance policy, try to survive and get those placement points, and they're sticking in second place after a explosive day number 1. So VIOUS Gaming just continuing to maintain their consistent points per game. That way tomorrow, they're within striking distance of being that first place victor. So I am all for the VIOUS Gaming, but over here, Hot Jukes, Team Liquid getting shot up right now.
Yes, they are, and this is a very classic esports circle right here. Yasnaya Fields being the main prioritized area. Team Liquid are looking to kind of take an advantageous position very quickly. They are going to lose a player on rotation. Could even lose 2. Bartos in. They didn't realize that there's a big trap set up here by iNCO. Oh, he gets knocked. iNCO could actually take this fight. They have plenty of time to do so.
They could. iNCO, do they want it? Team Liquid, you could view them as kind of a soft team at this moment. And iNCO, granted, hasn't had the best performances, but what do they have to lose? Well, they've got a lot more to gain than that of Team Liquid. Team Liquid been on the struggle bus, and maybe the nerves start to hit them. Winning this fight is imperative, but with Cardozen already down, you start to worry. Bruno's in working on the flank.
Oh,
Mythic, very weak. I think Team Liquid's going to die here. I really do. iNCO's got a lot working with them on the flank, on the off angles. They're set up quite nicely. TL still trying to get their health, and I just saw a nade go by Mythic. He's still being being challenged, excuse me, as he can't even pop a med kit. Mythic is down. Chief, he's going to be the last one alive. Cardozen can't get saved. Mythic is gone. Cardozen's still down. Who's left? Chief? Yeah, dude. iNCO, I don't know. Can Chief pull this off? He's done so in the past, but Dave, I think Team Liquid's about to have another early exit, but Chief is putting out some damage.
He's putting in some damage, but best case scenario, they get the 4 eliminations, and they're still down 2 members here very early on. You know, we're looking at this city. It's pretty dead center, so it's going to get congested here moving forward. So I'm looking at Team Liquid, and we're looking at the mid-pack teams. Like, we're not only looking for them to get a couple elimination points, they need to get the winner chicken dinner, right? Because the goal, top 3, and we're going to continue to say that throughout the rest of tonight and tomorrow. So right now, Team Liquid, they're sitting on 53 points here. Hot Jukes, they need 32 points to get to 3rd place, right? So they need the whole squad in order to do that.
Yeah. Let's see what iNCO is going to do, because iNCO, they're in a position where they're so down on the leaderboards, they need every elimination they can get. So I would have liked to see them commit a little bit harder to clear out Team Liquid completely, because every elimination counts. But I understand why they're hesitant, right? Because they're in such a good spot. They want to ward off anybody that could be rotating towards them. And forget Yasnaya Fields. This thing goes all the way up to the north. Alpha 7, easy rotation up top. So now they're going to have a dominant position in this circle for the first time pretty much today here, Taylor. So, I mean, all eyes are on them to perform.
All eyes indeed. Chance to potentially elevate themselves up. We'll see if they can do so. It's a big moment without question. AGG also on your roster have had plenty of chances to shine throughout the day. And I do have good faith that they're going to be okay where they're currently at. A lot of buildings to work with, so they're going to stay put where they're currently at. VIP, United for Gaming, Influence, Rage, Chief, all within the same area. Alpha 7, nothing there. I do look at the left-hand side, yeah, where Loops is currently at. They're pincered in between Xforce and Royals of War, who are moving out of blue straight into Loops, and a couple of warning shots are going to be fired off. There wouldn't be surprised if these two teams potentially get up north, stop, and choose to fight each other if they seem like the moment is right.
Crazy. Let's pull the map because there's so many of these teams right now going for the same rotation. And what's crazy to me as well is that VIP, they were holding down the spot that IG are currently locked in at, right? So VIP hedging all their bets that the Yasnaya will be in the final zone. So we'll have to see how that goes for VIP. But Hot Jukes, when it comes to VIP specifically, I'm not looking for a safe spot, right? They're in 15th place on the overall. They need to start looking to get involved early. They need to start looking for some team fights here. I'm talking about VIP, man. So if I'm VIP, I'm looking to get into as many fights as possible, similar to what we're seeing right now up here on the edge. 9Z, Rose of War, and Loops right now, Hot Jukes.
And all of them battling it out north of Yasnaya. Yeah, VIP, anybody down low need to like have a crazy game. They need that 17 elimination chicken dinner if they even want to be in this at this point, because they are so far behind. Rose of War, though, pushing, topping out. Big Tex with a nice little 180 blast there. That is going to be a loss for 9Z Globant, man. These guys, unfortunately, losing 2 players in this position is going to hurt. And yeah, Cold Gold is trapped against Loops. 9Z are just getting picked apart.
Loops, chance to potentially take them out with 4 members up. This is their opportunity to break into first place. Man, they started the tournament in second. They fell way down the standings, but after that last game, I think they've got a lot more confidence. All it takes sometimes is one game, but Kogo, he's been known to make some moves, and he's looking to do exactly that, but he gets shut down just in the nick of time, surprisingly, from Victix as well as Tonka off in the distance. For Nazelda, he's got to be happy with the assist, because I think he was dead to rights.
Dead to rights. Next circle goes up. Alpha 7 with their rotation. Big chilling right now. Wolves, Loops, Xforce, right on top of each other. Loops currently getting sandwiched. Looks like Xforce trying to open this one up with a couple shots. Loops in their vehicle. And of course, Hot Jukes, the Wolves with the hovercraft, the tank out here on the edge of the east side.
Oh boy, Wolves, man, a must-win game, I think, for them at this point. They're in 5th place. They could definitely reach that top 3, but with the craziness that's going on tomorrow, you need that point boost. So let's see if they can take this fight and clear out Loops here, because Loops are completely pinned between 2 teams, and they're both in a squad.
They are both in a squad. Wolves getting some love, not only from us, but also from the fans, and they're taking that energy and they're applying it to their game plan. Nazelda taking down 24K. That's gotta hurt for sure, but Loops refusing to budge, refusing to give up their ground. Fate moves up. Nazelda sees it, spots it, takes him down. One-man wrecking crew, even with the Leem's pressure from on top of the hill. Nazelda refuses to budge, and now he's going to have to challenge Wolves. He's going to take on everybody. Vitten's fully gone. Nazelda gets ran over, and that's what it took. It took a hovercraft to shut that man down.
Coops with the game plan right there is like, hey, you guys could pop out, get the shots, but I'm just going to stay in the hovercraft, baby. Get those runovers. Wolves currently sitting on 5 eliminations. The victors right now of the east side, as we did lose a couple opponents out here. A limb from Xforce, last one alive right now, swimming, just trying to get these placement points. So shout out to the Wolves right there with the big brain play to use that hovercraft to its full potential.
Oh, that was so huge. Such a big fight, especially considering that it was against Loops, right? The team that's currently in 3rd place. So Wolves, I think the second they got that elimination, they got that much more hungry, right? They were like, we have to take this team out. We can't sit idle. We cannot wait. So a good up on them. And now that opens the door, right? Because it's top 3. And to take out that 3rd place team here and now is massive.
Massive indeed. You shouted at Alpha 7 a little bit earlier. They still have the dead side of the map, but I do see a team sneaking up potentially behind them, VIOUS Gaming, who have just been so good, not only at surviving, but also thriving in chaotic moments. That's why they're currently in 2nd place, 3 points away from IG, who's currently in 1st. We focus our attention on Influence Rage, posted up in the building, like so many other teams ahead of them. They are one of the southernmost teams in the zone, so there's a chance they're going to have to rotate up. I mentioned VIOUS. Well, iNCO says, hey, talk about us too, as they roll up. Marlon, though, looks to even up the odds. 7 might get away. He tried his absolute best, but he can't get that far. And Marlon has a full team in front of him, and he's got to try and take them all out. It's not within his realm of possibility. He will drop Nunez. Now, this is the guy, though, in your clutch moments, you want to stand up tall. And the question is, do you fight it? I know, Hodgix, you're constantly saying there's no reason to run away and stay alive and go for placement points. Do you think Nunez should fight this out or leave?
Fight it. Might as well. The zone is here. You need every elimination you can get if you're VIOUS, because the amount of points you're going to get afterwards are going to be so slim. So put on that pressure. Show us what you could do. We saw a crazy 2v4 earlier. Let's see if Nunez can do it. Perfect nade. Just on the money.
No more grenades, no more Molotovs.
Open the shots.
Yeah. It's down range. They were just overlooking this the whole time, Hodgix, and you talked about it, man. You said might as well go for what you can get here, get another point on the board, because Alpha 7 still 4 strong right there, holding it down. Talking about holding it down, the Wolves not done yet. Gonna be trying to take out Rose of War, but once again with the 3rd party from Alpha 7, they're just warming up. They're just getting started here on this game.
Oh, I want them to stay alive so badly. I truly do. They're still 3 up. Well, shoot, they only 1 up now. They might be in a bit of trouble, but yeah, only 1 up, right? It's going to be Wancha, who's currently driving around. Doran and Baton are going to be left to their own devices. Elite might roll up from the shoreline to take him out. We focus on Influence Rage in the house, and they've got a lot of teams around him who are trying to come up. Meanwhile, for Influence Rage, they're trying to maintain and even gain a little bit so they can break into top 3. With 4 players still up, this is a big fight for them to do or take. They do so on Melgar. AGG Melgar is gone. That was Law winning the fight. They continue to push forward, but Hodgix, they got a long way to go, and even though they do take the fight to AGG, they still got to take it to VIP potentially.
Oh, they're out of there.
MG3 versus VIP. MG3 versus VIP. That hurt. That hurt. VIP are out of here. They don't want none of that Influence Rage business, and they are driving right on up though to United 4 Gaming. Wolves get eliminated. That's a tough one right there. Influence Rage. An intense game, honestly, intense game from their position. They have a big opportunity here to like set such a big gap between the rest of the teams.
I don't think I've seen a team yeet it that quick like we saw from VIP right there. They saw the push, they knew it was coming, they got out of there. INF though trying to open this one up with Savage, a little run over action here. We still got Diego with the MG3, my dudes looking to fire it at something with a little drive-by, running out of some ammo, but they are looking to take the engagement with Savage, take this shoreline down here in the south. Savage still with a duo, cooking up some grenades. Here comes LaRosa though with something to say, Reflections.
Yeah, indeed. Influence Rage, they want to take down Savage. That one's going to be just short of Snacks. And the car rolls up, the nade connects, a couple more damage points will tick. Diego hops out. Now Influence Rage might be in a bit of trouble. Savage trying to make this miracle run continuous. Snacks refuses to budge, refuses to bow his knee. Larazan also down. Lowboy gone too. And Snacks still alive against all odds, and maybe some help from Shoot to Survive up ahead, who's going for the 3rd party, but I can't believe Snacks is still here. And also, I can't believe that one team had the MG3, Dave, and it looks like they might not win.
They might not win. Hey, we still got Law, though. We still got Law. Snacks is like, sit down. Hey, we ran out of bullets though, all right? So obviously you need some bullets, reflections, in order for the MG3 to come out clutch. But we keep talking about this squad. I told you to hold the alarm button. I saw your finger moving towards it before this game. No. Well, it better be far now because Alpha 7, all four alive. The only other squad looking healthy is Intense Game. But Alpha 7, guess what? 10 eliminations, and guess who is at the top? Squash at the top with 6 of them, Hot Jukes.
Man, I tell you what, this Alpha 7 team, all you got to do is just get lucky one time. You know what I'm saying? They get one good position, and once I saw that circle go north, I was like, uh-oh, we're going to see a big game from A7. And what do you know? It's exactly what happens. They've been having some pretty tough circles here early on and some pretty rough fights, but once they're in a good spot where they could just get like a good lay of the land and just start shooting everything in sight, they're the best of the world at that. And you could just tell right now, I mean, they are starting to spread out and apply pressure everywhere. Their only big threat right now is Intense Game, in my opinion. Let's see if they can do something here.
Yeah, Intense Game is a true threat for sure. An Intense Game already in first place, and shutting down Alpha 7, well, that's going to make them feel a lot more comfortable, right? Especially if they're having this good of a game. Theoretically, everything ends here. Alpha 7 walks away with 20 points. That's a lot of points to catch up, right? Because the winner chicken dinner is 10 points in itself. Adrian wants to take Carrillo and co from the hilltop, but he can't find the head needed. And IG, the rest of them, just below that of Alpha 7. They've got to traverse this hill, and they've got to do it appropriately, or else Alpha 7's going to gun them down. But I still feel A7 just in such a power position. I don't foresee them losing this unless Mafioso like maybe dies here and then Alpha 7 loses the man advantage. That's a possibility, but Carrillo's going to join him on the opposite side.
That ain't happening, bro. That ain't happening. They got that little... Listen, it ain't happening, Reflections, all right? They got the 2-2 split right now. Squash is trying to not get benched, so you know he's going to be playing his heart out right now. Chief, the solo, can play spoiler, but currently sitting on 0 eliminations for Team Liquid. So if there was a squad, though, Reflections and Hot Jukes, that could do it, maybe Intense, because they have been on fire here today, if I'm being honest with both of you. But this is Alpha 7, and they know how to close out games when they have the advantage.
That's a 16 elimination chicken dinner from Alpha 7 coming up right around the corner.
Calling it here.
16 elimination chicken dinner, Intense Game, 3 eliminations, second place.
I'm so looking forward to looking at chat when they win, because they've been so critical and harsh on Alpha 7 can't win in finals. They're done for. They're not the team they once were. And it's like, just hold on. Now, it is being, now look, I will say it has been scary. Things have been looking rough for the Alpha 7 boys. I cannot deny that, but they're still, and it centers right up on them. There's no way they lose this. I'm with you. 16 winner chicken dinner. Absolutely.
Oh, Mystic says in the chat, if A7 wins this, NA is officially not getting top 3. Don't say that, Mystic.
Don't say that. That's highly offensive, and that's a bannable offense.
And you know what? Hey, look, they get circle.
Get him out of here.
Wait, they get circle and 2 crates. Carrillo gets 2 crates. But Intense Game. Hey, this rotation's actually really smart. They're going to, they realize, yeah, they see that he's out of position here. Who knows what can happen? Let's see. Nah, Alpha 7 said, no. We're
Mafioso doubling back. Can he get there in time? Dodging. Looks like Silence still was knocked out. So Intense Game are going to be pulling back, focusing on getting that pickup, allowing Mafioso to safely retreat.
Whew. That was good up on Intense Game right here, right? I mean, they did everything they could to try and take the advantage back. But let's see just how many eliminations Alpha 7 are going to get right here. Squash on a 1v1. Got to win it.
Yep. This is a big chance to prove his worth. We've been critical of him. Chat's been critical, but Squash, this game has been on fire. Currently 6 eliminations. The top leader, the closest, is Mafioso and Revo, respectively, with 2 themselves. Squash has a crew coming up. He says, I'm out. I want to go ahead and join my team, or at least reposition for a better angle. I like that heads up. No reason to have too much ego in that spot. You know you could potentially win it up close and personal, but go ahead and disengage. Keep that spot, the power spot that your team is currently at.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul. Beautifully done. Heads up play from Squash. IG does get their teammate back in the fight, so it's still a 4v4 in regards to IG and A7.
Yeah, great call right there to double back, pull back, because they're starting to do the math, right? And it's just adding up. You don't know where these solos might be snaking it in the grass. You know there's going to be a squad over here that they're going to be focusing on and turning their attention to, but the solos, that factor, you just can't account for. So Alpha 7, love to call Hot Jukes to just group up, honestly, right now.
Play basics, baby. I mean, they got the position, they got the gun skill. Put your back up against the zone and then just make it happen. That's what they're gonna do right here. So you can see them moving on over to this side. I really like it. They still maintain the high ground. Nobody's behind them. This should be an easy chicken dinner for Alpha 7. Honestly, I'm gonna say it right now, guys. If they lose this game, they're choking. Like, this is their
Like they're
game
done.
on a silver platter in the bag.
Holy cow. You don't want him to
got
go
that
there,
right.
do you?
With an AUG.
My finger's right there over the alarm bell.
Finger out
I'm
here,
telling
man.
you.
Get it off the button.
I'm ready to send it. I'm ready to send it. Casper down. Shoot to survive. Team Lakewood running on fumes. Real storyline is between IG and Alpha 7 as it continues to be. IG does make some headway onto the hilltop, though, of Alpha 7. They're getting close. They're getting very close. And also taking eliminations away from Alpha 7's total. By taking down Casper and the other solos still alive. Rafa takes some damage from behind. Dark Light. He has some life in him. Dark Light will take down Rafa, and this could very well open up the door. In fact, I think it just did. Alpha 7 should easily take this nice nade. But does Alpha 7 push this? I think they should. They've got the man advantage. You've got IG, your main competitors, running on fumes with only 2 players up. You got Chief off in a distance. This is where I'm tightening the vice grip, and I'm taking down the rest of the roster.
Got up close and personal with the UMP, applying that pressure. Pedrino does have that DBS, though. You got to watch out. Alpha 7 needs to play this very carefully here. If Pedrino gets a couple shots with that DBS off, it can be very dangerous for them. Clock is ticking, though. Squash Brew gets the knock.
Nice.
Such
Here
a
comes
huge
the
game.
collapse. Yeah, here comes the collapse. Not allowing that revive was clutch right there. UMP spray down, suppressed, but Squash Bro on the rocks here. Look for the jump down. Look for the shotgun. Silence not even able to get that Molotov off right there. And guess who is showing up in second place? Chief. 0 elims, second place, the last one alive for Team Liquid. Oh, gonna be getting a knock right there. But now all 4 members of Alpha 7 locked in here, looking to get their first winner chicken dinner of the evening, and they get it, baby, with 17 eliminations.
That's huge. Hey, Anjuk said 16. It's not do you one better. We're going to go for 17 in the crowd. There they are, baby. Look how happy they are. They got A7 up top. She's saying it's hot in here because that action is starting to heat up, baby. Loving it for Alpha 7. And what is the narrative now, chat? I leave it to you. Is Alpha 7 washed? Are they no longer making it? Or is there hope? Is there hope? And I say that, look, that does not represent what I feel. Okay, I'm just saying.
Sure about that, man?
It doesn't represent what I feel. But I've been looking at chat. You know how they are. They get crazy. They get wild with it. But we love you for talking either way. Squash. We set the storyline up at the start of the day, Hot Chooks. Squash. Is he the guy that is going to be replaced by Cinetexa, by Synap? Well, not in this moment anyways. Squash finishes off with 8 eliminations. He gets 8 of the 17 for Alpha 7.
Oh yeah, I mean these guys are big chilling here. I remember being in Saudi after they won the tournament and seeing the owners, which we got a little glimpse of there in the crowd chat. You know, they had the trophy, and I looked at her hand, and it was like white knuckle. You know what I'm saying? She was not letting go of that trophy, and they're not gonna let go of it here. They want it once again. It was just really about just getting that lucky position. You know what I'm saying? Once Alpha 7 got a wide open spot, I mean, I was like, this is going to be a big game for them. And it was. I mean, 17 elimination chicken dinner in the clutch moments. That is dangerous.
Indeed it is. And VIOUS Gaming, you give them credit. They looked good up to a certain point. I thought they were going to have a deeper run, but they will finish off with 2 eliminations. iNCO ended up getting the best of them. And iNCO tried their best as the game went along with 5 eliminations, and ultimately were finished off by TL. I really thought Influence Rage was going to win this fight against Savage, but They fell short, finished off with 5 elims, and it was Savage Esports who ended up getting the best of them, I believe, with the help of Shoot the Survive with the third party. But as we got deeper into the game, it was Squash Boo, or Squash Bro, as it was said, who just started to really I love Squash Bro, baby.
Man. He's been lifting. And you know what? And this, to me, just puts, it squashes the whole storyline of, oh, are we going to replace him today? Are we going to put him on the bench? Because Squash, he is the bro. He got you here in the first place, at least this season, when it comes to the synergy on the squad. Back-to-back weeks, they're at the top. No reason to put him on the bench this late into the game. So I think yesterday they were questioning it. They were testing it out. Yeah, they had a good game with 10 eliminations, but it's just not the play. You got to let Squash ride out the entirety of this tournament and then reconsider if things don't work out. So Squash, this last game, 8 elimination points going his way. That puts a stop to the whole question, oh, we're going to bench Squash, bro. Not no more, man. Not no more, Hot Cheeks.
Not even close, dude. I mean, after a performance like that, these guys are so dang stoked. So, I mean, I can only imagine where they're at on the leaderboards now. I mean, after a game like that, you know they're way, way up there, Taylor.
Yeah, without a doubt, they have to be. Alpha 7 going up the leaderboard, looking so very strong. Exciting times, especially for Squash, being replaced by Cinetexa yesterday. Clearly lit a flame under him, and he said, look, I want to be on this roster. I'm here for a reason, and I want to show the fans and everybody at home, plus the competitors, why I am here, and clearly made a tremendous impact. Game number 4 is done. 2 more games to go. Miramar to finish off the day. We're going to have it back-to-back games. You know, one of the beautiful things about Miramar is it's been exciting and super fast-paced, which typically it isn't, but it has been, at least from finals yesterday, and I'm expecting today as well, and plenty of opportunities for a lot of rosters to make it up to the top. And one of those is iNCO. Luckily, we have Sarpatch on the site, and he had a chance to sit down with iNCO's Bruno after their match 3 performance. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, guys, here we are after match 3 with Bruno Sin. Bruno Sin, this perhaps has been the best match we've had in the finals. The finals has not been going our way. What do you think happened yesterday?
I think our game style is very aggressive, and we needed to take a risk in the game, to fight, and to do some things more aggressive. And yesterday we don't do this. We stay more passive, we wave more, and this costs too much plays and too much points. Today we started with another mentality, but we are doing too much mistakes, and our game is hard to play when you are doing these shits, do you know? It's this.
Nothing else to ask, bro. Good luck.
Thank you.
You got it, all right? I believe. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes. 2 more games to go for day 2 of the finals. It's Miramar back to back. This is where things start to heat up a bit. Dave, the last chance, the last 2 maps to earn your points towards the threshold so you don't fall too far behind going in to day number 3, the grand final day.
Yes, sir. And Alpha 7 warmed up, baby, ready to go to close out day number 2. And looking at Alpha 7, like I was thinking, like, man, VIP, they could have had that same position in the late game, you know, because they dropped Severny. But I'm like, nah, you know, VIP, they might have held down those little wooden cabins, but that's all they would have done. And that's the difference between Alpha 7, the caliber of team that they are, and probably 65% of the rest of the lobby, right? Because a lot of the times these bottom teams right now in this lobby, they'll be content with their hard cover. They'll hold it down, show up in the late game. But Alpha 7, they weren't even in the log cabins. They were just hovering around them and really spreading out, making sure that all their angles were covered. And they were just being proactive there towards the end. So yeah, the circles kept popping on top of them, but they weren't just hunkered down, Hot Jukes. They were out there being active, taking shots at everything. And a lot of teams here in this lobby simply just don't do that. So Alpha 7 right now, back on top, baby.
Easy. I mean, if you listen to what I said a little bit earlier in the day, I was like, look, out of all the teams, you don't really got to worry about A7 because at any moment's notice, they can bust out a 20 to 30 point game, right? How about a 27 point game, right? More towards the 30 rather than the 20. And the crazy part was, I ain't gonna lie, I saw it coming from a mile away. Literally, once they dropped Lapopka and I saw that zone go north, I was like, winner, chicken dinner for A7. How many eliminations are they gonna get? And that's exactly what happened. So, I mean, like this squad, I mean, I think they've been warmed up. They've been having some very unfortunate circles, unfortunate things happening to them, like Revo opening up a door and just seeing a Royals of War player out of nowhere and be like, ah! You know? Like, it's just been so unfortunate. But then finally, when that fortune favors their way, they don't just win, they win big. And that's why they're so dang dangerous. With 2 matches left, if they get another position like that, Taylor, it's over.
They do, but you know, they gain the confidence back. Even the best in the world sometimes need a match like that to gain their confidence and say, okay, we're here for a reason. We are the best without question. But they've got to continue that. I mean, look, one game like that is great. It's enough. It does raise the question of, well, they can always pop up a game like that and therefore take the championship away from anybody. But the reality is that they have been quite inconsistent. Can they do it again? And I tell you what, if they could do it one more time, they absolutely will be unstoppable, be within that top 3. Nobody is going to stop them. So liking what I'm seeing from Alpha 7, you have to, especially from Squash's perspective with the 8 eliminations, with the questions of, is Cinetexa going to take his spot? You know, the narrative even catching on in chat, but it seems Squash is here to stay. There's a reason why he was picked up. He's got the experience, not only with the team itself, but also, obviously, when it comes to PUBG Mobile, he wouldn't be on this team if that wasn't the case. So good on him. Alpha 7 looked great. Miramar's a different beast, but I will say even more so on the Alpha 7 storyline, Dave. Miramar, round 1, we go back in time, or phase 1, I should say. Alpha 7 was pulling up some of the biggest numbers on Miramar that we had seen, at least at the start of the tournament.
Exactly. And now they're warmed up. They got that momentum. The first half of, honestly, the grand finals, it's done now. They're right back in the running. They're not in the slumps anymore, right? So now heading into Miramar, they're looking to capitalize on this momentum in one of their stronger maps, right? So Alpha 7, if I'm everybody else, I'm starting to kind of shake in my boots a little bit, you know? Yesterday I was like, yeah, Alpha 7, take that, you know? We're doing awesome. After that 17-point game, I don't know, man. Almost 3,000 damage done from them. Another team that kind of surprised me, and we saw in the highlight play, Dark Light there at the end. A lot of times you see players, they have the easy elimination, right, Hot Jukes? They take the shots, they get the knock, and they get the thirst. Dark Light got the knock, immediately turns attention to the second player, and got another knock, right? Unfortunately, was traded out there in the process, but that's how you surprise people from behind, right? You try to take them all out, not just get one simple thirst. And I'm bringing them up because Shoot to Survive, no win, but 7 elimination points and a 4th place. hey, you gotta take those when you can here, Hot Juke. So I'm gonna take it, all right?
Give them the flowers. Give them the flowers whenever they get the chance. You know what I'm saying? Because it's probably not going to be for very long with how some of these other teams are playing. You know, Taylor, it was so funny. You're talking about Alpha 7. I will say this squad, I don't think will ever lose confidence, right? And the reason being is because when I met Carrillo, right, he showed me a picture where he had just met Neymar, right? One of the biggest football players on the planet in iNCO.
At Esports World Cup?
Yes, yeah. So he showed me a picture where he met him, and I looked at him, I was like, oh man, you must have been really excited. And he looked at me and he goes, he's my fan. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, that is GOAT. That is GOAT mentality. I don't know if it's a true story.
It is a true
but it's
story.
GOAT mentality.
I am not
really?
kidding. He said he looked at me in the face,
said Neymar was a fan of him.
And when I heard that, I was
crazy.
like, this guy's on another level, guys. You know what I'm saying? This guy is on another level. He wasn't even smiling. He was just like, for the picture. You know what I'm saying? So, like,
that's insane.
These guys, I think that they know what they're capable of. And then once they just got that open circle, they were like, easy chicken dinner right here.
That's great. Yo, Neymar was over there, so I can't validate it. Neymar's a huge esports fan, by the way. If you guys don't know, there's a lot of sports superstars out there that love esports. Cristiano Ronaldo now, an ambassador of the Esports World Cup too, which is just crazy to me. The scene is growing. We love it for each and every esport, including PUBG Mobile. Let's go. Let's get into it. Miramar, first Miramar of the day. Map 5. We're deep in the day 2. Chat, we don't have many more games left, especially with Smash Point. We don't know how many games we'll get tomorrow. We'll have up to 6, but we can have a minimum of 2. So technically, we could have 4 more games left in the entirety of the tournament, depending on how it plays out. Things are getting exciting. I'm excited. Chat, get loud. Who do you want to perform well in this game number 5? Let's get some support out there and some energy for your favorite team. Dave, where are we going?
Yeah, let's get those predictions because I'm curious, who's going to get it right. I know we asked for predictions 2 games ago. I didn't follow it, if I'm being honest, but I'm going to follow it this time around here. So I got to see who's the big brain right now in the chat. And, where are we going? I'm going wherever Alpha 7's going, honestly, man. They're the ones with the momentum here this game, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, indeed. You can see them hopping out the plane. A beautiful plane path for them, too. Dropping in El Pozo. They're going to have so much dang loot here. So let's see where the zone goes. Will it stay and be nice up in the north side, or will it go down to the dirty south? We'll see what happens here. But, man, I'll tell you what. Our NA brethren. Oh, my gosh. We haven't seen this circle in a hot minute. So full-fledged north on the northwest side. A crater field circle. So, man, Alpha 7... don't gotta move a muscle here.
I know, and look, chat's saying like, guys, stop talking about A7. How could we not? I mean, look, these guys are great. Plus, they've got the zone. It does excite me, however, for Wolves, who are very close. Wolves, they need a confident win, and what a better start, right, than challenging that of Alpha 7, or at least later on. I still believe in Wolves. I do. As far as the standings go, they're still sitting pretty in 8th place. But Alpha 7, you notice they do jump up the 4th. They're knocking on the door of catching Influence Rage and being up there in top 3. So always an opportunity, always a chance. And for Wolves, well, we're going for a stroll on a bike. It must be a nice day in the desert.
Let's go. Coops and Wancho, just 2 buddies riding in the desert right now, huh, Jukes? You can't ask for more, man. And then you got Dort on the horse just showing off, all right? Just showing off. Gonna pick up a ton, probably, show him what's up. And, the Wolves totally agree. Totally agree. They've been doing pretty well here today. Looks like they're on the chase to try to get to Monte Nuevo. Hopefully before I see Colgo and Remix also over here in the general vicinity. So Monte Nuevo is the spot.
Nuevo.
That's the spot.
It's the spot. It's the spot.
That's the hot spot.
I want to keep the narrative going, if you guys don't mind, about why things are a little bit slower. 7, he's been out there doing a lot of work. He's been out there doing a lot of work, and he had a chance to sit down with Revo, which could be great to hear from him. And I believe this is after their game win, or at least when they were on the come up. Let's send it and see what 7 and Revo had to say. I didn't have to say a lot. And that's okay.
He's laser
'Cause Rebels-
focused, man. He's
Laser
gaming.
focused.
You're trying to get him to answer your questions while he's gaming Reflections. And
listen,
I know what
not
you're
a good
doing.
time.
I know what you're doing. You know, you want to just press that button so bad. You're trying to distract my dude on their momentum streak right now. All right, man. Reflections. Whose side are you really on, man? Honestly, like,
man,
now's the time to just lay it on the table. Let us know.
Whose side am I on? Shoot, the best team. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, look, Alpha 7, they're that team. They're those guys. And look, let me just put it bluntly. I'm not a massive fan of Alpha 7. I'm not a massive fan of any team because that's just how I am. I've always been that way across multiple esports. I do that to remain unbiased, quite truthfully. Outside of North America, I want to see North America win. But I do think, and I think PUBG Mobile, at least at the Esports World Cup, should have Alpha 7. They're going to have to qualify and earn it, but they should be there to defend their title. I firmly believe that, and I want to see them defend their title because Hot Jukes, that's a major storyline I think everybody wants to see play out.
Yeah, I'm a big believer, and if you win the tournament, you should be there next year, like no matter what. You know what I'm saying? So I do want to see them there. I think that they are one of the most exciting teams here. And at the end of the day, like if I can't see a team from the US of A win it, I would love to see a team from my side of the planet. You know what I'm saying? So Alpha 7 are definitely one of the biggest squads in the world. You know, they won the tournament last year, so I'd love to see them here once again. But man, oh man, would I love to see that US flag up there. You know, come on, Wolves. Come on, Xforce. It's still possible. There's a chance. We're so close. We're so close.
So close. Wolves, looks like they're done with their Monte Nuevo loot. They're going to be heading towards El Pozo. Alpha 7 already out, so they're gonna be setting up here for this next circle shift. And looking at Xforce, man, they're a little east of the crater fields that you were chatting about. Hot Jukes just being straight up dead center. So you got Xforce over there, you got IG and Alpha 7 kind of all hovering around each other. And to make matters even spicier, we're looking at Influence Rage heading in that same direction. So everybody with the game plan, try to center up as much as possible right now, and just be prepared, you know, for this next circle shift here. Reflections.
Circle shift. Where are we going to go in 2 minutes? That's the question. But I think for all the other rosters outside of the zone, they want to preemptively get in there and maybe even take over the northern side, which I see VIP potentially going up towards the northern section, which is relatively free, and my chance to look down on Team Liquid and shoot to survive and go for Influence Rage. They've got Xforce around him, AGG, and Larazan is getting out there a little bit too deep away from his team. Melgar in the distance too, and for Influence, I mean, are they? What are we thinking for Larazan? What is he scouting? What does he want?
Hey man, it's Miramar. It's early game. What does he want? He wants a break. You know what I'm saying? He wants a break. He wants to let them sweaty fingers cool off, put them in the fan a little bit right there, and that's it, man. That's it. I mean, we still got 2 more games to go, and this is when the fatigue starts to kick in, right, for these players. And that's what I was talking about in the pre-show. Like VIOUS Gaming, I didn't see any of that from them yesterday. Today, they're not showcasing the fatigue, and they're being consistent. We're getting these placement points, but we're just not seeing the aggression from them, right? But going back to your question, my dude's just letting the fingers rest, man. You know, you got to give them a break every now and then.
There you go. I will say though, you can't let that fatigue set in. You gotta let that adrenaline start kicking in right here and now, because these are those championship games, right? These are the ones that separate you from the big boys right here. VIOUS Gaming, yeah, they've been putting up some consistent points. They're still in second place with 94, but I do agree, we need to see that big pop-off game. But this is that hard part here, guys, because when you're in such a lead, you get hesitant, right? You play a little bit more safe sometimes, because you're just like, man, all we got to do is play consistent and get top 3. So I do want to see if VIOUS has like a very like plain open play. Take it. You know what I'm saying? Take the fight and soak up some of those points, because you're going to need them.
So it's going to be popping up about 5 or so seconds. I expect VIOUS to potentially take a pause. Monte Nuevo maybe even set up to potentially gatekeep 9Z, but now I would go ahead and full send it now. Try to get in zone, which is going to hard shift over to the right. Alpha 7 no longer in the middle. VIP rotated all the way up to the northern side of the map. They now have to go back to the south, ironically where they started. If they would have stopped where they were currently, or where they were at before they went all the way to the north, they would have been in the next zone. Granted, you can't predict that. You just don't know where it's going to go at times, and they did the best with the information they had at the time. iNCO will also move in from blue with their late rotation. Wancho is doing some tricks. I'm going to be honest, sometimes I see some of these tricks running in the trees, and I just want to give them some points for the entertainment aspect of it.
Yeah, it's, you know what? It's a challenge. The driving, you never know, a little rock could just send you flying. But Wancho's vehicle, safe, secure, still on the rotate here, looking at the Wolves. Popping over, though, to Loops Esports. We've been seeing some action from them here tonight. Taking some warning shots downrange at, I believe that was Little Boy and Diego from Influence Rage. Just letting them know, like, hey, we got this. You guys stay over there. We'll stay over here. Everything will be nice on this Miramar game. As I say that, some little pot shots through the window right there onto Loops. So Loops, pretty center right now, all things considered. Influence got a little 2-2 split going on right now, Hot Jukes. But looking at the map, we might have some clashes happening. Xforce going to be one of them out here, just getting a little skirmish. But I'm looking at Rules of War and 9Z down there in St. Martin. They are clashing, just running right through each other.
Yep, they are getting caught on the rotation right here. Both these teams, 9Z especially, really need to make sure that they get away with this one. Yeah, they are just going to be rotating into the blue. Extra safe here. They want to avoid those early engagements completely, and I don't blame them. I mean, especially with considering the luck they've had today. Yeah, they need to get it into that end game. You know, looking at the points though, total for today, right, so far. So this is just today. Xforce is on top, believe it or not, with 43 points total, and guess who's tied with them, guys? After that last game, Alpha 7 with 43 total. So, man, have they caught up like it is nobody's business. Intense game right below them with 40. Loops right below them with 37. But, man, I'm looking all the way down to Wolves in 10th with only 17 points off the day. This needs to be that game where they really, really push through.
Has to be. Wolves have kind of been a disappointment. I'm not going to lie today. They were very hyped up yesterday. Super exciting to watch. And, well, today, man, just non-existent, and that's quite scary. It really is, at least from a North American perspective. That's why I was hoping Xforce would continue to explode and do as well as they have, at least earlier
fight here
in the days. And yeah, for Wolves, they are looking to take a bit of a fight, at least firing out a couple of pop shots. You got VIP, but scarily enough, you also have Alpha 7, which they've been close to since the drop of the game. So there is a chance when Wolves does go into the zone, if they don't take a little bit of a path towards the northeastern side of the top of the zone, they might go straight into A7, AGG, VIP. So Wolves have to play this rotation in the zone very carefully and keep their head on a swivel. If they don't, there's a lot of competitors in front of them.
So true. It looks like they're going to be doubling back. They might even take a little bit of blue zone damage just to avoid those squads that are going to be lingering on the edge right now. So AGG, Alpha 7, Xforce, I think that is the right call for the Wolves. And if I had to guess, Hot Jukes, they're probably going to send it through Crater Fields and maybe even pop up in the south towards San Martin. If we have an opportunity to pull up the map, we can check out the Wolves rotation because we were commending, Xforce a couple of games ago for knowing when to pull off. The Wolves doing just that. I mean, that's best case scenario right there, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, let's see. They haven't done the full wrap yet today, so I wonder if they're going to try to cut through, possibly take on Intense Game. That would be absolutely crazy to watch. Fate, though, getting lit up on the rotation. Bardos then takes down one of the members from Alpha 7. That is huge for the lobby. But Xforce going to be losing most likely a couple players here on rotation.
Yeah, 3 players could leave. Fate is kind of caught in the middle. He's down. He's not going anywhere. So you're right, a couple players will be lost. It's Alima Valak who are going to go to the outskirts of the current zone. Don't worry about rotating in when that happens. And Alima Valak will just go ahead and heal up as much as they can and figure out where they're going. Alpha 7, they've got United for Gaming, who's going to be on a hilltop, I believe, just above them. Influence Rage is going to be on the opposite end. Or did I see? No, it is going to be United for Gaming. And that's the team that held them, remember, a couple of maps ago. So they've got history. We talk about VIP and Alpha 7 sticking together. Well, United for Gaming, Alpha 7 today at least, have always found each other on the map in later stages. So they've got a bit of history. And United for Gaming has won a couple of those fights against A7. So they've been their nemesis today.
Yeah, just magnets as we're looking at Chief. Wow, 8 times many. That is a long shot downtown right here. Down below them, Alpha 7 kind of looking above, but Team Liquid already losing a member. Team Liquid looking for some action. All 3 members just letting it rip down there, kind of missing the mark. And guess what? AGG hearing those shots, Hot Jukes, looking to possibly pull up in the area.
Man, this zone is going to be a tough one. Water treatment is so crazy. So many different spots teams can hide, and this zone is going to center up here. And now the battle started to ring out. Here goes Team Liquid versus All Glory Gaming. Team Liquid got to win this fight here. Nade goes up, just going to miss the mark. And now we're going to see Klaus actually take one of the All Glory Game players out. Team Liquid got to take advantage of this.
They will. Ayala will take down Casper. That's going to be a good opening pick. Dark Light, who we were highlighting earlier for his elims, has to be the shining star in this moment against the big TL roster. Klaus, Bob also moving up. I believe Darklight might want to pick Casper up. I think he has an opportunity given the elevation difference. It's a matter of if Ayala from the second story can look down on him, and I don't think he can. So when we look at it for Shoot to Survive's perspective, they should be able to attack once again with a full 4-man unit. For Team Liquid, they still have an AG member, and yeah, that's going to be Melgar, and Melgar is doing some damage. Chief is gone. Cardozan will find Casper for the down once again. We focus now on 9Z, Globant, and Wolves, who are crashing into each other. Wolves need this win, Dave. They need it desperately, and they're going to have to do it without Coops.
Yeah, and 9Z haven't really been firing on all cylinders here tonight, so let's see what the Wolves can accomplish. Like you mentioned, Coops already down, and Dustin Milo's the last one alive out there in the distance, cooking up a grenade, looking to make a possible play happen, or looking to just hit the eject button, survive a little longer. If I'm the Wolves, though, I might look to prioritize on taking out the last member right now of 9Z. Just flush them out because you don't want to leave it the chance to possibly get backstabbed looking ahead, because both teams right now near water treatment, there's not a lot of action near them, so they have some time and some room to work with here, Hot Jukes, to possibly get the final blow onto 9Z.
Yeah, they got to finish him out here right now. Just reset, you know, with the blue zone coming on in, this should be an easy finish for him. But are they going to rotate? Let's see what they're going to do. What's on? About to pop in the vehicle. Man, everybody getting popped over here. Uh-oh, he's actually in a really bad spot. Yeah, jumps over that wall because he was completely exposed there. So, yeah, Wolves just trying to make something happen. 3 eliminations. This seems to be kind of like what's been happening all day long, guys, right? Like, Wolves get like a good 3 elims at the start and then just have been getting picked apart bit by bit.
Yeah,
but, yeah,
back on board with
tough start.
It is, and for Team Liquid as well, right? Team Liquid seems like, okay, they're in a fight, they look to be in control, but something always happens where they've got to disengage or just eventually they get finished off. And Ayala, I believe his teammate, yeah, Cardozan, they're going to go ahead and dip and get away from this. Shoot to Survive finally pushed up, and really what hurt them so much was Melgar from AGG, the solo, who found a way to take down 2 members of Team Liquid, one on screen, one off. And that's so unfortunate from TL's perspective because they had Shoot to Survive, in my opinion, dead to rights, Dave. And
yeah,
if it wasn't for Melgar, they win that fight.
So unfortunate here is, well, only one more game right after this here, Reflections. And then we are heading into the Smash Points day, which is wild to think about. This is coming towards the end. And at the end of this, top 3 go to the World Cup. Valak, though, should be able to get picked up. Was able to crawl to this little shack just in time here.
Come on in.
Come on in. Let me get you right back up. They're going to be down 2 members with 0 eliminations. And, well, the sad part here, Hot Jukes, of this is even if we get the pickup, it's not in the play zone. And you have INF looking at you. You got Loops looking at you. And IG. So there's 3 different teams looking right at that shack. But, oh, Melgar, iNCO, they're going to be in a little clash right now here, Reflections.
Crash indeed. iNCO, seen him on stream many times. Question is, can they hold on to what they got? This is the fight to have a clean rotate into where potentially 9Z Milos is at, which always a scary prospect. VIP iNCO, the battle of NA. Who will take it? Well, we don't know just yet, but it's unfolding relatively quickly. Tali is going to go ahead and back away, and they might join 7, who's off in a distance. Meanwhile, caught on board with Ayala, who goes back into the fight against Shoot to survive. He falls. Cardozo, a sliver of health. And all he can do is just lay down and take it as he gets finished off in 15th place for elimination. Shoot to survive will lose a player unless they want to try and pick him up. There's no chance to do so. And, well, I don't know. Are their eyes set on Alpha 7 up ahead? Maybe so. That's not going to be the play, and they'll rotate off wisely. Would not want to crash in on the A7 with how hot they've been.
Intense game on top right now. Top of the leaderboards. These guys are looking really good right now. Savage going to be pushing on to Influence Rage. Influence Rage, team that needs to win this fight here. Snacks gets knocked, though. See Wolves popping off. Juancho getting a knock in the feed. They need all of those they can get. But this is dead center of water treatment, and this fight like this, normally we could see a third party come on in, but with the amount of vision on the entire surrounding area, it is so difficult to push this spot. And there goes Xforce down to the play zone.
Unfortunate, man. Xforce. One more mirror mark coming up after this here. They had some glimmers of light here today. Really strong performance towards the beginning of the evening. Elimination feed, Wolves. That's the Wolves with iNCO. Gonna be popping over here to Juancho. 2 grenades in hand, looking for the fadeaway. Baton is down door and in the vehicle, trying to get here to support his squad mates. Going for a seat swap right there. Talk about feeling it. Hot Jukes was taken out in the process. Even just Juancho, but up here, oh, the front door. Alpha 7 in a fight, Hot Jukes.
Alpha 7 in a fight here. This is with United for Gaming. We saw them have a crazy pop-off game earlier today. But Alpha 7 on fire after the last one. Literally, Carrillo gets eliminated. The Wolves are eliminated. Alpha 7's gone. This is a big opportunity for quite a few teams.
Without a doubt. So who are we looking at now? Influence Rage still alive with 3 eliminations and 2 players up. They've been on the come up. In fact, they're looking quite healthy in terms of the standings. Intense game, right? The big dogs currently in first place. They are sitting still alive with 3 players, 2 eliminations. 9Z Globant, a solo. We'll see how far they can go. VIOUS Gaming, they've been relatively quiet, but they've been holding on tight and having plenty of star-studded moments. This is their game to take. If I'm VIOUS Gaming, all 4 members alive, you got Loops behind you. You take down Loops, you take down IG. The game opens wide up for you to take over first place once again, be back in the driver's seat, and be very healthy going into the final day.
Yeah, it's their chance to really open this one up and get and claim their spot right on the overall leaderboards. Once again, we've been seeing some nice grenades tonight from Nunez and Aussie throughout the entirety of the tournament, but Loops have also been performing at the top level here. They got that one winner chicken dinner. Looks like they're going to start to get sandwiched, so making the call. Where do we go? Just driving donuts right now. It's going to be United 4 trying to get the vehicle explosion. Jumping out just in time, but getting shot from all angles right now, Hot Jukes.
Wow, that's VIOUS that takes them out. Loops, this was their chance considering that Alpha 7 went out. This could have been a big opportunity for them, but they are just barely going to try to make it out alive with just 1 player, and that's Nenebete. Heading straight into the mouth of a lion right here, because, yeah, there's players all over the place. But he found a 1v1. He's got a tree. Oh, but that Molly is good. That Molly's real good.
It's all still. Nah. Milos is too strong in that situation, man. He knows how to handle his business. 9Z Globant is happy to have him without question. I'm going to have to look at how many elims he has. And even for Nunez, this guy's been on fire for VIOUS Gaming, and a large reason why they have been so successful on the leaderboards. So impressed with Nunez. Would love to see him at Esports World Cup if, obviously, they finish within the top 3. Intense game. VIOUS Gaming, Royals of War, all in a straight line of each other. Intense game, unfortunately, right in the middle. So depending on Royals of War and VIOUS Gaming, how they decide to play this intense game could get pincered, and that's never a good spot to be in.
Comes down to this. Royals of War, we've seen them kind of be like the pest in the lobby here tonight. Yesterday, they had a really nice game, and really haven't seen much from them here. They've been able to get a couple shots, backstab some teams, and really impact their team fights, but nothing explosive here. Showing up in the late game though with 4 alive, that is what you want to see. But I'm with you here, Reflections. I'm looking for VIOUS Gaming, right, to really take advantage of what they have ahead of them right now. With Alpha 7 being out, Loops being out, Wolves being out, I think this is nothing but up right now for VIOUS. But they need to survive right now. The mayhem that they're finding themselves in.
Yeah, you know, if I'm paying attention, I notice Royals of War take down a member of IG. VIOUS says, okay, now it's time to third party this. When they peek their head up, it was Higor who just gets mowed down. But that's okay. He'll have a second chance. He'll have a second life. Intense game, like I mentioned before, right in the middle of VIOUS and Royals of War. And they are getting pincered. IG, probably an earlier exit that they wanted. Only one player remains. And for VIOUS Gaming, they're on the better end of the stick. They can just kind of watch all this go down. But Silence tries to get an off angle. I don't know how much of an impact he's going to have, but he's got to give it his best effort, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, he just needs to continue to put some points on the board right now. It's really tough when you got VIOUS and Influence Rage still in this game here. The top 3 teams are alive, and pretty much nobody below them is close. 9Z only has 1 player up. Royals of War have 2. So, yeah, these top 3 teams, they're going to be putting some more points up and making it much more difficult for anybody to pass them up.
Nunez getting the reload, spotting out some rotations down range for United. Still can't believe that squad has a 17-point game when it comes to eliminations. Nothing I would have expected. But Tonka, we've seen some nice grenades from Tonka here throughout the tournament. Unfortunate for them, Victex, another star player, thirsted in the process. Next circle goes up. Looks like Silence going to be sandwiched right between these 2 teams. Silence just trying to crawl his way to safety. Hearing the bullets just whiz over his head right here. Just trying to survive. Same could be said with Hate. Buggy missing a tire. Milo's cooking a grenade. He's cooking it. He's getting ready to toss it. Hate is going for that heal. The bounce. And there we go. Look at the player cam. He's like, that got me. And that's good. United 4 Gaming. Done, Hot Jukes.
Done just like that. And here comes VIOUS Gaming. The team top on the day yesterday. Currently in second place. Looking to finish back in first. Once again, Igor with that mini popping Milos out right there. This next circle, 1 more zone shift, guys, and that is it. The zone will go down to nothing.
Yep.
And VIOUS Gaming have the zone to their back. All 4 players up. This is looking too good.
You know, it's a spicy end zone, isn't it? Because you have 7 teams still alive, which is quite a bit, and there's a lot that can still unfold, and plenty of teams like VIOUS. Royals of War, throw them in the mix. iNCO Gaming, looking very healthy in terms of their roster, and even more so now you got Savage Esports with 2, but they get blessed by zone. Silence is still hanging on by a thread. You got Milos also hanging on by a thread, but really all eyes on VIOUS, Royals of War, and iNCO Gaming. VIOUS, a real chance to overtake first place if they can win this game. And I'm looking at Royals of War, Savage, Influence, Rage, all within the same vicinity. And Diego's going to get the first shot on Aragons and drop him. Silence will answer back onto David from Royals of War. iNCO wants nothing to do with this. They're hanging off in the distance. They're looking at these third parties. But honestly, they can't really safely travel either. And that's the reason why. Because Diego's ready to gun you down. 9Z Globant gone. We started this zone with 8 teams left. We're now down to our top 5. And we're going to lose more before you know it. As 7 also gone. Savage looking to pull up and go big, and you got Octi also moving on to Diego and co. And Influence Rage need to sniff this out. If they don't, he could do a ton of damage as he typically does.
Yeah, and one thing to point out, VIOUS Gaming just in the back line with their 2-2 split third party and all of this right now. So iNCO trying to get the crash here. Doesn't look like it's really going their way. McGrillen trying to get this heal. I don't think we'll be able to get the pickup. Silence still alive, by the way, from IG. But yeah, VIOUS Gaming, Hot Jukes, this has to be their moment to reclaim that first place position.
It's a wrap, dude. It's a wrap. This is a chicken dinner for VIOUS Gaming all day long right now. It's about who's going to get second. And you got Influence Rage still in the mix with a duo. 6 eliminations so far. A great game for them in a top 4 position. Exactly what they needed to do here. So, man, I'm telling you, these top 3 teams, this is why it's so difficult. No matter how good of a performance you have, if these squads at the top are able to clutch up a good game towards the end, they're going to be too tough to beat.
There's Octi. There's Octi. He loves to do this. He loves to make plays, and he will do so. Influence Rage is out of there. 4th place, 6 elims. A wonderful game from them, and they continue to stay consistent. But now all eyes on Savage, Intense, and VIOUS Gaming, who have the ultimate power position. Everybody theoretically has to push into them. I'm surprised, IG with Silence is still alive. We saw him in the ravine just crawling as slowly as he could, right? But he's managed to stay up. We're looking at a 5 elimination game, potential 2nd place finish, depending on how this fight between VIOUS Gaming and Savage ends up unfolding, with Mara the last alive. And it looks like VIOUS is starting to come in.
There you go. Silence. 2nd place with the army crawl. Ooh, burn the mayhem right there. I'll take that. Consistent points and 5 eliminations. But you'll love to see it here, fellas. VIOUS Gaming coming out on top of this Miramar game with 9 eliminations and the winner chicken dinner. 1,600 damage done. High fives all around right now. By the way, anybody in the chat, did anybody in the chat guess VIOUS Gaming coming back with the dub here tonight and possibly retaking 1st place on the overall once again?
Yeah. Was it on your bingo sheet? I don't know if it was. Call it out because you called it, baby. That's nice. VIOUS Gaming, a wonderful job. Well done. And great to see them. I mean, VIOUS has been highly consistent throughout finals. The question was, Hot Chooks, coming into today, could they maintain their spot in 1st? Well, the question at least is answered at the moment before Game 6. The answer is yes.
Yeah, I mean, what a beautiful game from these guys. I mean, they got a great position in the zone, and they were putting in work from that edge. I mean, this game was crazy. We don't see a circle like this very often. I think it definitely put some of these teams for a loop. It was so difficult just to even try to even get into this zone here, but VIOUS clutch it up. Another team I got to talk about is Intense Game, dude. I don't know what these guys have been doing all day long, but they've been finding a way to find one player up towards the end. Almost every single game now. I've seen one snake survive and be able to put something on the board.
Yeah, and you also have Rafa, too, who's been one of our top elimination leaders on the MVP race. He's sitting at 20 for the day, maybe even a bit more after this last game. But yeah, all of IG have just done such a wonderful job staying alive, and you got to really give it and hand it over to Silence, who is also, very well done. 13 eliminations for the tournament, at least in regards to final state, but staying alive as long as he did, that was not easy.
Yeah, I mean, they got sandwiched, right, between Royals of War and VIOUS Gaming, and then just hit the dirt. That's what I call the insurance policy right there. And it paid out big time, that 2nd place right there, securing some much needed points. But VIOUS right here getting that winner chicken dinner. And you know what, team effort here, fellas. Everybody across the board putting in the work here. Hygar, though, one of the standout players from the squad. I feel like we keep talking about this individual sitting on 4 elims. Reflections.
Yeah, 4 elims indeed. He was towards the bottom when it comes to VIOUS Gaming in terms of elims, but you said it best. It's a team effort, and everybody is very, very close together in elims. Outside of Rafa, who is just, taking a lead, or excuse me, outside of Nunez, my apologies, who's at 14. But well done from this roster to just perform as well as they have, and such an improvement from round 1 or phase 1 and phase 2. VIOUS walk away with 19 points. Intense Game will get 11, and Influence Rage will be the 3rd highest score, despite them being in 4th place with a total of 10. Savage, nice to see them making an attempt. They played quite well. Top 3. We'll take that to the bank, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, good for Savage. When it comes to the other teams, though, you got to really worry. I mean, because the top 3 teams are the teams that got a bunch of points in the championship rounds, right? You look at all the other squads that are trying to pass them up, 4 points, 5 points, 1 point, as opposed to I mean, you got intense game busting out 10. This is going to be pretty crazy here. Last game of the day, man, it's a must win, I think, for a lot of teams here.
I think it's a must win for Alpha 7 to secure top 3. Let's see it. Let's look at our overall standings. I assume VIOUS will be in. No, they won't. They'll be 1 point away from intense game, but the lead is starting to develop a bit, right? Over the third place, which is Influence Rage, so 13, 14 point lead for Intense Game and VIOUS respectively. You got Alpha 7 still trailing behind. They're 10 points away from catching Influence Rage, but the reality is, a far cry difference from where they started. They were so far down. They were on the second page yesterday. They started the day in 8th place. They're now in 4th, so they're looking a lot healthier, as well as Loops. And, let's throw Wolves in there, 9Z, Globant, Xforce. You can see how close the race still is. And we said, okay, Alpha 7, top 3, but boys, I'm not, again, not alarm bell, but I'm just keeping it real like Dave. No, I'm serious.
What?
Like, you look at it, the race is so close, and with it being Smash Point tomorrow, getting in top 3 going into tomorrow's competition, in my opinion, is imperative. You need to be there to have any relevancy of safety.
Yeah, but if I had to put all my UC on the line, and if I'm looking at a team to get a win tomorrow, definitely Alpha 7. I mean, it's written in the stars. I had a cup of tea today, and I thought it said A7 in the tea leaves. So we'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. Maybe it was chocolate milk. Maybe it was tea. I don't know. But Alpha 7, that one game, Hot Jukes, it got them in the conversation. And that's what we wanted to see here at the start of the day, because day one, nowhere to be found. They had 17 points out of 6 games. And then this last game, they were able to get those 17 eliminations. But shout out to VIOUS Gaming. Reflections, you talk about bingo cards. I guarantee you this squad was not on anybody's bingo card. Even if you were to look at the Brazilian teams, I guarantee you the home crowd didn't even have VIOUS on the bingo card. I mean, you had Team Liquid, you had Influence Rage, you had A7, but VIOUS, talk about a come up from Brazil. This is what this tournament's all about here.
Well, we showed it at the start of the day, didn't we, Dave? It was their performance from Phase 1 and Phase 2. We combined it compared to their Day 1 finals performance, and they doubled their stats in some of the categories. VIOUS Gaming, night and day performance from Phase 1, Phase 2 in finals. They've locked it in. They figured it out, and they are having success because of it. One more game to go today before we know our official threshold going into Smash Point tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Map 6 Miramar coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. Here it is, last game of the day, the last chance to secure a top 3 finish, but more importantly, for the one team to set the threshold heading into tomorrow. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes. Boys, here it is, last game of the day, the last chance.
Boy.
And well, we've set the narrative for so many different rosters out there, Dave, and going into this final game, there's so many that still need to take victory, especially for those who are, let's say, 4th or 5th on down.
Yeah, and what's crazy to think about is tomorrow we might not even see Miramar again, right? I mean,
That's a fact.
It might end in the first 2 games. So the Smash rules will be taking effect tomorrow. So hopefully, if I'm looking at like VIOUS, if I'm looking at maybe even Alpha 7, we were kind of chatting about them a little bit earlier on, how Miramar has been one of their stronger maps. You want to close out strong, not only because this might be the last Miramar, but also you want to be in a good position come tomorrow on those Smash rules. You don't want to be a team in 15th or 16th or 14th, because then that's just impossible. I mean, let's just be real. So finish strong, end on a high note, and hopefully this might be the last Miramar of the tournament. So we'll see.
That's true. And that's a sobering experience, isn't it? Because tomorrow isn't about, I mean, it is about obviously reaching a point threshold. But for certain rosters, they're going to achieve that even if they're not in first place going into tomorrow. Let's say they're most likely going to be close enough. One good game, they're at the point threshold. And look, it doesn't even have to be one team off of game number 1, right? Tomorrow, we could have 2, 3 teams who pass the point threshold and are eligible to win the next map. And that's how these Smash Point rule sets go. It gets stressful, it really does, but it gets exciting. And you have to think, Hot Jukes, do teams change up their strategy? I'm not talking about challenging the teams who are on Smash Point, but certain teams are aggressive. And well, once you reach the point threshold, points only matter so much unless we play all 6 games. What really matters is getting the win. So maybe we see teams start to pump the brakes a bit and play a little bit differently than they normally do when they're trying to get as many points as possible.
Oh boy. Go back to basics.
I hope so, dude.
Please.
I hope so.
Go back to basics, dude. You're talking about changing strategies, and Wolves, I'm just like, they're doing something different today, right? We're seeing these crazy pushes, these awkward splits. I think they're overthinking a little bit too much. You know, they're letting the pressure get to their head. I just want to see them play their normal game. When they're grouped up and they're fighting a team 4v4, they can beat anybody. I really do believe that. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, they're putting themselves in awkward positions. Coop's going off an off angle, getting, you know, taken out. Juancho getting taken out on this side. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough going into this game. If you do not win this game, if you're the Wolves, Xforce, any of these guys, tomorrow's going to be unbelievably difficult. So I want to see that win. I just want to see a USA flag somewhere in the top 3. You know what I'm saying?
Seriously.
Like, please, just show me one. I don't care who it is. Please, just one time.
Anybody. Show me 2.
One time.
Put
baby.
Xforce and Wolves up there.
Show me
Show
2.
me
but I gotta ask for one.
3. Let's get to 3.
I don't know about 3, but 2 for sure, man. 2 maybe. That would be cool. That would be cool. I really do feel like our region has improved a ton. We've been talking about the narrative from spring season last year to fall, like, okay, North America's improving, but we still got a long way to go. And I think we're getting to that point where we're getting pretty close, Dave. Like, genuinely, North America's getting pretty close to finally making an impact on the global stage. And well, here it is, the final map of the day and the final code of the day. Get your Amazon gift card in the chat. Everybody be quick with it. Hey, the final opportunity. We'll have more tomorrow, I'm sure of it. This is your final chance of the day, much like the player's final chance to get close to that point threshold or establish it. Chat, let us know. Final predictions, who's taking it, where are we at, how are we feeling? And Legion, great to see you out there. So random to see you in the PUBG Mobile chat, but Legion, my good buddy, love him to death. He's incredible. Wonderful player, and it's great to see him compete. trying at the top echelon, but sometimes it doesn't work out for him. But hey, he gives it his best. That's why we love Legion. Country Greg out there, baby. Let's get it going. Dave, where are we landing?
Yeah, man. Hey, Legion in the chat saying the Wolves taking the final dub of the evening. So we got one in the chat. I'm going for the Wolves. I'm speaking for Hot Jukes. He's going for the Wolves. We're looking for a Wolves winner chicken dinner here, Hot Jukes. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. They're going to be heading north towards Monte Nuevo. We are going to see a team landing pretty close to them right here, so they could be dealing with a little bit of a hot drop situation. Actually, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Coops, mighty close here. Things are starting to get dangerous, guys, and it's do or die time. Let's be real. I mean, with what's possible tomorrow, you gotta put up a big performance here, but Wolves landing right next to Alpha 7 does not bring me a lot of confidence. I'm not gonna lie. Oh wait, no, Alpha 7 are taking off. Yeah, they're on the move. Okay, good. Good.
Thank goodness. Oh, I was starting to sweat, man. I know you don't see me, but I got water.
Wait, Juancho's driving in that direction. Did he see them flying? No, okay, good. He backed off. Good. Good, Juancho. You know, the zone lands directly onto Alpha 7's drop spot. This is intense gamer in a perfect position. Alpha 7 in a perfect position. I mean, let's be real here. It is, everything's pretty much going against these NA teams. They just gotta have to make it happen regardless.
They are. Come on, North America. Let's bring it home, baby. Let's bring... Yeah, and seriously, guys, they're not far behind. Like, Wolves, yeah, we've talked about it. They struggled today. Xforce, like, has had a great day, by the way. But Wolves been on the struggle bus. But 88, 82 points, like, very realistic. They can get close to top 3. Either way you look at it, I mean, Dave, they're going into the final day in my opinion, a very comfortable and realistic spot to still make top 3, even if they don't finish in the #1 spot today.
Definitely. And we'll have to see. Wolves, talking about teams that have been just constantly improving throughout this season of PMSL. Wolves, one of them, right? VIOUS Gaming, without a doubt, one of them. And I think those would be the top 2 teams, in my opinion, when it comes to looking at round 1, looking at round 2, and now kind of pulling it all together here in the grand finals. So you got to continue to root for those squads to continue to improve day after day. Talking about teams, though, reflections. There's a couple, man, below the cusp, down there at the bottom. That's a whole other conversation right now, man.
Sure. Well, look, you talk about towards the bottom, and it is a different conversation, different world. I might as well be on Mars at this point. They've got so much to come up, but hey, it's not over till it's over. Don't let go of the dream. But for one of those that are at the top of the food chain, VIOUS Gaming, one of the reasons why they're so successful is because Demonor has been out of this world. And we had a chance with Sarpatch to sit down with them after one of their incredible games. Let's listen what Demonor had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Demonor. They just won the 5th match. Demonor, congratulations. How are you guys feeling? Good rotations all around. You guys are looking great. Como se estão sentindo agora? Boas rotações. Tiveram jogo muito bom, 9 kills.
Olha, muito feliz porque foi uma play meio que tipo, eu achei que foi meio difícil por conta que tipo nós vemos de baixo, daí não sei bem que deu uma fechada para cima na 2, mas é isso. Nós estamos muito felizes agora que tipo foi vencer Miramar.
Yeah, he says that we're really happy we got that Miramar. We had to come from the bottom, go up on the map. We were able to find a good place and we got the win. This tournament looks to be really intense to the end. A lot of teams up there on the top. How confident are you guys to keep that place? Quanto confiantes vocês estão agora que vocês vão ficar lá em cima?
Muito confiante, né? Tipo, claro que é muito bom, não sei, tipo, você tipo, ganhar uma queda e tal, mas o certo é tipo, nós ter tipo, calma para tipo, nós saber tipo, jogar as mais queda que tipo, vai vir para frente.
Yeah, we feel very confident. We know we have some matches still to go, but we want to try and do our best. But we feel we have to be calm, have patience to get the matches and get the wins.
Great interview, but the Wolves are now going up against Alpha 7, right? We will deal with that in a second, guys. This is a huge fight. And the Juancho Takes out Squash. This could be a full battle. Carrillo, though, immediately getting the thirst onto Coops. This is just dire straits for both of these teams.
Yeah, it is. And at a time where they don't need dire straits. Both of them need to find success to break into top 3. And one of them's not going to have that opportunity after this fight is concluded. It might just be Alpha 7, who's down to 2. Baton, Mafioso, opposite of each other. Doran also rolling in. Wancho coming through as they start to close in on Mafioso. Has no choice but to run away into the corner, but he's not going to go down without a fight. Mafioso fires back, gets it down, but it's not enough. Wolves will stay up with 3 players. Revo will back away, and Alpha 7 has no choice but to go into survival mode.
Wow, Hot Jukes moving on up just like that. 3 eliminations. They should be able to get the pickup so they can at least, have 3 of their squad mates move into the mid to late game. So Revo, last one alive right now for Alpha 7. My dude can still get some things done. I don't know about a winner wear chicken dinner, but can maybe pull out a silence like we saw from last game and try to survive, try to get those placement points that way come tomorrow. They're still within the top 5. It is going to be challenging though. Loops, 9Z, Xforce still alive, still thriving. I did see Revo go all the way to the cliff sides out there, those mountains on the west coast where you can't even play at. So Revo definitely going full on turtle mode right now here. Turtling it up here for the final game of the evening.
Oh my gosh, what a play, guys. That it was a must-win fight there for the Wolves, and that's the team right above them. So, I mean, once they realized it was Alpha 7, they full sent it, man. They did lose Coops in the process. This is very typical of what we kind of seen today from them, right? 3 eliminations early on, and then kind of fizzling out. So I don't like this. I am actually really nervous to see it. But hopefully, after taking out Alpha 7 early, Wolves are fired up a little bit, right? Let's go.
Yeah, I hope so, man. Look, North America, top 3 to finish the day. Could we ask for anything more? Yes, we could ask for Xforce to also be there, but I'll take it. We'll take our victors where we come again. Night and day, right, from spring as well as fall PMSL from last year where North America was non-existent. We're talking not even, we were celebrating if they would break onto the top page, guys. And now we have a chance to go to EWC. Unfathomable. Incredible. I'm loving it. I really am. Wolves 9 points away from breaking past the Influence Rage, but still a tall task. And as far as Xforce goes, they are in the blue, but they're going to be all right. They'll manage to get just behind that, a VIP up on the northern side. About to have a zone shift. Question is, where are we going, Dave?
Let's check out the zone. El Pozo, dead center. We see iNCO out there near water treatment. So iNCO looking to make some plays happen. They might just decide to go right here. Third party, all this, get a couple of elims, honestly. But look at this, Hot Jukes. You were saying, wow, Wolves with the trio going to be having first dibs because, listen, reflections. This is what I'm looking at. Everybody down here in the south, man, just on the great migration right now. And you know who's sweating right here? Revo in the corner. He's hoping nobody rotates this way and spots him out because Revo looking for those placement points here, fellas.
Yes, he is looking for the placement points. And Hot Jukes, man, that's a lot of teams who have to go up north. I'm not expecting everybody to go up there unscathed. Someone's going to drop.
If anyone's going to destroy Revo, it's going to be a VIP player. Those guys have like the same brain when it comes to rotation. So let's see if Hayuya does spot Revo here. That's going to be a crazy rotation, man. This is a tough zone for so many teams. I'm not shocked to see the Wolves try to move a little bit more north because they know so many squads are going to be on that migration from the south. And right now you see, Revo, he's hiding. He is big hiding. He knows that VIP's nearby. You really got to hide. The Zarky boys.
Zarky boys.
But look at Intense Game, dude. Intense Game, big chillin'. They have been getting great zones all day today. And this is not bad at all. They got so much high ground. Nobody's even near them right now. So we're going to definitely see them towards the late game.
Definitely.
And then we forgot about the smash points, guys. Like, this is up to them to really set that bar. Yeah. They're in first place right now.
Definitely are. Remember, 10 points will be added onto the total. I'm sure we'll show all that at the end of the day, for sure going into tomorrow. But yeah, this is the opportunity to set the bar And imagine that, like, you're the one setting the tone. You're the one setting the bar for everybody else. That, in my opinion, I know we say first is a curse. I don't care, because VIOUS Gaming is about to blow that out, because they might finish off in first place. And they started today in first place. But imagine that everybody else has to get to your level before they even have a chance to win. That's a confidence booster, in my opinion.
Yeah, without a doubt. That, well, VIOUS looking to get these points. IG 2 points ahead of them. VIOUS do have a couple members down range, opponents that is. They're going to be taking some shots, missing the mark. It's going to be Royals of War. So if there is ever a time for VIOUS to get really aggressive, I would have liked to have seen it right there, but of course they didn't get that knock. So looks like Hot Jukes, they're just going to be playing the zone right now.
Play it good. Right now, Xforce. Oh, getting caught by Hayuya. They need to turn around and commit this full fight. They got to win this one. Xforce cannot run away. And Fate gets blasted, and they run away.
Yep. And they run away, but they're not running away this time, are they? They really can. I mean, it's up to 24K, and alongside his other teammates, and
man,
I don't know. Are they even going to be able to get away safely? Sometimes in a buggy, it's a little bit testy, but he does. He does get away, and he'll be able to join Phallic for Xforce survival mode. They might as well be in the same situation as Alpha 7's in with their last remaining player, Revo, who is way off in the distance. He might even take himself out in the blue zone. I don't know, man. He'll eventually make it up. It's getting weird. For Loops, though, 4 alive, and another team that's in the conversation to break into the top 3 at 89 points. Very doable.
89 points. We're looking at top 3 right now. 100 INF. They still got the whole squad alive. IG first place, 115. So it is awfully close at the top of the leaderboard. But yeah, looking at Loops with their 89 points, they're going to have United 4 right ahead of them. Looks like Loops trying to get a nice little position, trying to surround the compound that United 4 are holding down. But there's a squad out there lingering on the high ground. It's going to be making this push very difficult. United, though, Hot Jukes, blocking their own sight lines with the smokes. I believe those are their smokes here. So it's going to allow Loops to rotate for free. But Loops, Xforce.
Wow. That's tough. That's tough to see there. I mean, yeah, Xforce, I think they just let the nerves kind of get to them here towards the end. Started off so strong today. Still kind of in the running. We'll see tomorrow what happens. I mean, if they can start off strong tomorrow, that'd be huge. But right now, it's all up to Loops. And I can understand why Loops doesn't want to take this fight. They know that there's so many teams surrounding them that the third-party chance is so high.
I think if they get a grenade knock, they might opt to, with a couple smokes, smoke it up, close the gap.
Possible.
I mean, this is Loops.
It's possible.
They're pretty aggressive.
I think the timing is bad, though. You got the next zone about to pop here. I wouldn't be surprised that we see Loops kind of hold off. But then again, if that zone hard shifts away, if you're Loops, do you take this fight or do you go into the next zone? What do you think, Taylor?
I don't know if I think you dip. I don't think you take this fight at all, in my opinion. I really don't. I think you prioritize zone. I feel that's where Loops is best, in my opinion, when they prioritize zone, as opposed to trying to crash in on teams. They're a team that is incredible towards the end game, and yeah, I was worried about this. VIOUS Gaming were in blue for a long time. They spent a while rotating. Klaus was the guy who was the forward scout for Shoot to Survive, called out the VIOUS Gaming. They're rolling in, and therefore the rest of the roster was able to focus on them. From Shoot to Survive onto VIOUS Gaming, they're in a little bit of trouble, potentially trying to go for some reses. And we asked, would Loops rotate? Well, they don't have to. They can stay where they're at. And look at this guy, the solo, Revo. He lost his team early on.
1v4.
We think it's done and dusted, and it might very well be soon, but he's not going down without a fight. And if that door wasn't shut, that nade was going to be cooked well. The good news is he's got a great choke point on top of the stairs, and Revo knows how to work these angles, and he's going to do it effectively, man. Royals of War, Tonka, David, 2 solid players, but Dave,
1v3.
for Dave, I don't know. I wouldn't push recklessly.
He's got this, though, man. He's got one more grenade, one more Molotov. He can toss in the stairs if he anticipates the push coming up. Tonka with the DBS, though. Urgot out there with the off angle through the windows. So if Urgot gets knocked out right here, oh, it's open season for Revo, Hot Jukes.
Revo trying to get him to burn all their util right now, trying to pull off some shenanigans. He does hear him pop in the vehicle, so he now has this angle to work with. Hops on over to that red dot. He knows he's going to be in that CQC fight. Let's see. Revo really needs a nade to open things up here. Oh, actually, or Milos. Milos getting a knock on a Tonka. That evens that fight up quite a bit. When it comes to 1v2s, makes things a lot easier. Will that nade do it? Oh, actually, nades himself a little bit. That hurts. That hurts. Yeah. Come on, Revo. Let's see what you can do. Let's see what you can do.
If you're Rose of War. Oh, here he goes. He drops down. I was wondering. They stay. Revo hits the shot. Not enough, though. He will fall. Valiant effort. A valiant effort indeed. And I think he realized that Rose of War, they weren't pushing up those stairs. They weren't going to do it. And best case scenario, Revo stays up top. Rose of War rotate out, and he maybe gets a couple of pop shots on a player in a buggy. But yeah, that was his best play, in my opinion, to drop down. Now you got to deal with Milos, who did have an effect in the third party. We mentioned a little bit earlier, Rose of War have got him in his line of sights. But they also have the rest of the 9Z Globant roster who's going to be up ahead. And I'd say the rest, there's only one more player. But they do have the angles, and there's a lot of open space. So I wouldn't underestimate them and potentially even push it into loops. Let's see if they're ready for this.
Let's see. Loops. Oh, going to be find out David. And extra antsy right here with the pump. And, well, he's going to be traded on out. A little seat swap right there. Here comes the rest of Royals of War right now, Hot Jukes. Loops, though, prepped, ready to go. Rafina bleeding out. Nazada, the last one alive that has full health right now. 4 grenades, looking to toss out these smokes, get the pickup on their squad mates. And just like that, as quickly as it started, Hot Jukes, Royals of War out. But a big fight. iNCO and VIP happening right now.
That's a big one. That's a big one. It's a fight for not last place.
It's a big one.
Let's see what happens here. But man, teams are just feeding loops right now. That is huge. iNCO catching VIOUS off guard. 7 with the shotgun gets the heady. Not able to get that second knock though. Here comes Nunez turning around, and now VIOUS gonna get a couple of eliminations. They'll take that.
Yeah, well done from VIOUS. That's the second time they've had a downed player who was their third. I don't know if it was Demonor, but it was somebody else. Anyways, they managed to recover. Good team fights. Well done. But as the zone shifts, they once again have to work their way into the next zone. VIP just in front of them. They obviously finished off fighting against iNCO. iNCO is now gone. VIP are in shambles. VIOUS Gaming, though, with the recovery and even still taking shots, they don't have an opportunity to push up. This is Shoot to Survive, who had a bit of a narrative early on in our story.
Yeah.
Once again, popping their head up. And, well, for Igor, I don't know. I don't know what he does in this moment. Typically, they want to go for the reset. I don't think he can.
Yeah, we were complimenting Shoot to Survive. They had a nice little Aaron goal match with 7 eliminations, and now they're going to be finding themselves in the mix with VIOUS, who, well, it's just falling apart right now. We're down to just homie in the vehicle, in the coupe, trying to survive right now. He's going to be sending it into the play zone. And unfortunate for them, Hot Jukes, we only got 1 elimination point in the pocket. So even if we do find like a little bowl, a little dip to hide in, I don't know if we can see another repeat solo clutch out of second place here.
Yeah, nope, that's it. That's VIOUS out of there. And that feeds, yeah, and he knows who just took him out. So frustration from VIOUS Gaming. You got loops popping off right at the right time. Wolves now going up against All Glory Gaming here in this position. This is a must-win fight for them. They're not really playing on the aggressive side, though. They're doing that split once again. So Wolves, they have to commit to this fight. They have no choice. They need to take out All Glory Gaming.
And I hope they win it. I do.
They need it.
Get unbiased, but they need it.
Full bias. Full bias.
Oh, no.
Full bias.
Loops come out of nowhere. They focused on AGG. Meanwhile, Loops gets a knock, and if you're AGG, you know the pressure's on. You can potentially push this even stronger, and it's so frustrating. You see Loops way off in the distance. We're talking miles away, but still playing an impact in this fight, and Wolves have no choice but to fight it out with just 2 players left. That's going to be Wancho and Doran trying to hold off this AGG roster. Intense Gamer gone, by the way, so the only top 3 roster that's alive is Influence Rage, and they still have all 5 eliminations. It could very well set the bar for the threshold going into tomorrow. Loops also in that narrative. They've got a bit more to go, of course. The Wolves AGG still at a standstill.
Wow.
And Dorn and Wancho are going to have to play this perfectly to take down the 3-man unit of AGG.
I'm surprised they didn't take this fight. I don't know. Wolves, they are getting so aggressive at the start, and then towards endgame, they're just going full passive. And they're getting taken out because of it. I think that they just committed to these fights, they'd have a lot better opportunity here. But now they are stuck in a really tough position. 2v3. Gotta win it.
All it takes is one nice grenade, though. And over here, one more to go from Wancho. AGG slowly making the push up, and Doran clutch nade. We're not seeing the full send. Doran trying to get the follow-up nade. Look at this, though. They're just out there in the open, not even in the cover. Wolves going to continue to stay alive right now. They are going to have to move, though, into the next circle, but they're sitting on 6 elimination points. So right now, Reflections, right now, Hot Jukes, I'm looking at INF, though. They are at the top of the leaderboards. They got the entirety of the squad still alive. They're currently in 3rd place, and they're sitting on 5 elimination points. So INF truly has the opportunity, if they get the winner chicken dinner, to end this night off in 1st place.
That's right. That's right. A tremendous opportunity for them. And also an opportunity for Team Liquid to close that gap. I know it. They're out of the running right now, but they're still alive. As soon as I talk about them, Cardozen is down from the distance. I swear at this point, I am literally cursing them. Every time I bring them up, man, they run into some issues. But luckily, Cardozen will get back onto his feet. Influence Rage opposite of him. There is a chance they fight. And well, for Vitten's been on fire this entire tournament. At one point, he was our elimination leader for the MVP race, and he's going to rack up another one onto Milos as he's down and can't do much. Remix will roll in, but how much of a help is he truly going to be?
If he falls down, he should be able to get this res. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen here. But this is a good opportunity for Wolves, considering that, you know, Loops have now prioritized 9Z. That opens up the door for them to rotate into the next zone. But man, Loops are soaking up points like a sponge right now. Goodness gracious. 9 eliminations, about to be 10. Yep. Remix actually catches Neil Zada from downtown. That's pretty good.
I love that. Remix is just down here, just putting in the work. Last grenade, though, 50% HP. I don't know if we got the golden arm. So 9Z truly didn't really have any pop-off performances here tonight. Remix, Colgoat, not firing on all cylinders, that dynamic duo. And well, we saw them last night have a couple good looks, but tonight they're going to be ending in the mid-pack here, unfortunately for them. But we still do have tomorrow, but it is smash points. But looking over here, Loops, currently 4th place, getting that prone, then a ton of ammunition right now, just letting it rip. But Hot Jukes, another storyline. The Wolves, the duo, still alive out here.
Oh, Doran getting taken out by the util. Juancho just trying to survive. Yeah, these guys were in a really tough spot in this circle. Here comes the full push by Team Liquid. There goes the Wolves. Just like that. So now it is down to really, look at that. You got Loops, Influence Rage popping off at the right time towards the end game, and they are getting a whole bunch of points.
Oh, ton of points, without question. VIP, the next potential victims to Influence's Rage. Just dominance in this map. When we see it firsthand, they're gone. So now you got 3 teams relatively healthy. Loops, Team Liquid, and Influence Rage. 9Z Globant's holding on tight to their solo. That's Remix, who tried earlier to get a revive. And, you know, Remix solo or not, takes down Vitten, at least knocks him. Nazelda going for the res, and another well-placed nade could net him too, but he's on fire. He's on fire, forced to back away, so the threat of a nade on Nazelda and co, well, at least that's going to pass for the moment, but he's back. Molotov out, and I don't know how much it's going to connect. He's going to do his best as a solo. 9Z Globant's already had a decent game at this point in time, though, so they've done as much as they possibly can. Remix, he'll back away, but you know, again, as the more he hurts Loops, better the chance for Influence Rage and Team Liquid to take this game.
And that's the thing. Remix has gotten the attention of Loops, and Loops are so focused on Remix down here that Team Liquid kind of wrapping around the other side of that cliff side. So Team Liquid going to be in a nice position to really put a stop to Loops here shortly. Right now, though, Team Liquid are going to be looking at downrange right on top of Influence Rage, who currently have 8 elimination points. But little boy with the mini hot jukes to 6 times, looking for them heads, looking for them one-tap dirt naps. Yalla. Getting the heal off right in time. So 3 more teams left, fellas, in the possible final Miramar game of the grand finals.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Who's going to win this game? I think Loops and Influence Rage have already got a big dub right here, with so many eliminations lasting as long as they have, right at the right time here. These championship rounds, guys. One more day after this. Let's see who's going to win this game. Team Liquid centering up in between 2 giants, though. Let's see if they can win this one.
Let's see it. Big opportunity here for Team Liquid. Struggled all tournament long, but it would be a massive confidence booster to get this W, head into Smash Point tomorrow. It's not going to make... It'll make their life a little bit easier, but let's not sugarcoat it. They're still going to have to put in a massive effort. They want to qualify for Esports World Cup, but this is at least a positive they can take away, and like I said, a confidence booster. For Influence Rage, they're already in top 3, and they have a real chance to take this game and set the threshold for everybody else. Here we go. Vinton's getting active. That was a nice connection onto one of the utilities. Ayala barely stays alive. Vinton will back away in the meantime. Team Liquid in a bit of trouble. 2 players down. Cardoza and Co. off in the distance. So Team Liquid most likely going to have to fight this fight with just 2, and they're going to have to do it quickly because Law's moving in. Mythic is down. Cardoza's trying to swing wide. Law won't let him. And now it's a 4v2. Influence Rage versus Loops, but already Loops down to just 1 player.
Yes, sir.
And Influence Rage are going strong. They're finishing this off. The Zelda last alive, but not for long. Influence Rage take the final game of day number 2. 14 eliminations. The question is, not are they within top 3, but did they set the threshold for everyone else going in to day number 3, the final day of the tournament, Dave?
Ooh, that's a nice shirt. I want that Influence Rage shirt, man. That thing's looking nice. Hey, we saw a little Alpha 7 right there. Hey, watch out, buddy. But look at this. They are getting the crowd pumped up. The flags are up in the air, hot jukes. The arena is getting loud right now, man.
Oh, yeah. The hometown squads making it happen there. That home court advantage, I'm telling you, it is strong right there. Out of all the games for them to pop off, that was the one to do it right there. Influence, Rage, and Loops. I mean, they're going to devastate this top 3 right here. I mean, what a performance. These guys are going to be feeling really good going into tomorrow.
Absolutely. And you know, the good thing about Influence Rage and Loops anyways is they have proven success of getting wins. Okay, that's what truly is going to matter at a certain point. You know, points are great, but once you pass that point threshold, it's a matter of, have you won in this spring season? And if you have, do you stand the chance to win the most important game, the one that gives you the victory in our 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals? We had a lot of high hopes for Alpha 7, the back 2 into the maps after their Erangel performance. Map 4 with 17 eliminations, but they didn't perform as well as we were wanting. And the large reason is because they ran into trouble multiple times. And even though it was a wonderful effort from the last solo remaining, and I think it was Revo, man, he just couldn't get the eliminations needed. They fall short, therefore are going to fall relatively short of top 3 going into tomorrow, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy to watch. I mean, tomorrow with Smash Point now at play, it's going to make things that much more toxic, right? I mean, I think you're going to have to want to stop some of the top teams from possibly making that happen. So I don't know what's going to happen strategy-wise. I think a lot of people are just going to try to play their same game. But after today, there's some squads that definitely need to reflect, figure out what went wrong, and are going to have to make some adjustments going into the last day. I mean, you got to be able to clutch it up.
Got to clutch it up indeed. They have it within them, but they're going to have to do it for Team Liquid. Man, what a good way to end the day. 4 eliminations, 3rd place, but I don't know. I just don't know what their chances are going into tomorrow. It's going to be tough, but I do know one thing for these four players in front of you, Dave.
Yeah.
They have performed in a stellar fashion. They have played their hearts out, and it is paying off because they are top 3 for sure. They might be in first place.
Laying it down. 14 eliminations with the final win of the evening. So that win also nets you some juicy points, 10 to be exact. And damage across the board looking pretty good. Little boy putting in the work here for the final game of the evening. Let's check out the match rankings though, because this is where it all comes down to it. Loops with 16, Influence with 24. I'm looking at the Wolves though, Hot Jukes. Those 8 points, I don't know if that's enough to get them in that top 3.
Not gonna be close. I mean, what are you gonna do? And that's what I was talking about, is you could have a good game. I mean, 8 points in a tournament like this is not a bad game at all, right? But what are you gonna do when the top 3 squads are busting out, 16, 24 points there? That's going to be really, really tough to beat. I can't wait to see what the overalls are going to be. I mean, anything can happen. We still got, hopefully 6 games tomorrow. Right? Hopefully. But man, I mean, even looking at the second page here, you got, VIOUS with 1, Alpha 7 with only 2 points. There are so many monster squads that need some crazy games tomorrow, Taylor.
All right, crazy games indeed, crazy standings. Let's take a look at our overall heading into tomorrow. Who overtook first? It was Influence Rage with their tremendous Game 6, and they have a decent lead. They're at 124 points. Now, what does this mean going into tomorrow's competition? So Smash Point, right? The threshold's been set. Influence Rage, they set it. The floor is 124, but we're going to add 10 points on top of it. So going into tomorrow, Influence Rage needs to reach 134 points or surpass it. And in the next game or the games that follow, all they need from there is a winner-winner chicken dinner. Like we said, game 1, they reach 134 points. Game 2, they win it on Erangel. Influence Rage are your champions. And everybody else, well, they fall where they fall. And if that means now Alpha 7, Wolves right in 6th or 5th, or Loops in 4th, if they don't make it to EWC, we look at VIOUS Intense Game and Influence Rage going. So that's what's at stake. But let's dive a little bit deeper. Dave, what else do we see?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm looking at, man. I'm looking at Alpha 7. I'm ringing the alarm, all right? I'm ringing your alarm.
Oh, yeah.
All
Now,
right?
you can't do that. You'd be critical of me doing it.
Let me touch the alarm. I'm pressing it. Boop. I pressed it. What are you going to do? But Alpha 7, yeah, I mean, listen, we got it. 134. That is going to be the points. So in other words, the team must reach the target score and win a separate match to claim the title. Definitely a possibility. Influence Rage sitting on those 2 winner-winner chicken dinners during the finals. Wolves still there, Hot Jukes. We might see all 6 games played out. I believe that's what happened when we saw Smash Rules last time. They ended up having to play all the games, right? We didn't really see that win factor. So that's still in the books, but Influence, they're looking good here. They're looking good, fellas. So they might get it done early.
Yeah, looking good indeed. And I think, honestly, my gut tells me we're not going 6 games tomorrow. I think we're going to finish off. I think we're going to be finished off a lot earlier. Influence Rage has shown that they can win it multiple times, and they nearly did it. Even map 1 today, getting 3rd place. Before we head out, let's take a look one final time at our MVP race in terms of eliminations. It's been changing up quite a bit in our top 5, but Hot Chicks, what do we see?
And we're going to see right now, Lorenzen, that is PB's GOAT right there, busting out 23 eliminations. What a day. I mean, I see a lot of Brazilian flags here, boys. These guys were not messing around today. You got Igor down there at the bottom with 17. A great day from all these squads overall, man. Usually I'm pretty good at being able to try to get in the mind of an IGL and just think okay, what would my strategy be going into tomorrow? And with this happening, I don't know. If Influence Rage get 10 plus points, what do you do if you're a squad, right? Do you hunt them down? Do you play normal because you need more points to make it in the top 3? It's going to be a very, very difficult thing to navigate through. So at this point, it's honestly, how can you slow down these top teams, and especially Influence Rage?
Without a doubt, that's a tough conversation, really, that the teams are going to have, and I think the conversation should already start, in my opinion, for those who are outside of the top 3 conversation who need to now challenge those top 3 teams. You've got to stop them at all costs. If you have to go 6 games, you go 6 games. Quite honestly, that's what some of these teams need. If this finishes after 2-3 games, there are certain rosters, it's mathematically impossible, for at least from the performances in the past, for them to come back. So some teams will need all 6 games to get as many points as they possibly can. But for others who are already top 3, the quicker this tournament ends, the better off that they are going to be, right? Top 3, $3 million prize pool for EWC. That's a lot of money. That's life-changing. Alpha 7's already earned it once. They want to earn it again, but hey, their spot's not guaranteed anymore. It's not, simply not. And that's going to be a crazy, crazy proposition going to EWC if they do not make it. But a good day and a good 2 days of competition. Everybody's firing on all cylinders. Hot Chicks, I'll send it back to you. What are your final words as we get out of here?
Come on, man. Tomorrow is a must-watch, guys. Make sure you mark your calendars, get your popcorn ready, because it's going to be a show.
Going to be a show indeed, man. Popcorn, let's get it ready, baby. I don't want to hear any of you guys chewing it, though, on camera.
Come on.
I've casted with somebody that loves to eat Apple Jacks on camera, man. I'll pass it over to him quickly just to mess with it, because I know he's got a full mouth of Apple Jack. Messes him up. Anyways, hey, Dave, always great working with you, brother. Good day of competition. Final words, we get out of here.
Smash rules. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be my first ever experience with this format, so I'm bringing the popcorn, man. I don't care what you tell. You're not my boss. I'm eating the popcorn, all right? But Influence Rage, though, I'm going to the locker room here tonight. I'm doing a VOD review, and I'm coming up with like 4 different job spots, because you never know. These bottom teams, they might hot drop them. They might look to put a stop to their potential to be number 1, ending the tournament early on. So Influence Rage, good luck tonight, because tomorrow the pressure is on.
That's it. Pressure's on for so many teams out there, including the legendary partner teams such as Team Liquid, Alpha 7. Nothing is guaranteed. Everything is gained. For myself, Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Mustache Dave, Hot Juice, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Hit that sub button if you haven't already, because we return for the grand finals tomorrow at 4 Eastern. We would love to have you.
But they got to finish this fight very, very quickly. You can see Igor there. Oh,
no!
Bad nade! Mythic knocking out Yala.
A third party this, so Yala pretty fiery.
Horsemen's and VIP can't keep up, Dave.
No, that's spot for players. Xforce to clean up house. Life has been so much fun right now. Let's see what we can do. Popping out the DBN. Looks like he will be denying the points, so I like the call.
Oh, Xforce. The Revo takes him down, and now the follow in second, and then Influence Rage in third. Oh, I will find out as Wolves into an engagement up close.
Yeah. Copy that whole work, and looks like Alpha.
This is not good. Yeah, so yeah, he's punished once again.
Katie's also up ahead, so he focused his hate.
Focus start for a tip team. It's really up to him here all by himself. What can you do it, folks? But hey, going great to see some good consistency.
The jump shot. One more through the window. Still.
UMP swap into the grenade. Tonka also.
One boy's rolling in deep, but Vitali's already down. 7 on the high. Still win this fight. They surely should. Up from Valak as a one-man army, taking down all of TL, including Chief, and we'll see. Waffle indeed, a chance to potentially clutch up. You got another member from another high-scoring game. 14 eliminations.
They are so far behind. Rosa Borla pushing. Popping out, big tech for the night.
Also from the fans, and they're taking that energy and they're applying it to their game plan. Marlon, though, looks to even up the odds. 7 might get away. He tried his out.
But they are looking to take the engagement with Savage.
Clock is ticking, though.
Alpha 7 locked in here, looking to get there.
Hey, Anjuk said 16. It's not you.
Now we're going to see Clouds actually take one of the all-glory to this.
They will. Ayala all 4-man units for Team Liquid. They still have an HG member. Yeah, that's they need it desperately. They're going to have to do it without Coops.
Yeah.
It's all fire. It's all.
I think there's nothing
in the distance. They're looking at these third parties, but honestly, they can't.
Consistent points and 5 chicken dinner. 1,600 damage.
We will deal with that in a second, guys. This is a huge fight. And the what?
Rose of War. Oh, here he goes. He drops down. I'm wondering, they stay.
And extra antsy right here.
9C, that opens up the door for them to rotate to the next zone.
Have to fight this fight with just 2, and they're gonna have to do it quickly because Law's moving in. Mythic is down. Cardoza's trying to and Influence Rage are going strong. They're finishing this off. The Zelda last.
Nice. Hey, we saw one off the center there. Hey, watch out, buddy. But look at this. They are getting the crowd.